Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Now, whenever we open Adobe After Effects, you can see there are so many different sections. Now we will see one by one. We are going to start with each and every section of this software. So let's see. Right now, we will simply click on this new composition. What are those and how we can use that? We will see that later. But right now, specifically for this video, our main purpose is understanding that how many sections are there and what are their main purposes. Okay, so simply click over here and you can type whatever name you want. Like I'm always type main animation over here like this, and then we need to decide height and width. I'm going to choose 1920 and 180, same like Photoshop. Like if you know Photoshop, over here whenever we press Ctrl N to create a new slide, we decide height and width same as it is. Okay, so simply click on this, frame rate, duration, background color, we will choose white color and hit OK, and we will simply hit OK. Okay, so this is how we will can create this kind of slide. What is it? We will see in the future videos in depth that what are those. Right now our main purpose is to just understand how many sections are provided by After Effects to create our animations. Okay, so after following this procedure, you can see After Effects is divided into so many sections. So let's understand one by one. Now After Effects is divided into 7 sections over here. The first one is obviously which is included in each and every software. Like even if you see the Photoshop over here, you will find this menu which is known as management system of each and every software. Over here you can find file menu. Over here you will see too many options like new, save as, etc., windows and etc. Okay, so this is the file menu which is basically used for adjusting our file management and etc. After that, you will get this option known as Toolbar. This is known as Toolbar because it provides us so many different options. For example, let's say this rectangle tool over here. And whenever you are going to select this tool, as you guys can see, you are getting this 2 different options over here. You can select the red color over here, for example, and you can simply hit OK. And you can create this kind of shape over here like that. Okay, very cool. Similarly, let's click on anywhere to deselect. We have this pen tool. You can create this kind of shape over here. Let deselect again. You can select your text tool. You can type whatever text you want over here, etc. Okay, so this is the toolbar, and with the help of this you can create so many different stuff. Okay, but if you see properly over here, this whenever we are going to use, it will create something over here. So this is our main canvas. Whatever we are going to create, we After Effects will show you over there. Okay, and after that you will get this option known as project window. Over here what actually happens is that whatever we are going to create, it will automatically gonna come over here. For example, we have created this main animation comp. Similarly, you can see we got this main animation comp over here like that. Okay, if tomorrow I'm going to create another composition, it will come over here. Okay, so this is my project window, this is my canvas. After that, if you see over here, we will get our timeline. This timeline is also divided into 2 sections. Over here you will find this source name, and over here you will find this actual timeline. And over here, as you can see, we have one shape over here, and we have one text layer. Okay, and after this our last portion is our effect and presets panel. Now because I have selected the text, as you guys can see, this panel is showing me the properties related to text over here. Similarly, this panel also provides us so many different options like effect and preset, etc. Okay, so these are the sections provided by After Effects for us. We are going to talk about each and every one in depth, but right now all you need to understand that After Effects is divided into 7 sections. First one is this file management system. After that, this is toolbar. Then this is our main canvas. Whenever we are going to create, it will show over here. Then this project window, whatever we are going to create, it will automatically add over here. After that, this timeline, which is divided into 2 sections. One which is actual timeline, and over here it will show us all the name of the layers. Then our main portion is effect and presets panel. So this is how After Effects is divided into 7 different sections. Now we are going to talk about this new composition and new composition from footage. We are going to see this new composition from footage option at the end of this video. Right now we will talk about new composition. Now if you are using graphic designing software, as you guys can see, whenever I press Ctrl N over here to create another slide, they are providing me a basic settings for our image. For example, height, width, which we adjust, and whether it is in pixel format or in RGB mode, etc, etc. Now same procedure is followed by After Effects also, but these settings are for videos. So let's try to create that. As you guys can see, as we have discussed in the previous video, After Effects is divided into 7 sections, out of which we are going to talk about this new composition settings first. So if I click on this new composition settings, I'll get first option known as composition name. As I said that I always prefer to choose my main animation comp as main animation only. Then we got this basic settings. Over here we have presets as well. Like right now it customs, which means we can change according to our needs, but they are also providing so many different options over here. So if tomorrow you need a specific adjustment like for HDV or HDTV, even if you want for 4K and etc, you can these options. Generally right now I'm going to choose custom options only because I want to adjust it by myself. So over here you can adjust the height and width. Right now I can choose 1920 by 180. And over here you will find this option called lock aspect ratio. For example, now I want to change the width of this to 1080 and height is also 1080. Okay, so now I can adjust them two differently. But if I hit let's make this 1920. Now if I enable this lock aspect ratio, if I reduce this value, as you guys can see, the height value is also gonna reduce according to the width. Okay, so this is the use of this lock aspect ratio. I'm gonna make it 1920. Okay, then we have this pixel aspect ratio over here, which we use generally square pixels. Then we have this frame rate, which is frame per second. You can find this full form over here. Everyone choose 30 only. And if you want specific needs, like if you want to create 2D kind of look, you can choose 15 pixels or 24 pixels, not pixels, sorry, but frame rate. Similarly, if you want very smooth animation, you can choose 30 as well or 60 as well. Right now I'm going to choose 30 because generally videos are in this frame rate, so we are going to choose 30. Then you will find this resolution options, which we are going to see later to understand what is this. So make sure to choose full only. Okay, then we have duration. Now we need to understand that this 2 zeros at the start are not for the seconds, but they are for milliseconds. This value after that is for seconds. This 2 zeros are for minutes, and these are for hours. So right now I have added 30 seconds over here. If I add 1 over here, which means 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, but right now we will choose 30 only. Now if I choose background color over here, I can choose whatever color I want. Okay, but these are just for the reference in After Effects. For example, if I select this and hit OK, and if I hit OK over here, as you guys can see, we will get this kind of white color background. Okay, but if I create and choose different color, for example black, I can get this kind of settings. Okay, so let's select and choose white color for the background. And one thing you need to understand, that this white background is just for After Effects. Like if you select this white background and then you are going to render out this animation in a video format, you are not gonna see any white background over here. You will see black only, because this white background is just as a reference in After Effects. Okay, so this is how you create a composition in After Effects. Now I want to add something in this composition like videos or something or etc. So for that, this After Effect provide this project window, and if you double click over here, After Effect allow you to choose any kind of video, Illustrator, or even a 3D file you want to import in After Effects. So to import any kind of video format, all you need to do is simply double click over here, and you can right click, view an extra large icon, and you can choose your videos. Like if I choose this and if I hit import, the what we can see, the After Effect first provide this video to the project window, and then it's up to us whether you want to use this video in your canvas. Then you can simply drag and drop over here like this, and as you guys can see, we got video in composition as well as we got video in timeline. And if you move this timeline, as you guys can see, we are getting this video over here. Obviously we will discuss this and this in timeline section, but right now all you need to understand, whatever you want to import in After Effects, first of all simply double click over here, or you can simply press Ctrl I, which is a shortcut key to import any kind of video in After Effects. Then you can choose whatever videos you want, simply select those videos and simply hit import, and you can bring this to the comp over here, and you can move this. Okay, now if you know that in previous video, I mean not previous video but few seconds ago, I have discussed about this resolutions over here. So what is that? If you see this option, you will get this option over here also. Right now the resolution is full, but if I choose half resolution, as you guys can see, the clarity of this video is decreasing. Similarly, if I choose third, it's decreasing again. If I choose quarter, is decreasing again. So this settings are for that, to for the resolution of your animation, because sometimes what happens that your file is quite heavy, so you cannot afford to see that file, I mean proper HD file in After Effects, because it will lag your PC. So that time we use this quarter resolution just for the preview of your animation like this. Okay, to preview this animation, shortcut key is spacebar. Obviously we will discuss about this in timeline section, but right now just for the sake of understanding, where I'm saying that choose spacebar to play this animation. Okay, so this is the settings of composition settings as well as project window. Okay, now we are going to talk about the composition from footage section. So okay, so I'm going to choose file, new project, and I don't want to save this file. Now obviously we have understood what is this new composition and project window, and as at the start of this video I have told you that we are going to talk about the new composition from footage section though. So if I click on it, After Effects will ask me to select any footage. For example, if I select this footage and if I hit import, then what will happen, that After Effects is going to create a composition according to the settings of that video. Okay, if you see, we are getting this kind of composition. If I hit Control K, which is a shortcut key to open the composition settings, so if I hit Control K, if you see, the my name of that video is also this, and name of the composition is also this. Similarly, duration is also according to the video. Okay, if I hit Control I, if I select this, right click, and if I check out the properties of that video, and if I go to the details over here, the frame width is also 1920 and height width is also 90, and the length of that video is 0.08 seconds, and frame rate was also 30 frames. And if I hit Control K and check out the composition settings, as you guys can see, the duration is also same, frame rate is also same, and composition name is also same. So this is the use of the new comp from footage option over here in After Effects, that it's not just about this video. For example, let's choose different video. For example, let's not save this file. If I select this and if I choose different videos, for example this one, and if I hit import, this is going to create a composition according to our video. As you guys can see, the video is name is this something. That's why composition name is also like that. Similarly, the duration of video, I mean composition, is according to the video. So this is how this option works in After Effects. Okay, so in previous video we have learned about the new composition project window, and we have seen a small section of this timeline. Right now we are going to talk about how to manage this entire section. Okay, so let's create a new composition over here, and obviously we will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate 30, duration 30, and hit OK. Okay, so as we have discussed, this After Effect is divided into so many, I mean 7 different sections, and by chance, suppose if I click on this close icon, as you can see, I am not getting my timeline over here. So I need to bring my timeline back. So what I can do, I can go to this management area, and I'll go to the windows, and over here they are providing me so many different options. Like if you see over here, you'll get this option known as timeline, and I can click on it like this. Okay, so this is how this entire section works. If I click on this project window and if I choose close panel, okay, and now I want to bring that panel again, so all I need to do, simply go to the windows, and you have to check out where is the project window over there. As you guys can see, we are getting this project window. Simply click on it and you will get this option again. So this is how this project window works. Okay, similarly, After Effects provides some different sections in specific format. For example, if you go to the windows and if you go to the workspace, they will provide you so many different options. Like right now it is in all panels, which means they are showing us all panels. If you go to the animation portion, they are going to adjust according to your needs. Similarly, there are so many options like minimal. Like as you guys can see, there is no many extra stuff to see. Okay, similarly, if you press shift F10, it will go to the default settings over here. Generally I prefer to choose default, for which is basically good for animation. Okay, now this is how you can adjust your workspace inside of After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the navigation, as well as we are going to learn about these options provided by composition settings of After Effects. Okay, so let's first talk about simple navigations. If you want to zoom in, zoom out, you can simply scroll your mouse like that. Similarly, you can press Ctrl plus as well as Ctrl minus to zoom in, zoom out. Similarly, if I hit space bar and if I click left click over here, I can pan around with this like that. Okay, so the zoom in, zoom out for scroll, I mean scroll for zoom in, zoom out. Similarly, hold spacebar and left click, you can pan around with this. Now if I zoomed out too much and I want to make it fit, then you can select this options over here, which is known as magnification ratio pop-up. Simply go over there and you can make this fit like that. Now in previous video we have learned about this resolution over here, so obviously you know what it is. After that you will get this option called fast preview, which we are going to learn in later videos. And then we have this toggle transparency. For example, if I hit Ctrl K, obviously, or Ctrl K is a shortcut key for opening the composition settings, our main background color is white color. Okay, but as I said that this color is just for the reference. If you are going to render out this animation, there is not gonna be any white color. Okay, and to check out this, you can simply click on this toggle transparency grid, which is showing that your composition does not have any solid background. Okay, so this is for this option is very similar to not After Effect but Photoshop. If you open the Photoshop, we generally have this white solid background, but if I hide this, there is no any stuff actually present there. Same option for this. So if I click on this rectangle and if I create this, as you guys can see, we have this rectangle which is covering this portion, and after this rectangle there is no such background. Okay, so this option just enables that. If I disable this, I'm gonna get something like this. Okay, so let's delete this stuff. After that you will get this option called toggle mask path, which we need to enable each and every time. Basically, if you enable this, you can select this portions over here. Like each and every shape have these options. For example, if I click on and selected this, and if I deselect select this, as you guys can see, we are getting this lines, which with the help of that you can adjust this size of this object over here. Okay, so this option is for that. So let's delete that and select this and bring this over here. After that, you will get this option called region of interest. Alt click to reset. Okay, like that. If I enable this, and what I want is that I don't want this entire composition. I want only few area of this. For example, if I enable this, and now I can select my region of interest. Now I want to trim my composition area up to the selected area only. So what I can go to the composition settings over here, and I can click on this crop comp to region of interest. And if I click on it, as you guys can see, my comp is trimmed. And if I hit Control K, the height width has changed. Okay, so let's see this option again. All you need to do is simply click on this region of interest and tell After Effects what kind of region you want. I want this much region to be comp. So I can go to the composition settings, crop comp to region of interest, and there you go. Okay, so this is the use of this option. After that, you will get this option called choose grid and guide option. This option is generally for the grids. So if you click on it, you will get two kinds of grids: title selection and proportional grid. If I choose proportional grid, I'll get this kind of grid structure over here. So you can adjust your object according to that grid. Similarly, if I select this title selection, I'll get this kind of grid, which is like a camera, which is generally I prefer to use to adjust each and every object properly at the center and according to my the look I want for my animation. Okay, so these are the options provided by composition settings on After Effects, and this is the navigations which we can use to adjust your animation as well as adjust our comp like this in Adobe After Effects. Now in this video, we are going to talk about the toolbar of After Effects. Now obviously toolbar starts with the home. If you click on it, it will create open your home settings, okay, which we don't want right now. So let's close it. Then you will get this option called selection tool. For example, if you have created any shape and if you deselect that object, but right now you are in your ellipse tool only, okay, so that time we simply use selection tool. Shortcut key is V, and with the help of that you can select any kind of object which is over there, which is a very simple concept to understand. Okay, so let's bring this over here. After that, you will get this option called hand tool, which is just like our previous video. As I said, if you hit spacebar and click, you can pan your area. This option is similar. If you click on it, you don't need to hit spacebar. Just with the help of left click as well, you can adjust your settings. Okay, so let's make this fit like this. After that, you will get this zoom. The shortcut key is Z. All you need to do is simply click on it like that. Okay, so you can adjust it like this. Okay, after that you will get this option called rotation. Generally in After Effects, if you want to rotate something, you have to press R and then you have to adjust the rotation properties. Okay, we are going to talk about this in future videos, but just for now I'm telling you that this is how you rotate things in After Effects. Okay, but with the help of this tool, you can, all you need to do, simply select that object, then select this tool, and then you can rotate it like this. Okay, then we have this pen behind tool. Now what is pen behind tool? This is also a very vast concept that we are going to understand when we are going to talk about shape layers, but let's learn some basic about it. Okay, let's delete this. Let's create one shape to understand how this tool works. Okay, now suppose if I created this ellipse over here like that. If you see over here, we have one point like structure over here, which is known as anchor point. And if I press R over here, I can rotate my object, but if you see, they are rotating according to this object, I mean this anchor point over here. So with the help of this pen behind tool, okay, I can select this object, and as you guys can see, I can adjust my pen anchor point like this. And now if I select my rotation tool, as you guys can see, the object is rotating along with this anchor point. So this is how this option works. Okay, let's hit Ctrl Z. So this is the use of pen behind tool. You can select this and you can adjust it wherever you want. Okay, so this is the use of pen behind tool. After that, you have this option called shape layers. Obviously, we are going to talk about in depth, but right now all you need to understand that After Effects provide this 5 shapes only. Okay, so you can create rectangle, you can create stars, etc., etc. Like you can create stars as well over here, like that. Similarly, you can create rectangle as well. Now, if you are going to select any object, if you simply click on it, left click and create object, you can create something like this. But if you hold shift, you can create proper square like structure like this. Okay, over here you can select this, and now what I want is that this object should be properly at the center. So first thing you can do is that you can select your pen behind tool and you can adjust the anchor point of this one is properly at the center. Okay, like this. But it's very hard to adjust this anchor point properly at the center. So there is one shortcut to adjust this anchor point at the center. Simply press Ctrl Alt Home, which is a shortcut key to adjust the anchor point at the center, like that. Okay, and then your selection tool should be selected to adjust it properly at the center. Now sometimes what happens is that our object is very complicated. For example, if I select my star tool and I have created this star, I have pressed Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I'll press V for selection tool, then I'll select on my object and I'll try to adjust it at the center. But my object is very far away, and now I want to adjust it properly at the center. At that time, over here you can go to the effect and presets panels. Over here you will get this option called align, and over here you will get this alignment option. So you can choose align horizontally. So obviously from name itself you can understand that they are going to align them horizontally. Similarly, you can choose align vertically. So with the help of this you can properly align it like this. Okay, so this is the use of this options and align options as well as this anchor point tool. Okay, so let's delete that. After that you will get this pen tool. With the help of this you can create different kind of shapes over here like this, etc., etc. And one thing I forgot to tell you, that whenever we are going to choose pen tool or shape tool, along with that you will get these two options over here. One is fill as well as one is stroke. Now if you click on this fill over here, you will get these options like whether you want gradient, linear gradient, radial gradient, or none, which means you don't want any fill, and only solid color, which means something like this, and hit OK. And you can click on this color over here and you can decide whatever color you want and simply hit OK. Along with that you can simply choose stroke color as well, like you can choose stroke color red, and then you can increase the size of this area over here. Okay, and if you don't want, simply go to the stroke options and simply delete the stroke. Okay, so this is the use of these two options in After Effects. Okay, in shape layers, as well as you will get this option for this layer as well. So let's delete that. Then you have this option called text tool. Obviously from name itself you can type whatever text you want, which we are going to talk in depth in our further videos. But right now, just to understand, with the help of this you can simply create your text tool, and the shortcut key to select this option is Ctrl T, which is a shortcut key to select your text tool. Simply type text over here, and whenever you are going to type anything, After Effects will automatically pop up with this option called characters, and over here you are gonna get so many different options related to this subject over here. Like you can choose font, etc., etc., which we are going to talk about whenever we are going to talk about in depth of this text tool. Okay, so these are the options provided by the toolbar of After Effects. Obviously there are so many different options like brush tool, the stamp tool, erase tool, this pinpoint, etc. But these options are not much more useful for motion graphics. They are much more useful for matte painting, VFX, and etc. Okay, out of which puppet tool is sometimes useful for motion graphics but not much more. Obviously, we are going to talk about in depth in their specific videos, but right now all you need to understand that After Effects comes with these options as well as these options in the effect and presets. Okay, so now in this section we are going to learn how to import our assets inside of After Effects and how we are going to use that. Okay, so as we have discussed previously as well, that whatever you are going to import, it will show in this project window. And there are two ways to import. Simply double click, so you can click anything, or you can press Ctrl I on your keyboard, which is a shortcut key for importing. You can select any image and you can simply hit import, then it will show over here. Again, you can double click or Ctrl I, you can select any videos, import, same procedure, and then you can bring that thing in your timeline over here, and if you hit spacebar, it will play. Okay, like that. Over here you will get this audio settings as well, like that. We are going to discuss about this timeline later, but right now our main focus is on this object only. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm going to delete that by holding shift, and I'll simply hit delete, and if you delete, it will gonna be gone. Okay, similarly, if I hit Control I over here, sometimes what happens is that we have this PNG sequence over here, which are in the form of animation, like from frame 0 to frame 60. So this time what we can do, we can select this image, and over here you will get this option called PNG sequence, and you have to import. Now this is going to be import as a PNG sequence, and if you hit or you can bring this over here, and now if you hit spacebar, we will get this animation like this. Okay, so this is also one thing. Now sometimes what happens, like right now I have this PNG sequence. If I hit double click, I can go and I can import this image or audios and images as well. So all of them are over here only. So sometimes what happens, it is very difficult to organize our stuff. So at that time what we can do, we can create different sections for different categories. Like for images there is a different category, for audios different, and for videos different. So how we can do that, over here you will get this option called create a new folder. All you need to do is simply click on it, and let's call it as videos. Okay, like that. Sorry, select this, hit enter, and let's call it as videos, and hit enter. Then create another folder, but make sure that you're not selecting while doing that. So deselect and then create another folder, and let's call it as audios, like that. Deselect, create another folder, let's call it as images, like this. Okay, and then all you need to do, simply select your videos and move inside this folder, like that. Minimize it, whether you have this PNG sequence, or by holding control I'll select this images. I'm going to move inside this image folder, and this audio folder should be in audio one. Okay, and this is my compositions. So you can create another over here, and you can call it as comps, and you can move this comps over here. Okay, so now if you see, your project is really organized like that. Each and everyone has different sections. Okay, so this was the concept of your PNG sequence, importing assets and organizing assets. In the next video, we are going to learn something different. Okay, so now in this video, we are going to talk about timeline concepts. So whenever we create a new composition over here, as always, we adjust all our settings. Then over here, we get this option called duration. Over here, we need to decide the duration of a video. Like most of the time, I choose 30 seconds, but you can choose according to your needs. Then we choose our background and simply hit OK, like that, and then we decide whatever timeline we want and simply hit OK. Then we go to choose grid and guide option and title save action, and over here you can see we got this whole entire area which is known as timeline. Over here you will get this render queue and comp by default. You simply need to delete this render queue because we don't need to focus on that. Now in After Effects, this timeline is divided into two sections. Over here you will get all the source name, etc., and over here you will get all actual timeline over here. For example, again, if I double click to import anything, and for example example, if I select my animation sequence, for example, I select this PNG sequence, you can import any video as well to check out. Simply select, I'm going to select this PNG sequence and I'll simply hit import, and then I'm going to bring this over here. So now, as you guys can see, our timeline has changed over here. We got two different sections. One is where the names and all exist, and one where is actual timeline. Now, if you see properly over here, after this, there is no any extra stuff because my animation is up to 2 seconds only. Okay. And over here, you will get this option called current time indicator, which is basically a time indicator. With the help of that, you can move your animation like this over here. And if you want to hit space bar, you can preview your animation like this. Okay, so this is how this entire timeline system works. Over here you will get this name, and over here you will get the actual duration of that animation. Now in this section, if you hit enter over here, you can name whatever you want. Like you can type balls rotating, etc. You can type whatever things you want to do it over here. Okay, now if I hit spacebar over here, after 2 seconds there is nothing in this timeline. That's why if you see, the animation is still going on. Okay, so sometimes what happens, we don't want that. What we want is that after this, I need this animation should be in a loop, like in a repeatable format. So at that time, what we need to do over here, we need to go to the 2 seconds and tell After Effects that I don't want any animation after that. So for that, what you can do, you can simply press N, which is a shortcut key to trim this area. So if you see properly over here, after that our work area is up to this. So what will happen if I go to the start and if I hit spacebar right now, this is going to be repeated format, like after 2 seconds our animation will start. Similarly, if you see over here, I can adjust this work area according to my needs. Like sometimes suppose I want animation up to 4 seconds only, so I can hit spacebar. Even after that I don't have anything, but after 4 seconds my animation is gonna start from here. Similarly, sometimes what happens that we don't want animation to start from 0. I want, suppose my animation should start from 1 second. So I'll go to the 1 second and I can simply bring this starting work area over here like this. Or instead of that, what you can do, you suppose if you want to start from here, you can simply press B, which is a shortcut key to adjust this work area from start. And if I want to end my animation at 2 seconds, I'll press N. Okay, so shortcut key for this from if you want to adjust it from the start, simply press B, and if you want to start from here, simply press N. Okay, so this is how this thing works. Okay, now I want this animation should end at 4 seconds, so I'll hit N over here. Now what I want is that this animation should repeat itself. So for that, what we can do, I can move this over here as well. For example, if I go to the start and I want this animation should start from 2, I can bring this like this. Okay, so if I hit spacebar, I'm not gonna get anything, and from 2 it will start. But I want this animation, I mean this area should start from 1 second. Either I can bring this manually over here, or I can hit open square bracket to bring it over here like that. For example, if I go to 6 seconds over here and I want to bring this over here, I can simply hit open square bracket over here. Suppose if I want to start from here, I can open square bracket like that. So if I go over here and if I hit open square bracket, I'll bring this over here. But I want to adjust it from the end. So for that, what we can do, if I go to 3 seconds over here and instead of open square bracket, if I choose close square bracket, I can adjust it from backwards. Okay, so if you want to adjust it from the front, simply hit open square bracket, from the end close square bracket. Okay, as simple as that. Now I want to start it from the start and I'll hit open square bracket to bring it over here. Okay, similarly, I want this animation should repeat itself after 2 seconds as well. So what I can do, I can select this layer and I can hit Ctrl D, which is a shortcut key to duplicate. And if I hit Ctrl D again and again, as you guys can see, I can create so many copies. Similarly, if you see the name over here, their name is different, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Okay, so I'm going to select this, and by holding shift I am going to select this 7th layer and I'll simply delete it. I don't want any stuff over there. So now what we can do, I can select this and I can simply bring this up to 2 seconds over here, or instead of that what you can do, you can simply go somewhere around over here and with the help of open square bracket you can bring this over here. Okay, and now my enemy, I want to control D and open square bracket, I'll bring this over here, I'll hit control D, I'll go over here, open square bracket and move this over here. Then I'll go somewhere around over here and I'll press N because I want my animation should end from at this point. And now if I hit spacebar, this animation is going to repeat itself like this. Okay, over here, like that. So this is how this timeline concept works. Obviously, whenever we are going to do proper animation, we will learn this concept a little bit more advanced. But right now, all you need to understand this concept over here. Okay, so in previous video, we have learned about the concept of timeline over here. Now we are going to discuss about the layer properties and what kind of layers exist in After Effects, etc, etc. So one thing that we need to understand about timeline right now, if you see the timeline is 10.13 seconds. For example, if I hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, as you guys can see, the duration of its timeline is too much. So at that time, if you want to adjust your timeline or zoom in, all you need to do, if you see over here, you will get this option called zoom in like this, and over here you can move this timeline totally the way you want. Okay, similarly if you hit plus minus, or which is the option for zoom in zoom out. Okay, so just a basic knowledge. So let's go to the start. Okay, now if you right click over here and if you knew this kind of layers exist in After Effects. So first layer, which is a text layer, if you click on it, obviously you can type whatever text you want, as simple as that. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is Control T. Simply Control T, or you can select your text tool and you can type whatever text you want. Similarly, if you right click new and then layer is solid layer. Now if you know about our composition lecture, as I said, whenever we create a new composition by hitting Control N, we decide one background layer. Generally it's white or black, but the thing is, whenever you are going to render that animation, there is not gonna be red color or white color or any other color. Only the render output is gonna contain black color, because this color is just for the reference for this software. Okay, but suppose you want something specific color for your background and you want that color should be also included in your video, so that time we need to add one solid layer. So simply right click new and click on this solid, then they will tell you that what kind of thing you want. Like if you see, the size is going to be according to your composition. For example, if I create a new composition over here, let's disable this lock aspect ratio, and size going to be anything like something like this or like this. And if I hit OK, as you guys can see, we are getting this weird composition. But and over here, if I right click new and solid, as you guys can see, the solid settings are gonna be according to your composition. Okay, so this is how the solid works. So shortcut key to create a solid layer, simply hit Control Y. Okay, this is a shortcut key, and then over here you can decide whatever color you want and simply hit OK. And simply hit OK. So as you guys can see, right now it's a red solid. If you hit Control Y again, you can choose different layer like this, like this. Okay, so it's totally up to you. Okay, so let's delete those layers. Simply right click new, and then over here you will get this light, camera, etc. Okay, so these are the concept light and camera we are going to learn whenever we are going to learn about 3D animation in After Effects or camera. Then these two are very useful. Like camera, you will get this camera settings. We are going to learn about this in depth whenever our camera portion is going to come in this course, but right now we will only talk about this settings. You can simply hit OK and hit OK, and you will get this camera layer over here like that. Okay, let's delete that. Same procedure. we have for this light as well. Now in light, just like any other 3D software, you will get this option. Okay, like that. Okay, then right click new, and then over here you will get this object called null object, which is basically from name itself it's nulls. There is nothing extra about it, but this is very useful whenever we start to animate our stuff. Okay, obviously we are going to talk about that as well when we are going to do practical animations. So let's click that, then right click new, and then our shape layer comes into play. If you click on it, from name itself shape layer, you can create whatever shape you want. You can give it proper shape like that. Just like this shape layer, you need to create this ellipse, simply create ellipse. Okay, nothing much more fancy about it. Similarly, if you new create adjustment layer, obviously this is also a very interesting concepts which we can only explain whenever we are going to do practical animations. So we are going to talk about it whenever we are going to do proper animations. So these are the layers which are available in After Effects. With the help of those, we can create proper animation. So if you right click new, and as you guys can see, these kind of layers are available in After Effects. Okay, so now in this video we are going to learn about some basic properties of layers in After Effects. If I hit Ctrl Y, I can create solid background layer. Let's hit OK like that. Similarly, I can, with the help of this ellipse, or you can say shape layer, I can create a white color layer like this, and by holding shift I can create this kind of ellipse. And if I press Ctrl Alt Home on my keyboard, I can adjust this anchor point properly at the center. I can select my selection tool. I can go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and let's deselect it. So we have two kind of layers. One is solid layer, one is shape layer. Let's try to create one text layer as well. I'm going to select Poppins font and black version, and over here I'm going to type text motion. Seizure, Control Alt Home, Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Now if you see properly over here, there are three different types of layers, and if you want to differentiate them, for example, if you want to specific color for this shape layers, for example, you can do that as well. For example, like this is solid layer, so over here if you see we have this color option. If you click over here, you can choose specific color for solid layers. Similarly, for shape layers, you can adjust different color. For text layer, you can adjust different color. It's totally up to you. Okay, so with the help of this, you can, change the color, so it is easy for you to understand. For example, if I'm going to choose yellow color over here, so each and every solid layer I'm going to give yellow color only. So what will happen because of it, that whenever I'm going to edit this timeline, I can easily understand, okay, this is yellow color, which means it is solid layer. Same for this shape layer, same for this text layer. Okay, similarly after that you will get this option called lock. For example, if I select my selection tool and I don't want to any layer get selected, for example, whenever I'm going to animate, I don't want my this layer is gonna get selected. For example, I want to move this shape layer over here, but I don't want to move this white solid layer, neither I want to select white solid layer. So at that time what we do, we can simply select this layer and we can lock this layer. So what will happen in this preview, you cannot select that solid background, only thing you can select is this. Similarly, I can select my text layer as well and I can lock that as well, so I cannot select my text layer as well. Okay, so this is for that. Now along with that, sometime what happens that we don't want to see certain layers. So over here, if you see, you will get this option which is kind of eye kind of structure. For example, I don't want to see the text layer, but I want that text layer should be there. So what we can do, I can simply hide this temporarily, so I cannot see that like that. And you can do this for each and every layer like that. Similarly, we have this motion blur, etc., etc. option. Similarly, parenting, we will see whenever we are going to cover the animation portion, but right now all you need to understand it this kind of thing exists. Similarly, if you press F4 on your keyboard, as you guys can see, they are getting switched. Okay, so these options also contains various purposes, for example track mat, parenting and more, etc. We will see that also in our animation portion. But if one thing you need to understand, by hitting F4 you can switch between these options. Similarly, if you see properly and if you select all of them and if you go inside all of them, you will get one common property which is known as transform. What transform property consists some basic options like position, scale, rotation and opacity, and you will find this in each and every layer over here. Like even if you right click new and create one null object, inside that as well you will get transform new, or for example create camera over here. Similarly, in that camera you will get this transform. So this basic property is available for each and every one, and this transform property contains same options: anchor point, position, scale, rotation. Okay, and shortcut key to bring them, simply press P for position, O, not O but R for rotation, T for opacity and S for scaling option. Okay, simply like that. And if you want to enable all of them one by one, you can simply select all of them, press P for position, then by holding shift you can press S, by holding shift you can press R, by holding shift you can press T. Okay, so you can bring all of them, otherwise you need to simply type P, S, T, etc. Okay, and like that. Okay, so now in this video we are going to talk about shape layers. So if you see over here, you will get this option called shapes layers over here, and if you click on it over here, there are 5 kind of shapes provided by After Effects: rectangle, rounded rectangle, ellipse, polygon and star. Okay, so let's try rectangle, and whenever you are going to select the shape layer, you will get these two options: fill and stroke. Right now I'm going to choose red color for this, and you by holding shift you can create this kind of shape, and if you are not gonna hold shift you can create this kind of shape. Okay, it's just a basic knowledge. By holding shift you can create this kind of shape. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now whenever you are going to shape, this contains this contains two options. One is transform and one is contains. Now in contains you will find this rectangle one, and in rectangle one you will get all the properties which is related to rectangle. One thing you need to understand, that layer is different and shape is different. That's why if you see over here, this contain rectangle and the transform property is totally different. So the difference between is that this transform property is not for the shape layer shape, but this entire layer. So that's why if you see the rectangle, in rectangle over here you will get the different property from for transform over here, and over here you will get option as well which are very different. Okay, so this transform property is for this layer and this transform property is for this shape which is over here. Now for example, this contain this rectangle, and if I hit Ctrl D over here, as you guys can see, we got another rectangle. Now if I go to this rectangle one, and if I go over here, I can change the position of this rectangle. Similarly, if I go to the rectangle 2, I can go over here and I can change this position of this. But both of this rectangle are in one layer over here, which is the shape layer. And now if I go to the transform property and if I change the position, as you guys can see, they are changing the position of this layer, and this layer consists of these two rectangles. Okay, so keep in mind that. Okay, let's delete that and we will create our another rectangle by holding shift, Ctrl Alt Home, align tab, align it horizontally, align vertically. Okay, now if you go to the rectangle over here, you will get this option called rectangle path. Now in rectangle path, generally we get two options. One is size and one is roundness. Obviously from roundness name itself, you can adjust the roundness, position option as well. make it 0, and you can adjust the size. And in size you will get this option called chain. If you uncheck this, you can adjust the size like this. Okay, so these are the basic properties. Similarly, you will get this option for stroke, and you will get this option for fill. From name itself, you can understand what is it. Right now we cannot see anything for the stroke properties because we haven't applied stroke over here. So what we can do, let's delete it, and this time I'm going to select my rectangle, and for the stroke I'm going to choose this blue color, and I can increase the stroke width to 40. And now by holding shift, if I create rectangle, I'll get something like this. Then I can go to the rectangle path, I'll get different option. If I change the roundness, I'll get something like that. I can go to the stroke, I can animate this stroke over here. Similarly, I can change the color of the stroke over here like that. Even I can choose this taper option, so I'll get this kind of dash. If I go to the taper options over here, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of weird stuff like that. Similarly, if I go to the wave, and I can change this value, etc, etc. Okay, and let's delete this dash. As you guys can see, if I see this in full resolution, I'll get this kind of weird shape. Okay, so this is kind of a experiment portion. You have to experiment along with this to understand. Okay, like that. Same goes for this fill as well. You will get so many options. Now one thing that we need to understand over here is that if you select this shape layer, and you will get this option called fill and stroke, but if you click on this fill over here, they also provide four different options. One is obviously none. For example, you don't want any fill, simply click on it. If you want to create a solid layer, simply click over here. But if you click on this gradient over here, you can choose that. Similarly, if you want radial gradient, you can choose that as well. I can choose linear gradient and hit OK, and then if I click over here, I'll get different options. Like from here, I can decide what color I want. Over here I can decide different color. Similarly, over here I can increase the opacity of it like that, and I can add extra colors as well like that. If I don't want, I can delete that. Over here I can choose different layers and hit OK, and after doing that, if I click on this portion, which is selection tool, I'll get this option over here like this. And with the help of this anchors, I can adjust the points. So sometimes what happens that we deselect by chance, and I cannot see those options again. So that time what you can do, simply go inside this rectangle over here and make sure this generative fill, click on it, then you will get this handles again, and you can adjust this handles over here. Similarly, if you see, there is the point which is start angle, and this is the end angle. Okay, so these are the options of generative fill. Similarly, same procedure for this radial gradient as well. You will get these options over here, and you can adjust according to your needs. Okay, so these are the properties of shape layers like that. Okay, now according to if you see properly, according to this rule, which is a gradient, you will find the same options for this stroke as well. So you can try to do that. Okay, so now we have learned about the properties of shape layers, and over here you will get same properties for ellipse tool, similarly for polygon tool, etc. Okay, for example, if I choose polygon tool, and if I try to create this, and if I go to the polystar over here, you will get the same gradient fill, but in polypath 1 over here you will get different option, like how much polygons you want to point you want to create. Similarly, in type option you will get this star, etc. Okay, so you can play around with these options like the way you want. Similarly, you will get this extra star tool like this. Same structure, you can go to the polystar path, you can choose different options, and you can play around with this value. Okay, so these are the properties of shape layers inside of After Effects. Now we are going to talk about keyframes and timeline stuff and how we can manipulate them. Okay, so for example, suppose if I create this star tool over here and I don't want any stroke, so I'll delete the stroke. And for the fill as well, I don't want any gradient, so I'll go to the fill and I'm going to select this solid layer. And for that, I'm going to select this blue color. And by holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse like that. I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I'll go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now, because this is the normal star and I want to create animation for it, so what we can do, as we have discussed, that I can adjust the transform properties over here and I can change the position on y-axis as well as x-axis. So what we can do, I can press P over here, and over here if you see, you will get this option called stopwatch and you can simply create one keyframe over here. But before that, what we need to do, we need to adjust it at appropriate position. So let's hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to select my selection tool and by holding shift I'm going to adjust it initially over here, and then I'm going to create one keyframe over here. Let's zoom in a little bit with the help of plus, and somewhere around up to 4 seconds I want this should be from here to here. So I'll move my timeline to 4 seconds, or you can simply go and click on 4 seconds and you can either move it from here to here, or you can simply select this and make sure to select this layer, and by holding shift you can move this from here to here. So if you go to the start and if you hit space bar, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. And as we have discussed, I can go to the 4 second and I can press N to trim this work area up to this. And if I hit spacebar, I'll get this animation again and again. Okay, similarly, I can go to the start, and along with this position, I want rotation animation as well. So I can press R for rotation. I can create one keyframe. I can hit U, which is a shortcut key to reveal all the keyframes. If you hit U on keyboard, it will hide all the layers. If you hit, all the keyframes, and if you hit U again, it will show all the keyframes which has been applied on that layer. Then you can go to the 4 second over here and you can make this thing rotation. For example, you can either rotate it like that, or you can simply type 1 over here, which means one complete rotation. And now if you hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of animation over here like this. Now what I want is that after this 4 second, I'll go to 8 seconds over here and I'll hit N over here, which means my animation is gonna run up to 8 seconds and start again. Now after this over here, what I want, this should come at the original position. So what I can do, I can go to 8 seconds over here and I can select this position keyframe and I can hit Control C, which is a shortcut key to copy, and Control V. So what will happen? It will copy this keyframe over here. And same thing for this one as well. I can hit Control C and I can hit Control V over here. So now what is happening over here? This keyframes is over here. They are changing their position. Hit spacebar. They are going from here to here, then from this they are all going to backward again, because I have copied this keyframes, and after that they are again going to complete this cycle like that. Okay, so these are the concept of keyframes. Now let's go a little bit depth over here. Now suppose I have this time indicator right now on 2 seconds, but I want this time indicator should be at 4 over here, at this keyframe. So one way to do that, simply manually bring this and move this over here, or you can go over here and you can press K over here like that. So what will happen, for example, if my time indicator is over here and I want my time indicator should jump on this keyframe or this keyframe, so I can hit K again over here. Again, I want to jump on this area, which means in forward direction, I can hit K again like that. Now I want my time indicator should move backward keyframe, so I can hit J. Again, I can hit J over here. So with the help of K, I can move my time indicator in forward keyframes, and if I hit J, I can move it backwards like that. Similarly, if I select this keyframe and if I adjust it over here, I can select this and adjust it over here. I can select those keyframe and I can adjust it over here according to my preferences. And if I hit spacebar over here, I can preview this animation, and obviously we are gonna get weird stuff because keyframes are displaced. Similarly, I can hit J to go in backward direction. I can hit K to go in forward direction, like that. Okay, so these are the shortcut keys and these are the concept of keyframes. Obviously, whenever we are going to do a proper animation, we are going to talk about in depth, but right now, these are the only concepts you need to understand. Okay, so now we know all about layer properties and we know all about the properties of shape layers. We know how to adjust the timeline, how to adjust the keyframe. And now with the help of all of this knowledge, we are going to create one animations, which is going to be a very simple, but along with that, we are going to also reveal some new concepts over here. Okay, so let's try to do that. So let's start from the basic. We always we create a new composition. We call it as main animation over here. Width we are going to choose 1920 and height 180, frame rate 30 and duration we are going to choose only 10-second long duration over here, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. Then we always choose grid and guide option, and we will simply hit title save action. Then as we have discussed earlier as well, that this white color is only for our After Effect reference. If you want this white color in your video as well, so for that you have to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and you have to select the white color and simply hit OK and hit OK, and then you need to make it lock because you don't want to select those layer. Now with the help of all the our knowledge about layer properties and keyframes, we will try to create one basic star animation. Okay, so for that let's select our star, and by holding shift I'm going to create this star over here like that. Very simple. Then I can select this shape layer and I can press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I can go to the align tab, align it horizontally, and then I can align it vertically. Now I want to animate the position, scale, rotation, etc, etc for this animation. So how we can do? First we will try to animate position. So let's bring this down over here like this because I want my animation should start from here, and I'll create one keyframe. Then I'll go somewhere around at 2 seconds and I'll move this from here to here. Okay, so if you see this animation, I'll get something like this. But along with this, I need scaling animation as well. So I'll press S, and I want initial scale of this should be 0, and I'll create one keyframe, and now I'll hit U. And now I want to jump on forward keyframe, which means at 2 seconds. So I'll hit K over here, and this time I want the scale should be 100. So if I go to the start and if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, I'll get this kind of animation over here. Along with that, I need rotation animation as well. So I'll press R for rotation. I'll create one keyframe and I'll hit U. I'll press K to jump on forward direction keyframe, and I'll make this one complete rotation. Press J to jump backward, and if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of rotation. Now along with this, I need opacity animation as well. So I'll press T for opacity, which is a shortcut key. Initially opacity, let's say properly 100, create one keyframe, hit U, go to 2 seconds, so hit K, and at this time I want opacity should be 0. So now if I see, I'll get this kind of animation. Or I can move this a little bit forward as well up to 3 seconds because I want the opacity should end at this point. Okay, like that. Or I can go over here, I can bring this last opacity keyframe over here, and I can bring my initial keyframe over here. Okay, like that. So we will get something like this. Okay, so this is how this animation works. So as we can see, with the help of all our previous concept, we have created this kind of animation. Now if you see over here, we have created this animation, but this animation looks very rigid kind of, or very simple, and I want a little bit smooth animation. So at this time what we can do, I can select all of my keyframes, I can simply right click and I can go to the keyframe assistance option, and over here I can choose easy ease. The shortcut key is simply hit F9. So if you click over here, as you guys can see, the symbol of this keyframe was also changed, and now if you see over here, we will get different animation, like our animation is little bit smoother. If I hit Control Z, and if you see this animation is very rigid. But if I hit F9 and apply ease in ease out, as you guys can see, we are getting different steps. So what is ease in ease out? Let's try to understand. And now let's select those keyframe, and if you see this animation over here, and if you check out this path, you will get this kind of dots over here, like small structure. These are the basic representation of the speed of this entire animation. Okay, so what they are representing, like if you see, the distance between these dots are similar, which means the speed of this animation is constant. Okay, but as soon as you hit F9 on it, if you see over here, at this point the distance between these dots are very less. At this point distance is very high, and at the end of this portion the distance is becoming very less. So what this indicates, that initially the speed is gonna be slow, at this point the speed is gonna be fast, and as the animation comes to an end, the speed is gonna be slow again, which means initial speed is going to be slow, in middle speed will become fast, and at this point the speed will become slow. Okay, so basically these are the representative, that at this point your speed of your animation is gonna be slow. Similarly, along with that, there are different options as well. Like if you right click keyframe assistance, you will get ease in eases, which basically same options. Similarly over here you will get easy ease out, which are different one. Okay, like that. So these are the options that you can play around with this. Similarly, you will get this extra options which we are not going to use in this animation, but just for the knowledge you can see. If you right click keyframe assistance, you will get this option called time reverse keyframe. From name itself you can understand that it will gonna be reverse your animation. So if you click on it, and now if you hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting this weird stuff over here. Like if you, let's for example, let's delete this opacity keyframe for now, and let's make this 100. Now as you guys can see, my animation is starting from here and coming over here, like that. Okay, so this is the time reverse keyframes concept, which we are not going to use this in this animation, but just for the reference I have told you. Now we need to understand the concept of pre-composition. Now whenever we want to create a new composition, what we do is simply press Ctrl N, we create another composition, we give them name, and obviously we will get new composition. But what will happen if I want this star should be in another composition? For example, right now it is in this main animation, but I want the star should be in another composition. So there are two ways. You can simply press Ctrl N and you can call it as star. Over here you can create star. You can change the height width and you can hit OK. You can go to the main animation, you can select this, hit Ctrl C, select this, hit Ctrl V, and automatically it will come over here. But there is another way also to do that, because sometimes what happens that we have too many layers to do copy paste stuff. So at that time what we need to do, I can simply select this layer and I can right click, and over here you will get this option called pre-compose. All you need to do is simply click on it, and over here you need to name it. For example, I can name it as star, and I have to check out with the move all attributes into the new composition, it's there or not, and simply hit OK. And now if I double click to open this, as you guys can see, we have this animation totally into the new composition. So this is the concept of pre-compose. Okay, and why it is necessary to use it, let's see. Hit Ctrl Z to get out of this comp. Now suppose I want to create duplicates of it, and let's hit Control D to duplicate it. And now I need to change the position of it. But if you see properly, if I hit P to change the position, there are already keyframes are applied. Okay, so it's very difficult to create a duplicate and change the position of each and every one. Okay, and so for that, what we need to do is I can select this layer. I can press Control Shift C, which is a shortcut key for pre-compose, and then I can call it as star, and I can hit OK. So as you guys can see, this is now another composition, and if I double click to open this composition contains this animation. If I hit U, I can get all my keyframes, and now I can select this and I can hit Control D to duplicate, and now there is no keyframe on this position, and now I can change the position of this like that, and if I hit Control D, I'll get something like this. And one awesome thing about this stuff is that if you go inside this and if you change the color of this one, you can simply get that change in each and every composition like that. Okay, so this is how this composition works. Similarly, one thing you need to understand that suppose for example this second one, which is this one, I don't want this same animation, I want different animation. But for the if I go inside this and if I change this stuff over here, obviously all of them are gonna change. So at that time, what we need to do, we need to select this layer, right click, and we have to go to the reveal and reveal layer in source project. Basically it will show this layer over here. For example, let this select this layer. If I select this, right click, reveal layer in source project, so it will show me over here. And then in project window, I can hit Control D over here. So what will happen, it will create a total new composition. For as you from name itself, as you guys can see, now this star 2 is completely different from this star. So if I go inside this and if I change the color of this one over here, as you guys can see, we are not gonna see this over here because this is star and we have changed in star 2. But if I go to the second layer, I'm going to select this star 2 and I'll press Alt on my keyboard and I'll simply drag and drop on this one to replace it. So as you guys can see, the layer has been replaced. Okay, so this is the use of pre-composition, and this is how you can manipulate each and every one. Okay, but for this animation we don't need to create multiple duplicates. I'm going to use this one only like that. Okay, so this is the concept of pre-compose. Obviously, whenever we are going to do practical animation, will get a chance to learn this in depth. But right now, all we need to do is this much only. Simply select your animation, press Ctrl Shift C. So what will happen? It will go into the new composition. Okay, so now we are going to understand the concept of anchor points. Obviously, we have discussed in our previous tutorial as well, like we use Control Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. But right now, we will learn how to use it practically. For example, like in previous video, we have learned that we can create duplicates of our layers. So what we can do over here, if you see the anchor point is properly at the center. So if I select my pen behind tool and I can adjust my anchor point with the help of shift properly over here like that. Okay, and if I press R, I can rotate it like this. So now what I'm gonna do, I can select this, I can hit Control D and I can press R and I can rotate it on 30 degree. Similarly, if I hit Control D, R, I can rotate it on 60 degree. I can hit Control D, R and I can rotate it on 90 degree. So if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, same thing, you can select all of these three, you can hit Control D and you can bring them at the bottom, press R for rotation. You can select this, you can make this minus 30, you can make this minus 60, and you can make this minus 90 like that. Okay, so this is how with the help of anchor point we can adjust this portion like this. And I can go inside this, I can select this, press V and I can change the color of this one the way I want. Okay, like this. Okay, so now let's start to understand how this graph editor works. So if you see over here, there are three animations over here, and I have applied normal keyframe animation on x-axis. If you see, they are only animating on x-axis. Now we will try to understand how this graph editor works. Now if I select this second one, and if I select this keyframes, right click, keyframe assistance, and ease in ease out, from name itself you can understand it will apply ease in ease out over here. If I hide this one and if I compare this two animation, in first animation their speed is constant. Like if you see over here, there is, you cannot see any change in the speed over here. Even if you see the distance between this extra echoes are same. As if I enable this one, if you see, the distance between these echoes are changing. Like at this point they are very close, and at this point they are very far from each other. So what does it means? That this animation is starting very slowly, that's why the distance between these echoes are very less. But as it goes forward, you can see the distance between these echoes are very high because the speed is high. Similarly, as it goes to end, the distance between these echoes are very less because speed becomes slow. Okay, same procedure over here. In this portion, the distance between this echo is high because the speed is high, and at this last, the speed is becoming very less. So how this actually works? So for that we need to understand the graph editor. Okay, so to enable the graph editors, I need to select those keyframe, and over here you will get this option called graph editor. If you click on it, right now we are getting this two mountains like structure. This is basically a speed graph, but initially we will see what this value graph. So if I right click and choose edit value graph, I'm gonna get this kind of graph. Now obviously the x line is representative of x direction and y line is y direction. Okay, but you cannot see the key any effect on y over here because this is not animating in y direction. That's why the y line is linear and x line is something like this. Okay, if I select this graph and by holding control, if I click on it to remove ease in ease out, and now if I see this, I'll get this straight line. Okay, but if I select this and if I hit F9, and I'll get this kind of structure. So why is it that? Let's see. I'm going to select this, and by holding control I'm going to remove it. Okay, and I'll select this, right click, and I'll choose separate dimension as well, and I'll hide this extra one. Okay, so now what is there? That there are two keyframes, one is for X position and one keyframe or for Y position. Okay, if I select this Y position, if I go to the graph, there is no change in Y position, but if I select this X, I'll get this kind of graph because in Y position there is no change. That's why the graph is not editing. So if I go to the graph editor and I can select this and I can move this over here like this. So now if you see, we are still not getting anything. Okay, because there is no change in position. But if I go over here, for example, if I select this and over here if I change the value, and now if I open this graph, I'll get this kind of structure because now the graph is changing because the value of y is also changing. Okay, so that's how it works. So this is what we call value graph. If I select this X position, if I go over here, this is basically saying the value. For example, if you click over here, not click, but if you move your mouse pointer over here, you can see the text shape layer to X position, and at this timeline the X position is 294.61 pixels. As it goes forward, as you guys can see, the value is increasing like this. Okay, now if I select this and if I hit F9 over here, and now if I go to the graph editor, what is this saying? That the X position initially the value is changing slowly because, as I said, the value is changing slowly because ease in ease out has been applied, and as it goes in the middle, the value is changing linear in format, like constant change in value. That's why the line is straight. As the animation goes at ends, the value is changing a little bit slowly. That's why if you see over here, at this point the distance between these echoes are similar, but at this point the distance between these echoes are very close to each other. Similarly, if you go over here, you can see the difference between this and this. Okay, so this is how this value graph editor works. Now I can tweak this graph. For example, I can select this, and with the help of this handle I can adjust the value graph, so it will adjust the speed as well. For example, if I select this graph and if I suppose adjust it like this, so what is representing that the value of this one is going to increase it immediately. So that's why if you see this, the distance between these echoes are too much, and as it goes over here the distance between this is very less. Similarly, if I go over here, if I select this and if I select this and if I move this over here like this, we are getting this kind of structure like this. So what is this representative? The graph value goes immediately high like this, and at this point it becomes low. Similarly, from this it becomes a very slow, and as it goes over here it becomes really high. Okay, so this is how you can adjust the value graph over here. But if you know, this is just the adjustment of value. Similarly, you can adjust the speed as well. For example, let's hit Ctrl Z and we will keep it as it is. Now instead of value graph, I'll right click and I'll choose edit speed graph. So edit speed graph is quite different than value graph, but it's easy to understand as compared to value graph specifically for me. So if I right click and choose edit speed graph, for name itself they are saying that it is representative of the speed of your animation. For example, if you go to the start, obviously my ball is not moving, then obviously the speed of this is going to be 0. That's why if you see the reading over here, it's 0 per second. If I move my mouse pointer over here like this, as you guys can see, this value is increasing like 1249.54 pixels per second, and at this point the velocity or speed is becoming the constant. That's why at this point if you see, the line is quite straight, and again as it goes over here the value is going downwards, which means they are saying the speed is becoming less. Similarly, if you go from here, as you guys can see, the speed is changing really high like this, and at this point the speed becoming constant. Similarly, as it goes over here, the speed again becoming 0 like this. So this is how the speed graph works. And if I select this and if I select this, for example, I can handle the adjust like this and like this. So now if you see what it represents, actually from 0 the speed is changing, but it's changing really slow as compared to our initial animation. So that's why if you see at this point the distance between these one are very less, and as this point this ball is achieving the maximum speed of this. So that's why if you see over here the distance between this ball is very high, and as it goes forward the speed becoming again slow. That's why at this point the distance between these echoes are very less. Similarly, you can select this, move this handle over here, and you can move this handle over here like this. Again you will get same results, because at this point they are achieving maximum velocity. That's why the distance between these echoes as well is very high, and at this point they are starting very slowly. That's why the distance between this is very less. Okay, so this is how the speed graph works. Now we will understand this concept with the help of our bouncing ball animation. Okay, so I'll go over here and I'll try to create one animation. So let's create one ellipse. I'll press Ctrl Alt O. I'll go to the graph editor, align it horizontally, align vertically. I'll press P for position, right click, and I'll choose separate dimension. Initial Y position, I'm gonna move this over here like this. I'll create one keyframe. Then I'll go to 1 second and I'm going to bring this over here. Similarly, I'll go few frame forward. I'll create another keyframe on Y, and in middle of that I'm going to move this over here and select those keyframe, and I'll hit F9. Okay, so if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Now let's select this and change the X position over here. I'm not applying any keyframe over here, I'm just changing the X position. I'll select this and I'll hit Ctrl D. I'll press P and I'm going to change the X position over here. Now why I created duplicate, I'm going to adjust this one with the help of value graph and this one with the speed graph. The result is going to be the same, but you can with the help of this example you can understand that which graph you should use to animate according to your needs. Okay, whichever is suitable for you, you can use that. Generally I use speed graph, but after this one you can decide which graph you should edit and which is easy for you. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one, and I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow because I'm going to choose value graph for it. Now if you know the bouncing ball principle is that before whenever this ball is going to reach the ground, the speed should become very fast, and as it goes up the speed becomes very fast, and it becomes low and then becomes fast again. Okay, so let's select this and go to the graph editor, right click, and I'm going to choose edit value graph. Okay, so obviously because we have applied ease in ease out, let's select this Y over here, and as it comes near to the ground, the initial speed should be very less, and as it goes over here the speed should be high. So let's zoom in a little bit. I'm sorry, like this. Let's adjust this a little bit like this. Okay, this much looks good to me. Now I'm going to select this handle and I'll adjust it like this. Okay, so what it represents, that initial the position is changing very slow like this, and as it comes near the ground, let's add this one, as it comes towards the ground, it becomes very fast. So if you see, we'll get something like this. And similarly after the touching the ground, it should go upward a little bit fast. So I'll select this and I'm going to bring this handle over here in such a way that if you see, the position is changing very fast like this. Okay, and as it goes forward, the position should change slowly, and at the end it should become fast. So let's select this and let's try to adjust the graph like this. Okay, similarly make sure to select this and adjust in proper way like this. Okay, so we are getting this kind of curve over here like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we are getting something like this. So now if I hit play, I'll get this kind of bouncing ball animation. Now we will adjust this one with the help of speed graph. So let's select this and let's go to the graph editor, right click, and make sure to choose edit speed graph. Now obviously the initially speed should be 0, so I am going to select this, and by holding shift I'm going to move this handle over here, and I'm going to move this handle over here like this. So what this represents, that initial speed is 0 pixels per second. As it goes further, the animation is getting the velocity high, and at the end of this the speed becomes very fast. So if you see, we are getting something like this. Then again, after touching the ground, the speed should be high. So I'll select this, I'll move this handle over here, and I'll move this handle over here, so it becomes fast after bouncing. Similarly, I'll select this, hold shift, and I'll move this handle over here, and I'll move this handle over here. So what this represents is that initially the speed is 0, and this speed is increasing very slow, and whenever the ball is about to touch the ground, the speed becomes high. After the touching the ground, the speed becomes very high like this, and it becomes very slow. Then again, after reaching the maximum height after the bounce, the speed becomes low and then again becomes fast. So now if you compare these two animations, we are getting pretty much same results. Okay, but the thing is that if you see the value graph over here, it's quite difficult to understand and even if you see properly, it looks a little bit complex. Okay, but if you see the speed graph over here, it's quite easy to understand the logic of speed as compared to values. Okay, so I generally prefer to use speed graph, not value graph, but if you are familiar or if you are comfortable with the value graph, you can use that as well. Generally I prefer to use speed graph because for me it's very easy, and value graph sometimes becomes complicated, and even if you see my tutorials, most of the time I prefer to use speed graph only because it's easy to understand. So this is the concepts of graph editors in After Effects. Now in previous video we have learned the concept of graph editors, and now we are going to use that concept over here. So let's go inside the star and let's try to change the color of this one to somewhere around this color over here. And now accept this opacity property. I'm going to select all of this keyframes. I can go to the graph editor and I can select this graph, and by holding shift I can adjust this anchor point over here. Similarly, I can select this and adjust this anchor point over here. So if I hit spacebar, I'll get something like this. Okay, over here. Similarly, in this star, another thing I can do over here is that I can create a one stroke animation as well. So for that, what we can do, I can go inside this contains, and right now I have this poly star over here. But instead of duplicating over here, I'm going to select this layer and I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and I'll change the color of this one to yellow over here, so it would be easy for me to understand that this is the different layer. Then over here for this one, obviously because I have created duplicated this layers, obviously all the keyframes are gonna be the same. So what I can do over here is that I'm going to delete this fill, but before deleting this fill, I need the color information of this. So I'm going to click over here and I'll copy this color code by hitting Ctrl C, and let's cancel. And then select this and let's delete this fill. And I'm going to go in stroke, and over here I'm going to press Ctrl V and hit OK, like that. And over here, if you see, we are getting this over here, but right now we need to adjust the stroke. So what we can do, I can go over here, and over here you will find this search option. Generally what happens is that we go inside the contains, polystral, stroke, and then we can adjust the stroke rate. Instead of that, what we can do, simply select that specific layer, and in this search option you can type that property, for example stroke. So they are automatically gonna show the stroke width option. So you can simply click over here, you can hit U, you can go to around 2 seconds, and over here you can change the value of this stroke, and then I am going to increase the size of this star over here. So now if you see, I'm gonna get something like this. Now initially stroke I'm going to choose 20, like this over here, and size also should be 0, and select those scaling stroke keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph, shift hold, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we'll get something like this over here. Okay, and you can change the scale. You can select this scaling keyframe, and you can bring this a little bit forward so it will animate a little bit later, like that. Okay, and if you see this in main animation, now you're gonna get this kind of revealing animation. Okay, so this is how you can use graph editors and you can create this kind of animation. And at this point, when the animation is gonna end somewhere around at 2 seconds, I can hit N and I can get this kind of stuff over here. Okay, so now in this video we are going to talk about text layers in After Effects. Although we have learned so much about text, but right now we will talk about some more extra properties provided by text. Okay, so obviously we will create a new composition and we will adjust a few settings over here like this, and simply hit OK, choose grid and guide option and title selection. Obviously the shortcut key to create any text is Ctrl T, which is a shortcut key to select your text tool, and simply click over here. Sorry, let's delete that again, and let's type our text. Let's type motion graphics. Okay, we select this text, Ctrl Alt Home, align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically as for scaling option, and we will scale this size. Now if you select this text layer and if you go inside this, you will get two options. Obviously, as we have discussed, one common property in every layer in After Effects is transform property, and another property is whatever that layer is. So we have text layers over here. Obviously, we will see the animate section whenever we are going to talk about text animation. We have path properties and we have more options like that. Okay, but if you select this layer and if you go over here in character menu, this character menu not only provide the color and font options, there are other options as well. So let's see what kind of options they provide. Okay, so first one is obviously font. You can choose any font you want. Similarly, just like any other software, you can adjust the look of that font over here. Similarly, over here we will get color options. One is for fill and one is for stroke. If you don't want fill, simply click over here. If you don't want stroke, select the stroke first. You can adjust vary color and you can delete that as well, and you can choose fill color as well. Then we have this option called font size. Obviously, from name itself you can adjust the font size. Then let's do one thing. I'll click over here and I'll hit enter like that. As you guys can see, now the distance between these two words is very high. So if I want to reduce that, all I need to do is I need to select those texts. You can simply hit Control A as well. But before that, make sure that your text layer is selected and your cursor should be over here. Hit Control A. Sorry. Hit Control A, and then over here you will get this option called set the leading, and you can adjust this size over here like that. Okay, this option is not no useful over here, but after that, if you see over here, you will get this option called the set the tracking. With the help of this, you can adjust the tracking of text, which means the distance between two alphabets. So right now it's 0. If I increase it, as you guys can see, I can adjust this portion just like that. So I'll adjust it over here. This option is for the stroke width. For right now there is no stroke, but if I select this layer and if I add this black color for the stroke, I can adjust the stroke width for my text as well over here like that. Okay, so this option is for that. Similarly, this option is for vertical size. Let's make this 100. Similarly, this one is like that. Mostly these options are not very useful, but just I wanted to tell you, that's why. Okay, now after that, let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. We will go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically. You can go to the character menu over here, and over here you will get this kind of option. First is Fox Bold. If you click over here, obviously you will get something like this. Then you can get this Fox Italic, this all caps option as well. For example, if you wrote this text in like motion graphics, you can hit Control A and you can click on this all caps like that over here. Then this option as well. With the help of this, what will happen is that initial word is gonna be small, and then it will create something like this. Then this option as well. For this option is basically for writing a square of something. For example, if I write 2 over here, and if I select this second 2 and if I click on this option, I can get this 2 square. Similarly, if I select this, I can get something like this. So whenever we want to type, for example, H2O, sorry, H2O, I can select this 2 and I can click on this icon, so I can create this kind of formulas. Okay, so these are the basic text properties in After Effects. Okay, so now we have learned all about the text properties, and now we are going to learn how we can animate our text. Now we know all the concept about our keyframe, how to adjust them, how to adjust the graph editors, and now with the help of that keyframe knowledge, and now with the help of this some animate properties given by text layers, we are going to animate our text. So let's try to do that. But before that, we need to type proper text for animation. So let's select this text layer and I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to select my text layer, and this time I'm going to try to create some stylized text. So I'll adjust font according to my needs, and also color also I'll adjust according to our needs and basic look. Okay, so let's try to do that. I'm going to type motion graphics over here like this. Okay, and for the font I'm going to choose different font like Oswald font over here. You can choose different font as well, and I'm going to choose medium version of that font. I'll also adjust the distance between these alphabets, and I'm going to hit enter like that. I'll select this text layer, Control Alt Home. I'll go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically as for scaling option, and I'll scale the size. And for this first layer, first text, I'm going to choose this somewhere like a bluish color for this text. And for the second layer, I'm going to pick up the red color, or somewhere around like, let's say, like this color over here. I think this looks good to me. Okay, and now we will try to animate this layer. Okay, so for animate, obviously you need to go in text, and over here you will find this option called animate. Now if you click on it, they provide so many options over here like position, scaling, skew, rotation, opacity, etc, etc. Now we need to tell them that which kind of property we want to animate. So first we will start with the position over here. So if I click on it, we will get this animator option over here, and with the help of range selector. Now animator, which means we have animated we have added our animation portion, and in range selector we will animate, and in position over here, because we have added position, so it will show the reading of positions. So now basically we need to tell our After Effects that what should be the initial position of that text layer. So for example, if I bring this over here like let's say 80, so I'm telling After Effects that my initial position should be 80, and after a few times it should be at the original position. Then I can go to the range selector, and right now if you see, the value is start. If I create one keyframe over here, and if I go to around 2 seconds, and if I increase this value, as you guys can see, we are getting this value over here. So basically at the start, when value is 0, my text is at this position which I have said to use that, and at 2 seconds I have decided to make this proper 100. Okay, so this is the basic concept of animation. You can select those keyframe, then you can hit F9 to easily use those keyframe, and if you hit spacebar, we will get something like this. Okay, so this is the basic concept of animation in After Effects. Text animation in After Effects. Obviously we will talk about it in depth whenever we are going to do proper animation, but right now just for the concept, this is the understanding. Now this animation is starting from the start. If I delete those keyframe, and as you guys can see, the end value is 100. If I create one keyframe at end, and at 2 seconds if I make this 0, and if I hit play, as you guys can see, now the animation is starting from the end. Okay, so this is the basic concept of this. Then if you go in over here, you will get this option called advanced. Now in advanced option, if you see, we have units, percentage, etc. We don't need too much more use that. But if you see, based on right now it's characters, basically now they're animating each and every alphabet. But if you want, then you can choose character excluding spaces also, which doesn't make too much sense. But if you choose words over here, now they will animate according to the words. Again, if you choose lines, now this layer contains 2 lines, so it will animate this 2 lines accordingly. Okay, similarly over this option, they are different, like a random. If I enable this option, and let's choose our characters over here, now if you see, the animation is in random format, like because my random renderer is on. Okay, so these are the self-explanation portion. You can change this value, and you can check out what are the changes you will get in your animation. Okay, let's minimize it. Now if you see in animator 1 over here, you will get this option called add menu. So what is saying that this animator contains this range selector which is controlling this portion. But right now, suppose if I want to animate opacity as well, so instead of going to text animation, go to the animate and create opacity, which will create another animator. Then you have to adjust the range selector for it. You have, for example, you need to make this initial value opacity 0. You need to create one keyframe at the start, then go to 2 seconds, and again create this value over here. So basically now if you see, we have 2 animators Over here, one animator is controlling the position property with the help of their range selector. Second animator controlling the opacity property with their separate range selector. So instead of that, what I'll do, I'll simply delete this animator 2. I don't need that. In this animator 1 over here, you will get this add property. Basically, they are allowing us along with the position, you can animate another property within the same animator. So if I go to the add menu and if I select property, I can select the opacity as well. So now I have to along with the position, I can adjust the initial opacity as well. So if I make this value 0 and if I hit play, I'll get something like this. Similarly, if I add again property, I can choose scale as well and I can make this scale 0. And now if I hit play, as you guys can see, along with this, I'm getting scale animation. Again, add property, I can choose rotation. Let's rotate it on 90 degree. As you guys can see, we'll get something like that. Similarly, add property, I can choose this tracking value. I can increase the tracking amount. As you guys can see, we are getting the something like that. Okay, so this is the basic animation concept inside of After Effects. Okay, so now in previous video we have created this animation manually, but After Effects also provides some animation which is already there, so you don't need to worry about creating all of this stuff by yourself. So what we can do, let's delete this animator one, we don't need that. Then we can go to this option called Effect and Presets panel, and then over here you will get this option called Animation Presets. You can go inside this and you can go to the text, and now these are the all animations provided by After Effects for our text animation. For example, if you go to this animate in and if you click on any one of them, for example fade up characters, all you need to do to apply this, simply select your layer and simply double click on it. And now as you guys can see, this is gone because the text contains our animation, which is this fade up characters. And if you hit U over here, select this and hit U, you will get those keyframes. And if you check out this layer over here, they have already did this animation. They also did this animation with the help of this animator option, but they have created this presets. So all you need to do is simply select your layer and double click, and now if I hit spacebar, I'll get this animation. And all I can do is that I can animate I can adjust this keyframe. For that, I can select this and I can hit F9 as well to get that. And that's not just it. If I get Control Z, there are so many different options like this. If I hit spacebar, we will get different stuff. Random fade up like this. Okay. So so many options. This is kind of a self-explanation stuff, and you can play around with all of this and you can check it out that which one is suitable for you. Okay, so we have learned about text animation and we have learned about the animations provided by After Effects already. And now we are going to learn about the mask concept inside of After Effects. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll delete this text here and I'm going to select my text over here and I'm going to type simple text like motion. I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press S for scaling option and I'll scale it like this. Then I'm going to give a normal animation to it. So I'll go to the animate menu and I'm going to choose position, and initial position I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here, and then I'll go to the range selector option and I'm going to create one keyframe at start. Then I'll go somewhere around at 2 seconds and I'm going to make this value 100. Then I'm going to select those keyframe and I'm going to hit F9 to easy ease those keyframe. Obviously, very simple, nothing much more rocket science. Then I can go to the graph editor, right click, and I'll make sure that I'm in edit speed graph. I can select this graph and by holding shift, I can move this handle over here, and by holding shift, I can move this handle over here. So if I hit play now, I'll get this kind of animation. Now, if you know that in After Effects, when you press F4, you can toggle between these options like that. Okay, so generally we see these all option motion blur 3D. Now I'll switch to this options. Now I have for mask, we need to create one reference layer. So let's go and select this rectangle, and it doesn't matter that what kind of color you choose. So let's choose any color and let's create one rectangle like this. Now let's hit enter and let's call it as mask for text. Okay, and now if I click on this text layer, as you guys can see over here, you will get this option called track matte. So this track matte is actually act like a mask, which means whatever this rectangle rectangle cover, only that much layer is going to be visible. For example, if I go to the start and if I select my track matte, and right now it's no title track, but if I choose alpha matte mask for text and if I click on it, then as you guys can see, we cannot see, but if I hit spacebar, only that portion is going to be visible, which is under this mask for text layer. Similarly, if I go over here and if I choose alpha inverted mask, then what will happen, only that layer is going to be visible, which is outside this entire area. So these are the basic concept of track matte over here. Okay, and let's do one thing right now. Let's delete no title tracks. Okay, and we will delete this layer as well, and let's hit U and hit K to go on forward direction. Now if you see over here that to create a mask, we have created separated shape layer, then we have chose this track matte. But sometimes what happens is that we need to create mask on this layer only. So at that time, what we need to do, first thing, we need to select this layer, and then we have to select our rectangle tool, and only on that layer itself we have to create this kind of mask. And now if you go and see, we are gonna get almost same results like this. But generally with this type of mask, what happens is that if I press M on my keyboard, I can reveal all this mask. If I minimize it and maximize it again, I'll get so many options like mask path. Like on mask path, from name itself, it's a path. If I create one keyframe over here, I can go to the 1 second, I can create another layer, and with the help of this selection, I can select this much selection, for example, and by holding shift I can adjust it over here. So as you guys can see, I'll get this animation of this mask as well. So this is the use of this mask part. Generally we don't use it, so let's delete it. Then we will get this mask opacity as well. For example, if I decrease the opacity from name itself, you will get similarly mask expansion, which means it will expand our mask area like this. Okay, so let's make this 0 only, and you can make this minus as well like that. Similarly, you will get this option called mask feathers. From name itself, it will add feathers to it. Okay, So these are the concept of mask. If you want to create a separate layer and mask, simply create a shape layer and choose this track matte options, and you can create mask on this layer itself with the help of simply select that layer, select your shape tool and create mask on that layer. Okay, so now we have learned all the different stuff about text animation, After Effects essential techniques and stuff. Now we will try to create a proper text animation in After Effects, and we are going to use the concept of adjustment layer and null object as well. Okay, so let's try to do it from scratch. So let's delete this text layer. I don't need that, and I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background layer. Press Ctrl Y, and this time I'm going to choose black color because I want black color, and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then I'm going to lock this layer. Then I'm going to type my text over here, and let's type our text. I'm going to type motion itself, and this time I'm going to choose white color for this text, and I'm going to select this and make sure that your paragraph is going to be the center text, and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press S for scaling, and we will scale it like this. Okay, looks awesome to me. And now we will try to animate this text. Obviously, we are going to choose our animator. Let's minimize all of the stuff. Go to the animator, and I'm going to animate positions. So simply go inside this position, and initial position, I want it over here. Okay, go to the range selector, and we will animate this, but before that we will try to adjust the position and other properties. Now along with this position, I'll go to the property and I want tracking as well, and I'm going to reduce the tracking somewhere around like this. Okay, similarly along with this tracking, I'll go to this property again, and I'm going to choose opacity, and I'll make this initial opacity 0. So now if I try to animate that, I'll go to the start value, and I'll go to second layer, and I'm going to make this value 100. Now let's select this layer, and I'm going to hit F9, and if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of animation. Now this is very plain, so I'll go to the graph editor, right click, and I'll make sure that I'm going to choose edit speed graph. I'll select this graph. By holding shift, I'm going to move one handle over here, and I'm going to move one handle over here. So now if you see, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and let's minimize it. Obviously we will get this kind of animations, and now what we need to do is that I need to create duplicates of it over here, and so I'll hit Ctrl D, and now I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow, so it would be easy for us to decide that this layer is different, and I don't want to look at this layer, so I'll hide this. And for this layer over here, I'll go to the character menu, and I want black color for this text, and for the stroke I want white color, and stroke width I'm going to choose 3, or let's say 1 pixels only, like that. And let's select this, and let's bring this downward. So what will happen, that this layer is going to be at the back of this layer, and I'm going to select this layer, press P for position, and let's bring this layer over here like this. Okay, and press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Similarly, select this layer and hit Ctrl D, select this third layer, press P for position, and let's bring this over here, press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Okay, then I'm going to select this layer over here, I'll hit Ctrl D, press P, and I'm going to bring this layer downward like this. Okay, similarly I'm going to select my selection tool, I'll select this layer and I'll hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this downward over here like this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Now what we need to do over here is that if you see this, we are gonna get this kind of animation. Now what I want is that I want this layer as well as this layer should be in one composition. So I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and I'm going to name it as BG text, and simply hit OK, and let's hide this. Similarly, I'll select this layer as well as this layer, and if you see the distance is not normal, so let's try to bring this a little bit downward like this. Select this and let's try to adjust it over here. If you want, then you can align it horizontally and vertically, and let's try to adjust the distance like this. Okay, now this distance looks cool to me. Let's select these two layers and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as BG text or BG text 2 and hit OK. And let's hide this as well. So now we have these two layers, one with this one with this one, and one with this one. Now I need a distance between their animation, so I'll take a distance of, let's say, 10 frames. I'll select this BG text and I'll bring this over here, or you can simply hit open square bracket. Simply I'll go to over here, I'll select this third layer and I'll hit open square bracket. So what will happen, that I'll get a distance between these animations. Now over here we are going to use our masking concept. So for the second layer, which is this one, I'm going to select my mask layer and let's hide all of this. Just we will see this layer, and I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and over here I'm going to create one mask like this. Okay, but this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this inverted mask. I forgot to tell you about this option. If you click on it, it will invert the mask like this. Okay, and then I can go to the mask option and I can increase the mask feathers like this. Okay, similarly I'm going to select this layer over here. Let's select this and let's create a mask like this on this layer over here, and go to the mask option, and we are going to increase the mask feathers, but before that make sure that it's inverted and increase the mask feathers like this. And now if you see this animation, we will get something like this. Okay, like that. Now what we need to do is that I need to adjust the scale of this entire stuff, but it is not easy. For example, if I select all of this, I'll press S and I can adjust the scale. But if you see, whenever I'm going to increase the scale, the proportionality is not normal. Like this is the scaling of this one is different and scaling of this one is different. So at that time what I can do is that I can right click new and I can create null object. Now in previous video we have seen this option. Right now we will see what is the use of it. Now what in After Effects there is a concept called parenting. Now whenever if you want to select that and I want to control the position of it, so what, or scaling of it or rotation of it, what I can do, if you press F4 again, as you guys can see there is a switch between this option. One option is common, which is known as parent and linking. What this does, for example, if I select all of this, and in parent and linking you will get this link option, and if you make it linked with this null object, then what will happen, that now this null object is going to control all of them. So if I select my selection tool, if I select my null object, and if I move it to wherever I want like this, and the thing about this null object is that this null object is only visible in this viewport. In final output you cannot see this null object. Okay, that's why it is known as null, but it's still there. So with the help of this null object, now I can press S and I can adjust the scale of it like that. I can make the scale 83, 85, and I can press R for rotation as well. And if I want to rotate, I can do that as well. So right now I don't want any rotation. I'm just going to adjust the scale of it like this. Similarly, now suppose I want to change the entire text color. For example, instead of this black background I want different color, and instead of this I want different color. So what I can do, I can press Ctrl Shift Y and I can choose white color over here. I need to go inside this, I need to change the color of this one to different layers over here. Like this one should be white and this one should be black. Similarly this one should be white and this one should be black. Okay, so this kind of things I need to do same over here, but I don't want to follow this procedure. So instead of that, what I can do over here is that I can create one effect over here which is known as tint. So for that what I can do is that if you go over here like this, and if I go to the effect and presets panel, and if I apply tint effect on it, let's type a tint effect, and if I double click to apply, as you guys can see you will get this option. And if you swap this color, as you guys can see, we will get different results. So what this option does is that, for example, if you select this let's enable this layer only. Let's hide all of them. Now if you see this layer, there are two kinds of colors only, black and white. If I apply tint effect on it and if I swap this color, from name itself it will swap those colors. It will convert black into white and white into black. Same procedure for this one as well. I can select this, I can tint effect and I can apply swap. Similarly for this text as well, I have already did that. Similarly for this black solid, if I apply tint effect, I can swap this color. Okay, and for this one we don't need to swap this, we will need to something like this only. Okay, and now if I see this, I'll get something like this. But if you see properly over here, this tint effect is commonly applied for everyone. So instead of applying on each and every one, what I can do over here is that I can use another layer known as adjustment layer. So I can create new and I can create one adjustment layer, and if I apply tint effect on it and if I swap this color, then what will happen, it will be applied to all the layers which are after this adjustment layer. Okay, by chance if I select this adjustment layer, if I apply it over here, as you guys can see, now this tint effect has been applied on this uppermost layers, because this adjustment layer over here, only effect it will apply which are after this adjustment layer. So if I bring this on the top, I'll get different results. If I swap this color, I'll get different results. And it's not just about black and white. If you go over here, you can choose different color as well, and you can swap it as well. So you can change the color of this one anywhere you want. Okay, now this looks good to me, and if I hit play, I'll get this kind of animation. So this is the concept of null object and adjustment layer inside of After Effects. Okay, so now in this section we are going to talk about some modifiers which are provided by After Effects. Now if you guys know that whenever we type whatever text over here, we will get this animate options, and with the help of this property we can create our animation. Same rule we can follow for this shape layers as well. For example, let's select our ellipse tool, let's say, and I'm going to delete that fill and I'm going to choose stroke, which is let's say 20 pixels. And by holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Then I'm going to select this ellipse and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Okay, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically, and I'm going to select my selection tool. And now if I maximize this layer, in contents I got ellipse, but in contents over here you will get this option called add, and if you simply click on it, you will get this many options. Now first options are related to shape layers, then after that you will get all the options which are related to their fill and stroke, but after that you will get these options which are also known as modifiers. Now out of which we are going to see trim path over here. So if I click on this trim path, as you guys can see, after ellipse I got the trim path option over here. Okay, and if I go inside this, initial start is 0 and end value is 100. Now if I reduce this end value, as you guys can see, we are getting something like that, and if I make this 100, we are getting something like that. Similarly, if I increase this start value, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now if I make this start value 100 and end value 50, let's say, or let's say 75, I'm gonna get this kind of shape over here. But if you see this option over here known as offset, and if I increase this angle, as you guys can see, we can rotate it like that. Okay, so these are the basic options which we are going to use whenever we are going to animate. But trim path is very essential to learn, because we generally use all the time these options. Okay, so end value is 0, and let's make this start value also 0. And how we can animate, which is basically very simple. I can create one keyframe at end, then I can go to around 1 second and I can make this value 100. Okay, so if I hit play, I'll get this kind of animation. Similarly, I can go to around 1 second, I can create one keyframe at start, I can go to around 2 seconds and I can make this value 100. So if I go to the start, I'll get first this and then this. I can select those keyframe and I can hit F9. And now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. Similarly, I can select this start keyframes over here and I can move them a little bit over here as well. So now if you see, we are gonna get this kind of option over here. And if I go over here and suppose if I hit N over here and let's hit spacebar, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of loading animation. But if you know that loading animations quite rotate as well, so for that time you can do is you can create one keyframe at offset. You can go to the last keyframe and you can increase this value a little bit, like I can make this 90. So what will happen, along with this I'm gonna get this little bit rotation animation as well, and it depends on you. You can hit U and go over here and let's make this value 180, and now let's see, we will get this kind of animation as well. And you can press F4 and you can enable this motion blur as well. So what will happen, we are gonna get this kind of animation. If you see this in full resolution, we will get something like this. Okay, and then you can animate the things according to your need. For example, I can select this, I can adjust the stroke size, I can go to the ellipse options over here, I can go to the stroke options, and right now it's butt cap, which means the caps over here are closed. I can choose round cap as well. If I disable this motion blur, I'll get something like this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. So if you see this animation now, we are gonna get something like this. Similarly, I can select this layer and I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Then I can choose white color for the stroke, and if I decrease the stroke size, I'll get something like this. Okay, so this is also, you can create this kind of animations with the help of trim path. Now in previous video we have learned about the trim path. Now we are going to talk about repeater. Okay, and let's see how we can use that. Now if you know that we have already applied this trim path over here, so what you can do, you can simply select this trim path and you can copy this as well. It act like effect, let's say. So what I'm gonna do, I can select this trim path 1 and I can hit Ctrl C to copy, and I'm going to delete these shape layers. I'm going to select my pen tool and I am going to add one red color for example, and from here to here I'm going to create one stroke. I'll select this, Ctrl Alt Home, align tab horizontally and align it vertically. Then I can go to the contents, I can go to the shape, or I can simply hit content as well and I can hit Ctrl V over here. So what will happen, now I'll get that same animation over here like that. Now I'm gonna do certain changes over here. This time I don't want any offset keyframes, so I'm going to hit 0 over there and I only want this option. Okay, like that. Now as you guys know that this time we are not going to deal with the trim part, but we are going to check out what is a repeater. Okay, so let's select this and hit Ctrl D for a while, and we are going to hide this one. And for this shape layer, I'll go to the contents and I'm going to delete the trim part because I don't want to see that right now. Right now we are going to learn about repeater. So if I go to the add menu and if I select this repeater option over here, from name itself it will repeat it. So if you go inside this, first we will get this number of copies and then we will get this offset. Okay, offset is same options, like it will change the starting position like that. If it's 0, it will start from here. If I add certain value, it will start from somewhere else. Okay, simple as it's, just like a trim path. So if I increase the number of copies to 5, as you guys can see, now they are creating copies in horizontally. So what we can do, I can go over here and position. Right now if you see, the X position is 100. So if I make this 0 on X axis and if I make this 100 on Y axis, as you guys can see, now they are creating copies over here, and I can adjust the number of copies according to my needs, like I can choose 2, 5, etc. And with the help of this position option, I can change the position of it wherever I need. Okay, and I can increase the number of copies as well. Okay, similarly you will get this option, like for example scale. You can adjust the scale according to your needs. Similarly rotation, okay, start opacity, and opacity, etc, etc. And with the help of this you can create creative shapes. Okay, so you can play around with these options and you can create different shapes. For example, right now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to choose this trim path as well as this repeater together. Okay, so what we are going to do, let's select this trim. We will delete this layer as well. I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here I'm going to create one shape. I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Alt Home. I'll go to the Align tab. I'll align it horizontally, only horizontally, not gonna align it vertically. But this time what I'm gonna do, I'll select this, and with the help of arrow keys, I'm going to adjust it like this. Then I'm going to select Pen Behind tool, and by holding Ctrl, I'm going to snap it at the bottom. And now let's make this fit. And now I'm going to create duplicates of it. Now what I want to do is that I want to create duplicates of it, but in a circular format. So for that, what can I do? I can go to the add menu and I can choose repeater over here. So as you guys can see, they are starting to repeat this, okay, like that. Now I can go to the repeater over here, and right now the X position is somewhere around over here, and if I change the rotation, we are getting this kind of rotation, but this is not what I want. So what I can do, I can make this position of X and Y 0, and now if I change the rotation of it, I can get something like this, okay, and I can create this kind of shape over here. So what we can do over here, suppose I have 50 to let's say 18 copies of it, and I want to distribute it in a circular format, but in a proper way, like each and every one is equally distributed. So what we can do, we know the circle is of 360-degree circle. So what we can do is I can type over here 360 dash, which is slash, which is divided by, and right now my number of copies are 18, so I'll type 18 and I'll hit enter. So now what will happen, that the 18 lines are going to equally distributed in this 360-degree circle, like that, as simple as it is. Okay, so right now it's 20. If I make this 10, obviously simple calculation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, so let's make this 20. So we are gonna get this kind of distributions over here. Okay, so we are gonna get this kind of stuff. And now one different thing about it, that even after applying this repeater, you can apply other modifiers as well. Like if I go to the add menu and if I choose trim path here, as you guys can see, the trim path is over here, and if I go to the trim path and if I make this end value like this, I'll get something like this. So I can create one keyframe at end. I can go to around, let's say, 1 second. I can make this 100. I'll go over here, I'll create one keyframe at start, I'll go over here and I'll make this value 100. So if you see, I'm gonna get this kind of stuff. I can select this and I can hit F9. Okay, like this. Let's select this and let's select our selection tool and let's make this stroke 15, like that. Okay, so I'm gonna get this kind of animation over here. Similarly, if you select the trim path and if you move this after repeater, you're gonna get same results over here. Okay, so we will get something like this. So this is how you can use repeater, and this is how you can create multiple modifiers as well. Now we are going to learn about twist modifier. So let's hide this one for now, and I'm going to create one stroke from here to here, like that. And I can go inside this add option and I can choose this twist. If I click on it, from name itself, you will understand what this modifier is gonna do. It will twist my shape layer. So if I go inside this and if I increase this angle, I can get this kind of twist effect over here. Similarly, I can change the center angle according to my needs, like that. And let's make this value 0. Okay, so let's select this shape layer and we will delete that. And as you guys know that previously I have created this shape over here. Now I can add that twist over here as well. For example, if I go inside this shape layer already contains this trim path as well as this repeater. If I go to the contents option and if I go to the add and if I choose twist over here, you will see that this twist is after this trim path. That's why if you are gonna run this animation, we will get this kind of stuff. For example, let's make this value a little bit more, let's say around 50. Okay, and now if you play this animation, as you guys can see, we are getting this weird animation because this twist is after this trim path. But if I move this twist up to the trim path, and now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this proper animation like a firecracker. Okay, like that. So if I hit spacebar, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. So this is the use of this option known as twist. If you increase this value, obviously you're gonna get this kind of beautiful shapes as well. Okay, so you can play around with this as well and try to create different shapes. Okay, so now we are going to talk about our four deformer, or let's say modifier. Let's delete this layer over here. I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here I'm going to create one stroke. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, and then you can go to the Add menu and you can add zigzag over here, like that. From name itself, it will create this zigzag pattern, and if you go inside this, you can adjust the size, similarly number per segments, similarly you can add corner to smooth, and same procedure, you can go to the add menu, you can choose trim path, and you can do this trim path animation over here as well. Okay, but if you bring this trim path on top of it and then you will try to animate, you will get different results. Okay, so it's totally up to you where you want to apply the trim path. It will create a different animation based on that position. Okay, so yeah, this is just a basic zigzag pattern. You can use it according to your needs. Okay, so now we are going to talk about a wiggle path, which is basically very simple. It's just a extra version of zigzag. So all you need to do is simply select pen tool, create one stroke, and you can go to the add menu and you can choose wiggle path. So if you click on it, you will get this options, and then you can adjust the size according to your needs, which will create this kind of stuff. And if you hit spacebar, you will get this kind of animation. Then right now points are corner, I can choose smooth, and I can adjust the speed with the help of this wiggle per second. Like I can choose 10 and hit spacebar, so I'll get different results. Okay, so let's make this 2, and with the help of this coloration, temporal phase, spatial phase, and random seeds, you can create different results and looks of this animation. So this kind of option is very useful when you want to create some monitor animations or etc. Similarly, with the help of this detail options, you can increase the number of details. Okay, so whenever tomorrow you are go want to create some cardiogram animation, this option is very useful. Now let's talk about offset path. If I select this pen tool and from here to here, if I create one stroke and stroke rate is 20 pixels, I can go to the add modifiers options and I can choose this option called offset path. And if I click on it, as you guys can see, the size is increased. And if I go inside this offset path and if I increase the amount, I'll get this kind of structure over here. And right now it's meter joint, and I can choose round joint as well. And I can adjust the po option according to my stroke as well as according to this meter joint. Okay, so we will get this kind of shape, and then you can again add trim path over here and you can adjust this option over here. But if you see over here, after adding the trim path, if I make this animation, I'll get something like this. But if I move this trim path upwards and now if I animate it, I'll get this kind of animations. Okay, so the position of this trim path really matters whenever it's related to other modifiers. Okay, so yeah, we need to use that accordingly. So this is the option which is very useful to create this kind of stroke and stylized stroke, you can say. Then you can create multiple copies of it like this. Similarly, you can change the copy offset like that. Okay, so you can animate that as well according to your needs. So yep, this is how you can choose this kind of options. Okay, so in this video we are going to talk about our fractal noise effects. So let's create a new composition and let's make this height and width 1920 by 180. Frame rate is 30, duration is also 30, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Choose gradient and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now to apply fractal noise effect, we need one background layer. So press Ctrl Y to create one solid background layer, and you can name it as fractal noise over here like that. Okay, so you can go to the effect and presets panel and simply search for fractal noise effect. From name itself, a noise, which means if you double click to apply, you will get this kind of noise over here. Now there are so many different options. Right now it's basic. You can choose turbulence smooth, you will get different results. Similarly, turbulence basic, you will get different results. Okay, so there are so many different options. You can check it out by self. This is self explanation portion. Similarly, you will get this blocks, linear, soft linear, as well as spline. Okay, all of these options are very important. Similarly, contrast and brightness. From name itself, you can adjust, with the help of this, you can adjust the black and whites of it. Okay, so I'm going to make this 0 as well as 100 only. I don't want to change much more. Okay, then another option over here is known as transform. Okay, from name itself, it will provide us transform properties, whether you want to rotate it or not, like that. Okay, so let's make this 0. Similarly, scaling option. Now there are two types of scaling option. Let's you can increase the scale from here like this, like only one scale, and just like our composition, you will get this uniform scaling option as well. So if you uncheck this, you will get one scale for width and one scale for height. Similarly, you will get this option for turbulence as well. Like you can increase the scale width like this, I can increase the scale height as well as like this. Similarly, offset turbulence, which means you can move this entire noise in particular format. Like you can move it on x-axis as well, you can move it on y-axis as well. So okay, so let's make this properly at the center. Then you will get this option called complexity. For example, let's make this value 100 as well as 100 over here. Right now, if I make this 1, I'll get this kind of resolution, but if I make 10 over here, I'll get so many complex structure. Okay, so let's make this 5. Okay, now if I hit play over here, I'm not gonna get any animation over here because I haven't added anyone. So what I can do, I can create one keyframe at offset turbulence over here, and if I hit U, I'll get that keyframe over here. Similarly, I can go to the 6 second and I can move it from here to here, and I'll hit N. So if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of animation. But if you see, this animation is very plain and basic, and suppose I want some like cloud animation. So what we can do over here, you will get this option called as evolution. So if you increase this value, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of clouds over here. So what I'm gonna do, I can create one keyframe over here and I can hit U. Then I can go to around 6 second and I can make this value complete one rotation. So now if I hit spacebar, I'll get that animation. Along with that, I'll get that evolution animation as well. Instead of 1, if I make this, for example, 5, obviously it's going to increase the speed of this animation. And then you can change this value the way you want. Similarly, you can change this value to block as well. So you're gonna get this kind of effects. Okay, so this is the basic settings of fractal noise. Obviously, we are going to use in our animation whenever it's needed, but these are some basic settings that you need to understand about this effect. Okay, so now we are going to talk about a tint effect over here, and we have already discussed about it in our previous video. Okay, so to apply that effect, you can apply it over here as well, or you can simply create another adjustment layer as well, and you can apply over there as well. So to create adjustment layer, simply right click, new, and create one adjustment layer. You can go to the effect and presets panel and you can search for tint effect, and you can simply double click to apply. Now tint effect is basically whenever your any settings are in a black and white format, with the help of tint effect, either you can swap those colors like that, or you can convert black color into another color, similarly white color into different color, and then you can use that color according to your needs. Okay, so this is just a basic use of tint effect, and it is very useful whenever we want to switch the colors between these layers over here. Okay, now let's talk about lens flare. Simply right click, new, and create one adjustment layer, or if you want, then you can apply on that any video as well, just like I have selected this video over here like this. I can select that video and adjust it wherever I want. But if you see over here, if I zoom out this, right now the size of this video is too much, okay, as compared to this. So I can simply press S and I can adjust the scale. But suppose if I want to make it fit according to my composition, so what I can do, I can simply select this video, right click, I can go to the transform properties and I can choose fit to comp, shortcut key is Control Alt F. Okay, so if I click on it, you will get this results. Okay, so let's go back to our effect. So we are going to talk about CC lens effect. You all you need to do is simply create one adjustment layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC lens, and if you double click on it, you will get this kind of stuff, okay, which will create lens kind of structure, and you can choose quarter resolution, and now if you hit play, your video is gonna play like that. Okay, so this is the use of CC lens. So you can change the size of this one over here, you can move it according to this. Okay, similarly you can adjust the size of it. Okay, so what we are going to do, I'm going to increase the size somewhere around like this. So now if you hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting this curvature over here. If I hide this adjustment layer, our normal video looks like this. If I enable this, I'll get something like this. Similarly, this converge option over here will provide some options like this. If you change this in negative value, we will get something like this. If you change it 100, you will get something like this. If you adjust the size according to your needs, we are gonna get something like this. So this effect is very useful to create this kind of lens effect over here. Okay, so along with that, there is another effect which is quite similar in name, so don't get confused about it. So you can create another adjustment layer to apply that, or you can apply it over here as well, but I would prefer to create another adjustment layer, and you can search over here called lens flare effect over here, and if you double click to apply, we are gonna get this kind of lens flare, which is create a kind of flare like illusion. I can check out this in full resolution, and I can move this over here. Now over here you will get this option like flare center, brightness, etc, etc. I'm going to make this 100 only, and with the help of this option flare center, you can click on it and you can adjust where you want to bring this effect. So you can move this over here, and you can create one keyframe at flare center. You can hit U, you can go to somewhere around 6 seconds, and you can move this from here to here as well. So now if you hit play, we are gonna get this kind of effect. Okay, so this is the use of lens flare. Okay, so now we are going to talk about light sweep effect. You can apply this effect on composition videos as well as on layers, but I would not recommend to apply it on any adjustment layer or any other layer because it will not give you a proper results. Okay, so all you need to do, select that specific layer and go to the effect and presets panel and search for light sweep effect, CC light sweep effect. If you double click on it, and as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of light. And just like our lens flare effect, this effect also comes with the flare center. So with the help of this option, you can adjust where you want your settings. For example, suppose if you want here, let's hide this adjustment layer just for now so we can see this effect properly. Initially I can move it somewhere around over here. I can go to the start, I can create one keyframe at the center, I can go to around 6 seconds, and I can move this from here to here. And if I hit U, I can see those keyframes over here. And then the same settings, I can change the direction according to my needs. Similarly, I can adjust the width, I can adjust the intensity of it according to my needs. Okay, so I'm going to change the width to somewhere around 200. Similarly, over here you can change the color as well. Okay, and now let's say enable all of these effects, and now if I hit play, I'm gonna get this kind of effect for my video. Yeah, it will take a little bit time to load, but our final output is gonna look something like this. Okay, so our next effect is CC Sphere, and you can apply this effect on any video as well as composition. Right now in this tutorial, I'm going to apply it on this compositions only. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select all of these layers, and I can right click pre-compose, or I can select all of this. I can press Ctrl Shift C, which is a shortcut key to create a pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as video. Okay, and hit enter, which means okay. And if you double click to open this, all of them are into the total new composition. Oh, and I'm going to select that video, and I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for CC Sphere effect. And if I double click, I can create this animation in the form of sphere, this layer. And if I hit spacebar, let's choose quarter resolution. All the animations are going to be inside this only. Okay, as you guys can see. So in CC sphere, the first option we will get is obviously known as rotation. Basically, we can rotate this circle the way you want on X, Y, and Z axis. Similarly, you can adjust the radius of it. Then you can adjust the offset. Similarly, render whether you want to render full, which means basic full, circle, or you want to render only outside. And if you choose inside, it will show how the circle is gonna look from inside. Okay, so I'm going to choose full. But if you see over here, if I see this in full resolution, and let's press Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I'm going to choose black color for this. Okay, as you guys can see, the one portion is dark and one portion is white. So for that, you need to go to the shading options. In light options, obviously from name itself, you can adjust the color settings, light, height, width, etc. You can adjust the direction as well, so that from where you want to light to come over here. Let's make this 0, so it will come from the top. And you can adjust the light height as well. It's totally up to you. I'm going to make it by default, which is 50. And light intensity, let's make this 100. Now, if suppose I don't want any of this white and black, what I can do, I can decrease the diffuse amount totally up to 0. And if I increase this ambient value, I'm not gonna get that 3D structure over here. You can make this 100 as well. Okay, it depends upon you. Let's make this 100. And now if you hit spacebar, I'm gonna get this kind of structure. But if I increase this diffuse value, and if I increase this ambient value, I can get this kind of a little bit 3D structure over here, and I can adjust it. Same, you have to play around with this other options to check out what other thing you can achieve with the help of these options. Right now only these many options are very important for this effect. Okay, so in previous video we have learned about CC sphere. Now along with that we are going to learn about CC cylinder as well. So let's delete this CC sphere, and now from name itself, so you can guess that what this effect is gonna do. Simply type CC cylinder and double click to apply, then obviously it will create a cylindrical shape. And just like that CC sphere, you can adjust the radius of this cylinder. Similarly, you can adjust the position on X, Y, and Z axis. Similarly, you can go to the rotation option and you can change the rotation of this like that over here, and you can adjust it like that. You can adjust the radius of it like that. Similarly, over here option as well. Over here you can easily understand how this works. Right now it's full. If I choose outside, I'll get only which is outside the viewport, and if I choose inside, I'll get all the things which are inside that cylinder. And same setting for this light options as well as shading options. I can decrease this ambient value and increase the diffuse light. Similarly, I can make this 0 and 100 over here. Okay, so the all other settings are very similar to CC sphere effect. The only difference between is that it will create a cylindrical shape and CC sphere will create a spherical shape. So yep, that is the only difference between these two options. Okay, so we have learned about CC sphere and CC cylinder, and we have applied all the effects on this adjustment layer as well as in this video as well. I'm going to delete those effects because we have already learned about it, and I'll go to my composition where I have this video which is inside this comp video over here. Okay, and now so there is another effect that we are going to learn over here, which is known as mesh warp effect. Okay, which is basically to create a warping animation. For example, if I apply that mesh warp effect, for example like this, I'll get this kind of grids, but they are not actually grids, they are actually the coordinates. For example, after applying that, if you select your selection tool and if you deselect it, you are not gonna see that. But if you select that video and then you will select that mesh warp, you are gonna get this grid over here. And if you click on this any point over here, and you can move it somewhere around like this, so as you guys can see, they are creating this kind of warp effect over here like this. Okay, over here. And now if you hit space, hit play, we are gonna get this kind of warp effect. Okay, so let's hit Control Z. So this is the use of this mesh warp effect. You can create so many creative things with the help of this effect. We are also gonna see in our next videos where we are going to do practical motion graphic animations. But right now all you need to understand that with the help of this effect you can create this distorted structure. Similarly, over here you will get this option called rows as well as column. Like with obviously from name itself you can adjust the rows and columns like that. Similarly, with the help of quality options you can adjust the quality of it. Like for example, if I choose one and if I move this over here, and if you see the quality you will get different, and if I increase the quality you will get different. For example, let's zoom in over here and let's make this quality 1 over here. Okay, as you guys can see we are getting this weird stuff. If I make this 100 we are getting this proper quality. Okay, so this is also the use of this one. And over here we will get another option called distort mesh. For example, let's make this quality 2. For now I'm going to create one keyframe, and if I hit U and if I go to around 4 seconds I'm going to create another keyframe, and this time on this one I'm going to select this and I'll move this from here to here. And now if I hit play, as you guys can see I'm gonna get that animation over here. As you guys can see this is moving. Okay, so this is the use of this distort mesh. Okay, so this is how we can use this mesh warp effect to distort our animation. Now we are going to learn about twill effect. This effect is very much similar to the twist deformer that we have learned in our shape layer series. Now I have this one animated video over here. Like I have this one video, then I have created one composition like this. Now to apply this effect, either you can select this composition or you can simply right click new and create one adjustment layer. Then simply go to the effect and presets panel and search for twill effect. In distort option you will get this twill and simply double click to apply. After applying that effect you will get this kind of options which is known as angle, twill radius and twill center. From angle itself, if you make this, as you guys can see, we can easily twill this effect. Similarly, with the help of radius you can adjust the radius of it like this. Similarly, with the help of twill center you can move it wherever you want. Okay, so how we can animate this? For example, let's select this and let's make this 45 degree and radius 30, and initially I'm going to move this over here, let's say, and I can create one keyframe at twill center, hit U, I can go to around 6 seconds maybe, and I can move this from here to here, let's say. And now if I hit play this animation, as you guys can see I can get this twill effect over here like this. Okay, so this is the simple use of this effect known as twill. Okay, so now we are going to learn about page turn effect, which is very simple. All you need to do is you need to select any kind of layer and simply go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC, or you can simply type page turn as well. Simply type page and you will get this effect called CC page turn and simply double click to apply. From name itself you will get this page turn effect. Right now its control is bottom right corner. You can change this top left corner and different corners over here like that. Okay, right now I'm going to choose bottom left corner, and then with the help of this point which is known as fold position you can create this kind of effect. Okay, like that. Then you can change the fold radius as well. It's totally up to you. Similarly, you can change the light direction, and you can choose whether you want to show the back page or front page or both pages over here. Similarly, right now if you see the back page is similar to this video only, but you can create another layer and tell it that this should be a back layer. For example, if I press Ctrl Y and create this solid layer and let's call it as BG, and I'm going to bring this downwards, I'm going to hide this BG layer. I'm going to select this effect over here, and in back page over here I'm going to select this BG. So right now as you guys can see the back page is in white color, and I can increase the opacity of back page as well. Okay, so then I can animate it like that. So yep, this is how you can use page turn effect inside of After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to talk about glow, blur and shadow. Okay, so I have created this text styles over here, and I have created this two adjustment layer, and let's select this second adjustment layer, and we are gonna go in effect and presets panel, and we are going to search for glow. Then you will get this option called glow, and simply double click to apply. From name itself you will get this glow effect over here, and you can adjust this glow threshold, similarly glow radius, similarly glow intensity. Only these three options are very much important over here. Other one are not that much important, but one thing is that you need to understand that glow threshold of this one should be more than 80 all the time. Okay, so make sure that it's more than 80, and then you can adjust the glow radius and glow intensity according to the look you want. Okay, so generally I prefer this kind of settings. I choose glow threshold 85, glow radius to 150, and glow intensity to 0.5 or 0.3 maybe. Okay, like that. So this is the glow effect. Then another effect is known as Gaussian blur. There are so many different types of blur, but my favorite one is Gaussian blur. So if I select this first layer, and if I go to the effect and presets panel, and I can search for blur effect, and as you guys can see, there are so many different blurs over here. If you want, then you can check out each and every blur options over here. This is kind of self explanation portion, but one of my favorite one is Gaussian blur, which is useful for each and every format. So I can simply select this and double click to apply, and all you need to do is that simply increase the size of this blurriness. Okay, and over here we have this repeat edge pixels. Why we use that? Let's see. For example, if I press Ctrl Y, and if I select red color, and if I bring this downwards, as if you see this now, if I increase this value, at the edge of this we are getting this black kind of shadow. This is because the repeat edge pixels is unchecked. If I click on it, that thing is gone, and I can select this adjustment layer. I can press P, and I can move the portion somewhere around over here. Okay, and I can make this value to 20, like that, or even more than that, and like this. Okay, I can bring this over here as well. Okay, and let's delete that. So we are gonna get something like this. So this is the use of Gaussian blur and glow. Now we are going to talk about drop shadows. So for that I need to delete all those adjustment layer. I'm going to select those text. I'll press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as text. Just for the now, I'm going to create something like that, and then I'm going to press Ctrl Y, and I'm going to create something like gray shadow, and I'll bring this downwards, and I'll lock this layer. Now drop shadow effect you can apply on any layer. Now I want to apply on this layer, so I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for drop shadow effect, and simply double click to apply. Then I can increase the distance of the shadow. I can adjust the softness. Similarly, I can adjust the opacity. Now, one thing over here that you need to always follow is that make sure to choose your distance properly as well as softness properly. Okay. And if you enable this shadow only, they will obviously, from name itself, they will only show the shadow. Okay, now let's talk about how much settings that you need to change. Okay, so whatever I'm going to show you now, these are my preferable settings. Instead of choosing complete black color, what I generally prefer to do is I create this blue color first, and then I try to choose something which is in the middle of this blue color and this black color, which is somewhere around like this, and simply hit OK. So now if you see, we will get this shadow. Along with that, we will get a little bit of glowing effect as well. Okay, then you can adjust to opacity. I am going to choose around somewhere around 25. Softness I choose 150, and distance it's totally depends on you completely. Like you can adjust the according to your needs. Okay, so we will get this proper smooth shadow like this. Okay, so now in this video we are going to learn about time displacement effect. For that we need to create a certain amount of animation. So let's try to do that. I'm going to select my text tool, and I'm going to type one text like this motion over here. I'm going to select this text, Control Alt Home. I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically as for scaling option, and I'll scale the size. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool and I'm going to create one rectangle. I'll hit enter and I'll call it as mask over here. Sorry, I'll select this, hit enter, and let's call it as mask. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Then I'm going to select this text. I'm going to press F4 and I'm going to choose alpha mask. And now we will try to animate that. So press P for position. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around 2 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe. Then I'll go to the start and I'm going to bring this downwards. And now if I hit play, I'm going to get this kind of animation. Then I'm going to select this and I'll hit F9. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now I'm going to select this motion and this mask and I'll right click and I'll choose pre-compose and I'm going to call it as text animation and I'm going to hit OK. Okay, so now over here what I have is that text animation and inside that we have certain amount of animation over here. Now to apply time displacement effect, if I need to create another layer, so press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and I'm going to right click, pre-compose this and I'm going to choose move all attributes into the new composition and over here we are going to call it as let's say map. Okay, and simply hit OK. Then I'm gonna go inside this and over here I'm going to apply, let's say, our fractal noise effect. Okay, let's apply this fractal noise and I'm going to increase the contrast little bit. Similarly, I'm going to decrease the brightness, complexity, let's make this 1, and in basic let's make this turbulent smooth, and instead of soft linear I'm going to choose this kind of blocks over here. Okay, simple settings. Now I can go to the main this main comp and I'm going to hide this map, and now I can select this text layer in which we have this animation, and now if I apply this effect called time displacement on it and if I try to hit play, as you guys can see I am getting this weird animation because we have to tell After Effects which layer they want to use as displacement layer. So time displacement layer over here we are going to choose this mask, and now if I hit play this animation, as you guys can see from the start we are getting something like that because maximum displacement time is 1. So for that what we need to do, we need to go inside this, we need to hit U and we need to start our animation from 1 second because if you see properly they are saying maximum displacement time is 1. So let's go inside this, select this and let's move this to 1 seconds. And now if I hit play, it will take a little bit time to load because this effect is quite heavy, but if you see this animation you will get something like this. So let's make this quarter resolution so now we can see our animation a little bit faster like this. Okay, so we can create this kind of stuff with the help of time displacement effect. Obviously there are much more unique ways to use that which we are going to see when we are going to do practical animation, but this is just you know basic tutorial to tell you how this time displacement effect works. Basically the time displacement effect with the help of this map layer, inside that whatever we need to create one structure in a black and white format. It's not necessary that you should use always a fractal noise only. For example, if I delete this fractal noise, right now I have white color. Suppose if I choose ellipse tool and with the help of black color I'm going to create this kind of ellipse. Okay, then I'll go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align vertically. I'll adjust the scale little bit. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for blur effect and I'll apply Gaussian blur and let's increase the blurriness. Okay, let's disable this repeat agent pixels. So now in this map we have one white color and one black color and it will work over here differently. If you see this animation, we are getting this kind of stuff. So basically in map your structure should be like this. Okay, let's try to choose red color over here and as you guys can see we are getting that is as well. Okay, so basically you have to create certain kind of texture over here in any format. Like if I hit Ctrl D for example and let's see how does it looks now. As you guys can see we are getting this weird text reveal. Okay, so yep, this is the use of time displacement layer. Okay, so now we are going to talk about 3D layers inside of After Effects. Now, let's select this our ellipse tool, for example, and by holding Shift, I'm going to create an ellipse. I'll press Control Alt Home. I can go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and align it vertically. Now, if I press R over here, I can only rotate in two-dimensional space. But if you press F4 over here, you will get this option over here which is known as 3D, and if you click on it, as you guys can see, the dimension has been changed because right now this is a three-dimensional object. Similarly, you can see the orientation, rotation properties will get something like that. Similarly, if I hit P over here, now I have a X, Y and Z axis as well. Similarly, over here you can see we have this X, Y and Z coordinates, and with the help of that you can rotate it on different dimensions. Okay, so this is the concept of 3D layer. Now if you go inside this in contents properties, you will get normal options for ellipse. Then in transform options, obviously right now you have different options for one extra options, you can say, for Z axis as well. And over here you will get this option called geometry options and material options. Material options, obviously, cashier, etc, etc. uh, you will get different results for that if you decrease this value, increase this value, but for that there should be a light in our scene. We will talk about that later. But over here you will get this geometry options. If you click on this changer renderer, right now renderer over here is classic 3D. You can open the settings by hitting Control K as well, or whenever you create new composition by hitting Control N. In 3D renderer as well you can change the settings. Okay, so for this composition I can hit Control K. I can go to the render, and instead of classic 3D, if I choose cinema 4D, and if I hit OK over here, okay, let's disable this preview and try to hit OK. And now, if as you guys can see, we are getting very different options, and similarly this geometry option has been also enabled. Now let's select this and press R for rotation, and let's rotate it somewhere around like this. Now if I go inside this geometry options, I'll get some extra options like extrude depth. If I increase this, as you guys can see, I'm gonna get something like that. Similarly, bevel options as well as whole bevel depth, etc. Okay, for that we need to include light. Obviously we are going to talk about light in depth, but to just for this portion I'm going to add new, and let's type light and let's choose point light and hit OK. Okay, and I'm going to bring this point light over here, and let's try to bring this over here. Similarly, go inside this and let's make this intensity 150. So as you guys can see, we are getting this light over here and this one over here. We will talk about this in depth in next video, but right now just for our basic understanding I'm going to use that. So if you select this object, if you increase this bevel value, let's see what kind of changes we are gonna get. We will, if you see, the edges are getting a little bit better, and etc etc. Okay, so let's make this choose. Let's try to increase this value. As you guys can see, if I choose angular, I'm gonna get different results like that over here. But this kind of things are gonna make your file heavy, so I would prefer not to use that. So let's make this none. Okay, similarly in material options, you can adjust this ambient value, etc, diffuse value, etc. All of these are self-explanatory portion. You can try to play around with this, but to do that you need this kind of lights over here, so don't forget to add that, and then you can play around with this. Okay, so most of the time this section, specifically geometry options, we don't use it properly because there are not much more options provided by After Effects. For that we generally prefer to use 3D software or plugins like Element 3D. But if you want to create some basic or very basic 3D kind of structure, you can use this option as well. Okay, so let's press Ctrl K and I'll go to the 3D renderer, and I'm going to choose classic 3D only because I don't want any of this object. I'll delete this line as well, and I'll delete this as well. So Now with the help of this 3D options over here, we are going to create one cube with the help of that. So let's try to do that. I'm going to select my rectangle tool and I'm going to press Ctrl K and I'll change the background into white, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse, not ellipse but rectangle. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. I can go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now over here, we need to create a structure of box. So for that, what we need to do, we need to adjust the anchor points. But before that, we need to create all sides of the box. So for that, what we can do, I can select this shape layer and I can hit Ctrl D and I can bring this over here. Now to properly snap at the edge, there are two ways. Either make sure that your mouse pointer is over here, then select it, and by holding Ctrl, I can adjust it like that. Similarly, I can select this, I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate. By holding shift, first I'll bring this over here, then by holding Ctrl I can snap it properly. Or I can select this, hit Ctrl D, and I can enable this snapping option as well. So what will happen with the help of that, it will properly snap at this point over here, and like that. Okay, so you can do this as well, like this. Okay, so let's select this, hit Ctrl D. Let's try to bring this properly over here. Let's select this, hit Ctrl D, and let's try to bring this over here. So all of this is ready, and now we need to adjust the anchor point of it, because we need to anchor point because we need to rotate it in proper axis. So what we can do, I can select this, I can select my pen behind tool, and I'll make sure that my snapping tool is on, and I can bring this over here. I'll select this, bring this over here, select this, bring this anchor point over here, select this, bring this over here, and bring this over here. Now if I can rotate it to create a box, and to see that properly, what I'm gonna do over here is that we need to convert this layer into 3D. So first of all, select all of them and convert those layers into 3D over here. And now over here, if you see, we have this option called active camera and one view or two view. Whenever we convert any 3D layer, we can get this option. Right now it's active camera. If I go to the front view, I'm gonna get different results. In left view, as you guys can see, we are getting left view. Similarly, in top view, we can see this from the top. In back, we can see this from the back, and active camera like that. And even similarly, we will get this custom view as well, so we can see from the parallel view. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select active camera. Then over here you will get this option called one view. You can choose two views as well. Similarly, you will get four views as well, in which this one is active camera, this one is right, this one is top, and this one is from front. Okay, but we don't want this much, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose two views over here. And for this one, which is right now in active camera, I'll keep it as it is. And for this one, which is right now default, I'm going to choose custom view. Okay, so I can see all of them from each and every angle. So I can select this over here and I can press R for rotation. And as you guys can see, I need to rotate it on Y axis. So I'm going to make it 90 degree. Similarly, I want to this, and this should be rotated, and this should be parent with this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this one and I'll make it a parent with this layer, and I can press R for rotation because this portion is on plus 90. So obviously this one should be on minus 90. So I'm going to make it minus 90. Similarly, this one, which was the parent with this, I can press R and I can rotate it on minus 90 degree. Similarly, I can select this one. I can press R for rotation. I have to rotate it on x-axis, so I'm going to make it minus 90. I can select this one. I can press R and I can rotate it on plus 90. So as you guys can see, our cube is ready over here. And right now my cube is ready, so I don't need any of this. So I'll choose one view and I'll make sure that I'm in active camera. Okay, and I can press Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I can choose black color now. I can right click new and I can add light over here like this, Okay, but we are not gonna get any of those structure because this is not our renderer is classic 3D. If I choose cinema 4D and I add bevel, I'll get different results. Or if I change this size, as you guys can see, intensity, based on that I'm gonna get different results. Okay, so let's make this intensity 70. Okay, now let's disable this parenting. We don't need any of that. If I go to the custom view, I can see my cube is like that because of our light. If I disable this, I'll get something like that. Okay, now I want to rotate this cube. So for that, what we need to do, we need someone to control the now what we can say rotation property of this entire cube. At that time you can right click new and you can create one null object and you can convert that null object into 3D, and then you can go to the top view. You can bring this at the center of that box from the top. Similarly, you can go to the front view, you can adjust it from here as well. Then select all the shape layers and you can make it apparent with that null object. So what will happen, this null object, if I press P, this null object is going to be the controller of all of those. And if I press R, I can rotate this ball, not ball, but this cube with the help of this null object. So I can create one keyframe over on all of that. I can go to around, let's say 6 seconds. I can make this 1, 1, 1, and I'll hit N. So now what will happen? I'm gonna get the rotation animation for this cube, and that is going to be in the form of loop. Okay, so this is how this 3D space works inside of After Effects. Obviously we are going to talk about in depth and we will learn how to use it creatively when we do our practical animations, but right now this is the only thing that you need to understand. Now in previous video we have created this animation over here, and now we are going to talk about our lights. So if you right click new, and over here you will get this option called lights. Now there are different lights. Obviously first one is parallel light, spotlight, point light, and ambient light. Let's talk about parallel light. If I make this intensity 50 and if I hit OK, as you guys can see we are getting this kind of light, and you can adjust this point over here. Let's disable the snapping, we don't need that. Let's lock all of these layers so we can only focus on this light. You can adjust that where that light want to project, and then you can adjust the position of that light as well. You can go to the top view as well, and with the help of that you can adjust the position of that light similarly where it want to project itself. Okay, so you can do that as well, and then you can choose active camera. You can double click and you can adjust the intensity of that light as well. Okay, so this is about a parallel light. If you right click new light over here, the second light is spotlight, you can hit OK, and over here you will get this different options. Let's make this initial intensity 100, and let's talk about what is this cone angle and cone feather. So as you guys can see we are getting this kind of light, just like our parallel light. You can adjust the where it want to project. Similarly, this entire spherical structure, with if you double click on it and if you go to the cone angle, you can adjust that as well. Similarly, cone feathers as well, you can adjust it. Okay, so just play around with this option so you will get to understand what is this and how does it works. Then right click new, and we have already learned about this point light. This is very a basic light, so let's not waste our time. Then there is a ambient light. This is basically light which is doesn't have any physical form over here. It will only appear in our scene, but you can only do is adjust the intensity of it. Basically this light is useful when you want to increase the brightness of our scene, like that. Okay, not, to be honest, not very much useful, but yeah, you can try to use it wherever you want. You can adjust the color of this light as well, like that. Okay, so these are the basic settings of light that we generally try to use in After Effects. Okay, now in next video we are going to talk about the camera, but before that I need to adjust this scene. So for that, what I'm gonna do over here is that I know obviously that this is my animation. What I will do, I can alt click on this stopwatch and I can type loop out expression over here, which is this one. I'm going to talk about this in depth, that what are these expressions and stuff. Let's select this, hit Control C to copy. I'll alt click on this stopwatch and I'll hit Control V. Alt click on this stopwatch and I'll hit Control V. With the help of this expression, what happens that this animations try to repeat itself. Okay, we will talk about it when we are going to learn about expressions. Right now we will use like this only. Simply copy this expression, alt click on them and apply this. Then we are going to select all of them and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as box. Now if you see this box over here, now this is entire composition. This is not a 3D layer, but if I click on this option over here and if I convert this layer into 3D, now this box will act like a 3D layer and I can rotate separately this box, okay, like this. It will consist of this all animation, but if I disable this option, I'll get this like a 2D structure, but if I enable this option, I'll get the entire 3D structure, okay, like this. Now after that, I'm going to select this and I'll enable this icon and I'm going to convert this layer into 3D. Then I'm going to go in my 2 views, and instead of this custom view, what I'm going to do, I'll select the top view over here. I'm going to select this and I'll bring this over here. I'll hit Control D. I'll bring one over here and I'll adjust the size over here. I'll select this, I'll hit Control D and I'm going to bring one over here like this. I'll hit Control D, I'll bring one over here and I'm going to move this on Z axis like that. I'll hit Control D and I'll move this over here and I can adjust the Z axis over here like this. Okay, let's not adjust it too much backward. Let's adjust it somewhere around over here like this. Okay, so and then let's make this one view again and let's make this fit. And now if I adjust this like that and select all of them, and let's try to bring this over here. And now if I hit play, I'm gonna get different results like this. Okay, so this is how you can adjust the lights. So you can add light over here as well. You can add whatever light you want. I'm going to choose, let's say, point light example. I can bring this light over here and I'll try to adjust one light over here. Let's double click and I'm going to make this intensity 150. I'll select this and I'll hit Control D. I'm going to bring one light over here like this. Okay, and let's make this full resolution. I'm gonna get this kind of boxes. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of 3D structure. Now in next video we are going to learn about our camera. Okay, so now we are going to talk about camera. So right now we have created all our 3D assets, but to to do zoom in zoom out we need a camera. So you can simply right click new and you can create camera, and over here you will get so many different settings which we are going to learn how to use it. Just like our composition settings, they also provide some customs. So let's try to choose this 50 mm, or let's hit Control Z and let's try to choose this 20 mm. And over here you can adjust the angle of view as well. Okay, and angle of view I'm going to choose 39 and let's try to hit OK. Then as you guys can see, our camera is added. If you hide this camera, you will get different results a little bit like that. Then over here, if you see this option, you will get this options of cameras, like you can choose orient object. So as you guys can see, you can move your camera like this. Similarly, then you will get this option called pan. You can move this camera like that. Similarly, you will get this zoom in zoom out options. With the help of that, you can move your camera on Z axis. So these are the options provided by After Effects to choose our camera. Simply you can go to this camera setting option by hitting double click, and if you increase this zoom in value, obviously it will zoom in zoom out on particular object. Similarly, you can adjust the angle view like that. Okay, so it's totally up to you the way you want. You can adjust this portions. I'm going to make it 39 like this. Now if I go inside this and I'll get all the camera options over here, or you can simply select this and hit A 2 times, so it will show you camera options like that. And to understand this option, let's try to go to our, let's say, two views, and I'm gonna go over for this or let's go to the top view over here like this. As you guys can see, we will get something like this. This is my camera and this is where this camera is focusing on. So right now we will get the zoom options. If I increase this, as you guys can see, the camera is zooming around different options. I'm gonna move this somewhere around over here. Okay, then another option is known as depth of field. If I enable this option, if you see over here, we are getting two lines over here. This line is basically, let's disable this. As you guys can see, we will get this normal line. If I enable this, I'll get this extra line. This extra line, which means this camera is focusing on this portion. For I can adjust this line with the help of my focus distance option. Suppose my line is over here, so as you guys can see, this camera is focusing on this option. So if I increase the aperture value to 200, let's say, and if I increase the blur level to 400, as you guys can see, all the other things are gonna look blurry because focus distance is somewhere around over here. So I'm going to make this blur level, let's say 200, and aperture value 400, so I can see all the other things are gonna get blurred. Now if I change this focus distance to somewhere around over here, now if you see properly, this object is looking clear and all the other things are blurred because this camera is focusing on this portion. If I increase it up to this object, basically this one, as you guys can see, this option, we can see this one clear cut and other one is different. Okay, just like if I increase it over here, I can see this one properly and all the other things are blurred. See, like that. Okay, so these are the options for camera, which are very basic. Okay, and all the other things are self-explanation portion. To be honest, even I don't know much more about this option. Okay, but in After Effects specifically, these four options are very important to understand. So you can play around with these options and try to use it differently and creatively. Obviously, when we do practical animations, we are gonna talk about it, but right now only these options that we need to understand. Okay, so let's try to make this active camera, and let's make this one view again. Now if you guys know that with the help of this option you can adjust the camera, but along with that, what you can do, you can simply right click new and you can create one null object. You can hit enter and you can call it as cam controller. You can convert that null object into 3D and you can select this camera and make it apparent with this cam controller. So with the help of this cam controller, you can press R and you can easily rotate your camera. Similarly, you can press P and you can adjust the position where you want to. For example, let's initially I want my camera should be at this point. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to somewhere around 6 seconds. I'm going to make it 0, or let's make this 500 and I can hit end. So what will happen along with this, I can get this camera position animation as well. Okay, similarly you can select this camera, hit double A. You can make this focus distance to somewhere around over here. You can adjust it somewhere around like this, like this camera is initially focused on this object. You can create one keyframe and then at this point you can move this somewhere around over here as well. Okay, so along with this animation you can get this camera animation as well. So this is the use of camera in After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to talk about logic of expressions. Now, whenever we create animations in After Effects, we cannot completely rely on keyframes only. Sometimes we need to add certain expression to perform certain duties. For example, let's choose this ellipse over here, and I'm going to choose red color, and by holding shift I'll create one ellipse. I'll press Ctrl Alt Home. I'll adjust it like that. Then I'll press P for position and I'll create one keyframe over here. I'll go to around 2 seconds and I'm going to move them from here to here. So now if you see this, we are getting this common animation. But over here, what I want is that this should start in the form of loop. Like after this last keyframe, it should repeat this entire animation again. So how we can do that? Simply go over here and hit N. And now if I hit play, I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. But this is just for 2 seconds. Now suppose I want this animation in the form of loop up to 6 seconds. Maybe I'll hit N over here. So there are other way is that I need to select those keyframe. I'll hit Ctrl C to copy. I'll go to 2 seconds. With the help of page down button, I can press Ctrl V. I can select those keyframe. I can hit Ctrl C and I can hit Ctrl V. So what will happen? It will repeat the keyframe. Again, I'll go one frame forward and I'll press Ctrl V again. So I'll get this animation in the form of loop. But in After Effects, with the help of expression, we can do that without using our trim comp work area or without using any repetitive keyframe. So how we can do that? Over here you will get this stopwatch. If you alt click on this stopwatch, you will get this expression. Now what this expression does is that it will provide the data in a text format. For example, if you see inside this, what this text saying is that transform dot position, which means in transform property you are at the position property over here. Okay, similarly if I alt click on this rotation as well, for example, you can see they are saying same text that in transform you are in rotation. Okay, so this is the use. Now over here we can use expression called loop in loop out. Over here we will look at loop out over here, and we after that let deselect it. And now if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, after the last keyframe this is going to repeat itself. Okay, but if I select this and if I move this over here, if you see now, after the last keyframe they are repeating the animation, but before that they are not repeating, because this is loop out expressions, which means at the end from this it will try to repeat the animation from end. But suppose if I want this repetition at the start, so what I can do, instead of loop out, over here we will get this loop in. Over here we need to delete those two close brackets, and now if I hit play, as you guys can see I'm getting animation over here, but I'm not gonna get that animation after that. Okay, so this is the use of loop in loop out animation, and the proper way to use it is that simply select those keyframe. Okay, select those, press Ctrl Alt O, go to the align tab, align it like that, press P for position, create one keyframe. You can go to around 2 seconds. Let's move this over here, go to 2 seconds, select this, Ctrl C Ctrl V, select those keyframe, hit F9, alt click on the stopwatch and simply type loop out expression on it. Okay, so, and now if you see this animation, we are gonna get this animation continuously. Okay, so this is the use of loop in loop out expression. Now in loop in loop out as well, there are so many different things you can do. If you see over here, after loop out text we have open and close bracket. If I type this over here, and over here you will get this so many options like continuous, cycle, etc. If I click on this continue and let deselect it and let's hit play, as you guys can see we are not getting any much more even at the start and even at the end. Okay, so there is not much more use of it. But over here let's close this, and then if I click on the cycles over here, as you guys can see we are getting this same just like a looping loop out over here. And we are not gonna get this at the start, but we are getting the same animation just like without this text over here. Okay, so this is the use of cycles. So this first two options are not very useful, but if you click on this offset over here, and now if you hit play, it's gonna go totally upward over here. Okay, like this. Basically they are repeating this keyframes, but they are repeating in forward direction like that. Okay, that's why even if you say, we will get something like this. Okay, then we will try to choose ping pong. As you guys can see, we will get this keyframe but in a reversible manner. Okay, so these are the basically these two options are very important to understand this offset and ping pong. Otherwise these two are not very much useful like that. Okay, so now we are going to learn about time expression. Time expression is generally useful to apply certain amount of speed to our animation without using keyframes. Okay, so to explain that, I have this one stroke, and if you see, the anchor point is at the start. And one thing you need to understand, that time expression only works on the properties which has only one dimensions. For example, in anchor point, they have two properties, one is for x and one x for y. Then it's not gonna work. Same for position, one for x, one for y. It's not gonna work. Scale, two dimensions, but in rotation we have only one dimension over here. Similarly for opacity, so these two properties can take that time expression. Now what time expression is gonna do, for example, suppose if I want to change the rotation of it, I can create one keyframe over here. I can go to around 6 seconds and I can make it one complete rotation, and if I hit spacebar, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, but with the help of time expression, what we can do, I can alt click on this stopwatch and I'll search for time. I can type star and then I can type 1 on 10 maybe. And now if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, with the help of this 10, they are providing our speed unit, which is 10, and time applying the speed. If I make this 100 over here, and now if I hit spacebar, as you guys can see, we are getting certain amount of speed. If I make this 100 to 1000, I'll get this kind of speed. Okay, so this kind of expressions are used to apply speed. Okay, and right now it's positive 100. If I make this minus 100 over here, then let's see what we can get. Let's delete that. We are getting this in opposite direction. Same procedure we can apply for this opacity. If I alt click on this stopwatch, I can apply time star 100. Then as you guys can see, they are going to increase the opacity like this. I can make this 50 as well. Yeah, so we will get this kind of thing. So this is the use of time expression, which is basically useful to apply certain amount of speed to your animation without using any keyframes. Now we are going to talk about wiggle expression. So wiggle expression is very simple. You can simply select your ellipse and you can create one ellipse, control alt home, align to over here. Wiggle expression is generally useful to create some wiggle amount over here. For example, simply press P, alt click on the stopwatch, and you can apply wiggle, open close square bracket, and inside that you can type 2,2 over here. So now if I hit space bar over here, as you guys can see, we are getting certain amount of animation over here. It's very small, so let's make this 6,6. and now if you hit play, as you guys can see, we are getting certain amount of value over here. If I make this 116, we'll get something like this. With this 20, I'll get certain kind of things. Okay, so this kind of thing, expressions are very useful when you want to create some jittery animations, etc. Okay, very simple but very useful as well. Okay, so now let's talk about how we can export our animation. For example, suppose I have this animation file over here, and there are two ways to export your animation in After Effects. Either you can do it in After Effects itself, or you can use media encoder. So how we can export this in After Effects? After doing that, simply press Ctrl M on your keyboard, then it will open the render queue, and over here you will get this so many settings, out of which we are not going to talk about much more complex. But over here in output settings over here, in format you can choose whatever format you want, like you can choose png sequence, photoshop sequence, quicktime, etc, etc. You can use according to your needs and simply hit ok. And in output all you need to do is to decide where you want to save your file. Okay, and then you can simply hit on render. Okay, so this is the way to import your animation in After Effects. But if you want proper mp4 format, then we have to use media encoder. The proper way to use media encoder is simply go to the file options, go to the export and export to media encoder queue, and simply click on it. Then it will open the media encoder file, and as you guys can see, my last file over here is this file over here. Previously this is the file which I have used to render out my other videos, which you are seeing in this course as well. All of them I have rendered. I can select them and I can right click and remove them as well. Okay, and same settings over here, but a little bit extra settings in this options over here. You can decide whatever format you want. If you want mp4 format, you have to choose this h.264. This is going to we need. And if you want to adjust much more settings, then simply click on this icon, and over here you will get this so many options like height, width as well. You can simply uncheck this and you can adjust according to your needs. Okay, I'm going to make it keep it as it is. Okay, then there are so many options over here. Similarly over here you can see the file size as well. And there is one tip I would like to share, that if you want to reduce this timeline file size over here, you will, if you see you will get this option called bitrate settings. Right now it's VBR one pass. If you go to the CBR and if you try to reduce this value, as you guys can see, the file size is gonna decrease. Similarly, it will you will get some reduction in quality, but not much more. Okay, but generally whatever file size is gonna be over here, I'll keep it as it is. I don't want to change anything. Okay, I'll cancel it because I don't want to change anything. And then over here simply click and you can save your location and save. And all you need to do is simply click on the start queue, then it will start to render out your animation. Okay, so this is the how you can export your animations inside of After Effects. Okay, so now we are going to start from here, how to animate practically inside of After Effects certain kind of animations. And we are going to start with our logo animation series. Now to animate any logo, we need first that logo PNG, JPG, or maximum is Photoshop and Illustrator file. But we are going to look at some advanced techniques to animate logo, so we need to use Photoshop, or sometimes we need to use Illustrator as well. Right now I'm going to use Photoshop over here. Okay, so now I have this Intel logo file over here. I'll also provide this Photoshop file so you can use that to animate as well in After Effects. Okay, and now I need to properly create a logo out of it to animate. So let's try to do that. Now I want this portion should be on a different layer, and all the other alphabet should be on different layer as well. So for that, what we need to do is that I need to select my rectangles tool over here, which is rectangle mark tool. I'm going to select this much area. I'm going to hit Ctrl X to cut it out. I'll create a new layer from here and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'll double click on it and I'll call it as box, like this. Okay, so we will get something like this. And if I hide this, this is on separated layer. And same procedure I'm going to follow for all of these alphabets. So let's select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, hide this. Same procedure over here, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, hide this, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, select this, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and we have this R on separated layer. And now we will just name it, like I'll call it as E, I'll call it as T, I'll call it as N, and I'll call it as I. Okay, and now I'm going to save this file at appropriate position. I'm going to save it as Intel logo and hit OK and hit OK. So our Photoshop file is ready. I'll provide this file as well. Now we will go to the Adobe After Effects. I'm going to create a new composition. I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose over here is 1920 and height is 180, frame rate is 30 and duration is as well 30 seconds, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then we will go to choose grid and guide option and we will simply hit on title selection. Now in project window, first we need to import our logo, so simply double click and I'm going to select my Intel logo Photoshop file. I'll import as and I'll choose composition, return layers and sizes, and I'll simply hit import and I'll hit OK. And then I'm going to bring this layer over here, and if you double click on it and if you hit Ctrl K, as you guys can see, the height width is also 1920 by 180. And one thing I forgot to tell you, that whenever you are going to bring any logo over here, make sure that your Photoshop file size also should be 1920 by 180. All you can do is press Ctrl Alt I, so you can choose this image size, and over here you can change the size as well as resolution. Okay, just simple as it is. So because size in Photoshop is 1920, similarly over here if I hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, size is same but the background color is black, so I'll change it and I'll choose white color like this. Okay, so this portion is ready, but if you see, the size of this entire logo is very high. So what I can do, I can right click, I can create a new, and I can create one null object. I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to make it parent with this null one. Then I'm going to select this null one and I can press S, and because they are all parent with this null, I can adjust the scale at appropriate size. I think this much looks good to me, so I can select this. After that I can delete it. Okay, so now the size of each and every one is properly adjusted. Okay, now we need to create this animation first, and if you see we always have X and Y axis to animate, and even if you press P, we have position X and Y on different I mean two positions properties. We have position X and position Y, but right now they are only in position panel over here, so I want separate properties for X and Y. So for that I am going to right click and I am going to choose separate dimensions, and here we go. Now we have two position properties, X and Y. Now initially I want this should be over here, then this should be over here, this should be over here, but I want specific reading for this final position. So what I'm going to do, I can bring Ctrl R for ruler, and with the help of that I can create marks over here like this. So this should be over here and this should be over here. So what happen is that this is very useful to decide final position of this animation. So now I can try to animate that. Now initially I'll try to bring this downwards somewhere around over here. I'm using shift to do that. I'll bring it over here like that. So Y position should be over here, and now I'm going to move this from here to here. Okay, like that. So let's create one keyframe at X. I'm gonna go somewhere around 1.20 frame, and I'm going to move this from here to here like this. And one use of ruler is that if you enable this snapping option, you can easily snap at this ruler properly. Okay, so let's bring this over here like that, and let's make this fit. And now if you see, we are getting something like this. And after this point I'm going to create one keyframe at Y. I'll go to around 3 seconds, and I'm going to move this from here to here like this. And I don't want any position on X-axis over here, so I'll delete that. So now if you see this animation, I'll get this and then this. Now let's select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Now we have already learned about this graph, so it would be easy for us to understand this. So by holding shift, I'm going to move this over here and I'm going to move this over here. So now if you see, we are getting this and then we are getting this. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Now I need to add some effects over here, but before that I'm going to select this, right click, and I'm going to choose option called pre-compose, and I'll make sure that my move all attributes into the new composition is on, and I'm going to call it as box echo and simply hit OK. And after that I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel and I'm going to search for one effect called echo, and if I double click on it and if I see this over here, I'll get this different stuff because they are getting multiple objects over here. Now for example, if I increase the number to 20, basically from name itself, echo means they are creating multiple copies of it. So now what kind of changes we need to do over here? Right now echo operator is on. Let's choose maximum, so we are not gonna get any color bendings over here. And if you see properly, the distance between these echoes are very high. So what we can do, echo time seconds over here, we need to see this value. It's 0.0333, out of which the second 3 I'm going to, instead of 3 I type 0, so my point value is 0.0033. okay, so let's keep it as it is and then choose quarter. And now if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff, but we need a more amount of copies over here, so I'm going to make it copies up to 60. okay, or yeah, or even more than that, 80. The main purpose is that this eye should get covered at this point. okay, so select this eye and let's bring this over here with the help of open square bracket. okay, so what will happen, that we are gonna get a look of that this eye is appearing because of this echo. okay, like this. Then what we want is that let's lock these two layers. We don't need that because the animation is done. Now this animation is required, so for that I'm going to select this and this should start to get animated after the animation of this eye over here, like this. So somewhere around over here I'm going to bring all of them over here. I'll press P for position, create one keyframe. I'll go to around 4 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe, and at the start go to the align tab and we are going to choose this option, align horizontally, and then I'm going to move all of them somewhere around after this eye. Then select those keyframe. I'm going to hit F9. I'll go to the graph editor. I'll select this graph. By holding shift, I'll move this handle over here and I'll move this handle over here. So I'm gonna get this kind of animation. Now this animation should be one by one. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this this alphabet and I'm going to adjust those like this. So what will happen, we will get this animation one by one. And if you think the distance between this is very high, so simply you can make a distance a little bit low according to your needs, whatever is suitable for you. I'll do one thing, I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames for each, so that would be easy for us to understand that how we need to use it, like this. okay, and after that I'm going to select all of them and I'll enable motion blur. So now if you see, we'll get something like that, but it should not come like this. It should look like that they are coming from inside this eye. So for that, what we can do, I can select all of this remaining alphabets and I can press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as remaining alphabets, and I'll hit OK, and I'll hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this. okay, still it looks something like this, but I can select this composition and then I can select my rectangle tool and then I can create a mask like this on this one. So now what will happen, that it will look that they are coming from inside this eye. And if you want, you can select your selection tool, you can select this mask a little bit and you can move this a little bit over here as well. So we are gonna get something like this. Okay, so let's make this fit. Okay, and along with this, what I want is that at this point it should come from here to here. So for that, what we can do, let's change this log. I'm going to right click new and I'm going to create one null object. I'll hit enter and I'll call it as position. Okay, and then I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to make it a parent with this position. I'll select this position, I'll create one keyframe over here, I'll go few frame forward somewhere around over here, around 5 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe, and at this point I'm going to move this position somewhere around over here, and I'm going to select this position keyframe, select this position keyframe and I'll hit F9. So I'll get something like this. Now let's do one thing, let's select those keyframe. Let's go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if you see, you will get something like this. Now by holding alt or let's simply select this last keyframe and move this to 4 seconds like this, and this thing should start to happen. Let's go and try to adjust in such a way that it should look good. Okay, and now if I hit play, I'll get first this animation, then I'll get this animation. Okay, like this. So this is how you can create this kind of animation. Then you can go to the main animation comp, you can press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. You can go to the start, select this Intel logo comp, press S and let's make this 115 initially, create one keyframe and somewhere around, let's say 6 seconds maybe, let's make this 100. And now if you hit play, let's choose quad resolution. Along with this animation, you will get a little bit of scaling animation as well. Okay, and at 6 seconds, I am going to hit N. So now we will get this kind of logo animation. Okay, so now in this video we are going to create Apple logo reveal animation, and for that I have this Apple PNG file, and this time we are going to use Adobe Illustrator. So first of all you need to do, simply go to the file, new options, and I would suggest you to create, go something for size. I'm going to choose 1920 and height I'm going to choose 180 pixels, and make sure that you are in RGB mode and simply hit create. Okay, so I have already created this file and I'm going to save this file. Then I have this PNG logo, I'm simply going to drag and drop in Illustrator. Then let's zoom out a little bit and I'm going to select this and press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool, and by holding shift I'm going to adjust the scale, and then I'm going to adjust it somewhere around over here. So let's hit Ctrl 0 and bring this over here. Now whenever we are going to do this kind of animation with the help of Illustrator and After Effects, make sure that your logo should be in black and white format, or it should consist at least two colors only, or one color only, but most of the time make sure that your logo in black and white format or in PNG format with black color. So that's why I chose this Apple logo, because this is PNG as well as it says backlink color. Now after that I'm going to select this logo, and over here you will get this option called image trace. So simply click on it and simply hit OK. Okay, then it will do some certain operations. Then after that you have to click on this expand. So now if you see, they have converted this entire logo into one shape layer. Now let's select this, right click, and we are going to select this ungroup, and we will select this one white solid background, and we will delete this. So now we have this and this shape on different layer. So let's select both of this, and I'm going to hit Ctrl C. I'll go and create a new layer, and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'll double click on this bottom layer, and I'm going to call it as fill. Okay, and I'll hide this layer. Then I'm going to select this uppermost portion. I'll hit Ctrl X. I'll create a new layer, and I'll press Ctrl Shift V. I'm going to double click, and let's call it as stroke. Similarly, double click, and let's call it as stroke. Okay, why I'm calling it a stroke? Because I don't want any fill over here. So I'll select both of these layers, and over here in color option fill, I'm going to delete that fill, and in stroke I'm going to choose black color, and I'm going to add somewhere around 2 stroke only. Okay, so this is going to be my logo like this. Now I'm going to create certain animations in After Effects, so let's try to do that. Now let's go to the Adobe After Effects. I'm going to create a new composition. I'm going to call it as always main animation over here, just like we do. And width I'm going to choose 1920, height I'm going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, and duration is also 30 seconds, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then we'll go to choose grid and guide option, and we'll choose titles of action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I, or you can simply double click on this portion. Let's select our Apple logo. I'll go to the import as, I'm going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import, and simply drag and drop over here. Now if you double click to open this, we are not gonna see anything. So let's hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and we are going to choose white color over here, and let's hit OK. Okay, like this. Now we have this fill as well as we have this stroke. Okay, so let's try to animate our stroke first. For that, what we need to do, I'm going to select this, right click, create shape from vector layer. So what will happen, we will get these two outlines. I'm going to delete this stroke illustration layers because we don't need that. Now we have these two strokes, and for the stroke width I'm going to choose 5 pixels, maybe like that. And let's try to animate this stroke with the help of trim path. So let's go over here, go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path, and let's make this value somewhere around like this. Okay, and let's change this offset value somewhere around over here like this. Okay, and if you change this end value somewhere, as you guys can see, we can get this kind of animation over here. Okay, so let's make this end value 100, and let's try to make this start value 10, and change this offset somewhere around over here like this. Okay, so let's make this proper minus 200. Okay, so start value is 10 and 100 end value, and minus 200 offset. And if I make this start value somewhere around like this, I can animate that. So I'm going to create one keyframe at start. I'll go to around 3 seconds, and I'm going to make this start value 0. So what will happen, I'm gonna get this kind of animation over here. Okay, so as you guys know, if I see, my animation is starting from here. So let's log this layer just for now. I'm going to select my pen tool, and I'm going to create one point over here, and by holding shift I'm going to create another point over here like this. And let's move this a little bit over here and press Ctrl Alt Home. Okay, let's try to bring properly. Okay, so it looks like they are connecting each other. So after that, let's select this and change the color of this one to yellow, so it would be easy for us to understand that this one is different. I'm going to go in add menu, trim path. I'll go to the trim path, and let's make this end value, or let's say start value 100. Create one keyframe. I'll go somewhere around 1 second, and I'm going to make this value 0. Okay, so it looks like it's coming from here, and then this animation should start to run from here. So if you see, we are gonna get something like this. And as this animation is about to end, I'm going to create one keyframe at end of this one, and when this animation is gonna complete itself somewhere around 4 seconds, I'm going to make this end value 0. So now if you see this animation, we are gonna get this kind of look. Okay, so our this animation is ready. Now we need to create animation for this stroke over here as well, which is this one. So let's bring this at the top and let's hide this. Okay, so let's try to animate this. For animating this, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click, I'm going to create new, and I'm going to call it as one null object. I'll hit enter and I'll call it as rotation. Okay, I'm going to select this stroke and I'll press P for position. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around 4 seconds and I'm going to create another keyframe, and I'll go to the start and I'm going to move this from here to here. Then I'm going to select this stroke and I'm going to make it a parent with this rotation. Then I'm going to select this rotation. I'll press R. I'll create one keyframe. I'll go to around 4 seconds. I'm going to create another keyframe, and initially I'm going to rotate it somewhere around like this. So now if you see this animation, we will get something like this. And select those keyframe and hit F9. Similarly, select this, press R for rotation, create one keyframe, go over here, and let's make this one complete rotation. So what will happen along with this, we are gonna get this rotation for this option as well. Then hit select both of them and hit U, select those keyframe, and we will hit F9, and we will go to the graph editor. We will select this graph over here, and by holding shift I'm going to move this handle like this. So if you hit play, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, or you can simply keep it as it is as well, because that looks also a smooth animation. And if you want, you can select this, and obviously by holding alt you can change it somewhere around over here. Okay, so this stroke animation is ready. Now we need to create animation for this fill. So for that, what we can do, let's see. Over here, first of all, let's select all of these layers, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as stroke animation, and hit OK. I'll go inside this, I'll select all of them, and I'll enable the motion blur. So what will happen along with this, we will get a little bit of motion blur as well. Okay, so let's hide this, and now we can focus on this one. Initially, I'm going to select this fill. I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for fill effect and double click to apply. And instead of red, I'm going to choose grayish color over here like this. And now we need to create certain mask for it. So select rectangle tool. I'm going to delete this stroke, and for the fill I'm going to choose red color, and I'm going to create one this kind of rectangle. Now let's select this rectangle, hit enter, and we are going to call it as mask. So this is going to be act like a mask. So simply bring this over here, select this fill, and if you guys know that with the help of F4 you can change this toggle operations and choose alpha mask. Then select this mask, press P for position. We will bring down initial position over here. We can create one keyframe. We can go to around 4 seconds over here and change this from here to here like this. Okay, then I can select this. I can go to the effect and presets panel, and I can search for one effect called wave warp, and simply double click to apply this, which will create this waving animation. And I can increase the scale width somewhere around like this. Similarly, I'm going to apply one effect called turbulence displace. To apply that effect, we will get certain kind of height and depth in that wave animation. Okay, similarly I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to hit Ctrl D. I'm going to select this fill, and this time I'm going to choose black color and select both of them, and let's bring this a little bit upward over here. So we will get this two shades, and select this mask over here, and in wave direction you can change. Similarly, evolution you can change in this turbulence. So what will happen, that will that animation will look a little bit different over here. Or you can select this fill, you can hit Ctrl D, select both of them, and let's bring this a little bit over here. select this fill, and instead of this grayish color I'm going to choose a little bit of this kind of color as well. Okay, so first animation should be this stroke animation, and then somewhere around at this point, maybe after the stroke animation is gonna complete, I want this animation should start to appear. Okay, like this. Okay, so this is for that, and now there should be certain kind of liquid should drop over here. So for that as well, you can create one pen tool. You can bring one line from here and one line over here, and you can delete the stroke. You can choose, first we need to select this color over here. Let's select this, press Ctrl Alt Home, press P, and let's bring this over here and change the color of this one to 15, or let's say 10. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this over here like this. Okay, then we have to change the colors according to this colors. So go to the stroke with the help of this pick up this color, hit OK, select this, go over here with the help of this picker. I'm going to pick up this black color. Okay, and now I need to create some animations over here. So let's select this, go to the add menu, we are going to choose trim path, go to the trim path, and let's make this end value. We will create one keyframe. We'll go to around 1 second, we'll make this 100. We'll go to around 2 seconds, we'll create another keyframe at start. We'll go to around 3 seconds and we'll make this value 100. So if you see, we are getting something like this. So let's go to around 10 seconds and let's move this over here. We are going to select this keyframe, and let's select those keyframe, and let's try to move this over here and bring this over here. So we'll get that quick animation. Or okay, and then you can select those. Okay, select those keyframe and we will hit F9. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this dropping animation. Then copy this trim path, hit Ctrl C, select all of them and hit Ctrl V. So we'll get something like this. Now let's zoom in a little bit, and initially this portion, which is this one, should be over here like this. And let's select our pen tool and make sure that it should touch the ground, and hit U, zoom in a little bit, and when this portion is going to start to appear, we need to make sure that it should properly come at this point, like at this point over here, like this. Okay, over here, and let's select those last keyframe. When this animation is gonna end, at this point it should stop. So let's move this over here. Okay, and let's make this fit, so it will look like this. Okay, like that. Same procedure for all of them. You can hit U, you can start somewhere around at this point, select this, and you can select this. You can move them a little bit over here and make sure that this point should touch this edge. Okay, same procedure for this. Select this, move this over here, hit U, zoom in, select this, and let's move this over here like this and bring this downwards. Okay, and let's make this fit. Okay, now we need to adjust the position. So select this and bring this over here, select this, bring in middle of that, select this and bring in middle of that. So now if I see this animation, first I'll get this. It will take a little bit time to load, so let's make this third resolution and let's try to play. First I'll get this animation, then this stroke animations, and then I'll get this filling animations. Okay, over here, and press F4, select all of them and enable their motion blur. Then you can go to the main animation comp and you can see we'll get this animation, and make sure to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this downwards. Then as always, initially press S. Let's make this 115, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 8 seconds, and let's make this 100 and hit N. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of animation. So here we are in Adobe for After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to name it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose, let's say 1920. Height I'm going to choose 180. Frame rate is 30. Duration is 1.30 second, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition, and I'll call it as text animation and hit OK. Press Ctrl K to open the project settings again, and width over here I'm going to choose 1080 pixels and hit OK. Then let's make this fit. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition, and height over here I'm going to choose, let's type slash and divide it by 6, which means we will get something like this. Okay, press Ctrl K again to open the project settings, and let's call it as strip. Okay, and color, background color I'm going to choose white color over here so we can see the text, or let's say black color is okay because we have already added the white color over here. So press Ctrl Y over here to select one solid background and lock this layer. Now I'm going to type my text over here, and let's type our text. I'm going to type motion, and for the color I'm going to choose black color. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the character menu, and for the font I'm going to choose Oswald font and Oswald minimum. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Ctrl Alt Home, press S and increase the size of this text somewhere around like this. Go to the character menu, and let's decrease the alphabetical distance between these two text. After that, hit spacebar, type dash again, type motion, then go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press Ctrl Alt Home, press S, and this time let's decrease the size so our text is going to be inside this composition like this. Okay, and if you want, then you can increase the alphabetical distance again so you can adjust it properly like this. Okay, so our text strip is ready. Now go to the text animation, and we will bring our strip over here. Then we will go to the effect and presets panel, and we will search for one effect called CC reptile effect and simply double click to apply. Expand down, let's type 500 and let's see. Expand up, let's type 500 and let's see. Okay, now select this strip and hit Ctrl D. Select this second one, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply, and we will lock this layer. Now select this strip, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 2 seconds, and we will change the position somewhere around like this. Okay, let's go inside this strip and we will hide this white layer for now. Okay, so now as you guys can see, we have this kind of animation. Now let's go to the 2 second, and I'll move this until this text is going to be properly cover this red text over here like this. Okay, now as you guys can see, we are getting this halfway through, so we need to increase the expand down option over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this animation. Now alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this, and let's delete this reference layer. So now if you see this animation, this is going to be continuously in the form of loop. Okay, you can go inside the strip and you can delete this white solid background. We don't need that anymore. Now let's go to the main animation, hit Ctrl 0 to open the project settings. We will bring our text animation comp and we will move this over here, and let's make this fit. Now select this text animation and hit Ctrl D. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC sphere effect and simply double click to apply. And let's go to the light options or shading options. Let's say increase the ambient value to 40 and decrease the diffuse value to 10, and let's increase the ambient somewhere around like this and increase the diffuse to 20. So let's make this ambient 90 and diffuse 20. Okay, then we will go to the rotation options and we will rotate it on somewhere around like this axis. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now I want this thing should be rotate on y-axis also, so I'll create one keyframe at y rotation and hit U. And as you guys can see, my animation is in the form of loop at 2 seconds. So let's 2 plus 2 4, 2 plus 2 6, and then again 8. So I'm gonna go somewhere around 8 second. So what will happen after 8 second also, this is going to be in the form of loop. So I'll go somewhere around 8 second maybe, and I'll change this complete rotation to 1. So what will happen, along with this animation we will get this rotation animation also. Okay, now I'm going to select this text animation over here. I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for mesh warp effect and simply double click to apply. Now rows I'm going to choose 1 and column I'm going to choose 2, so I'll get this kind of stuff. Let's choose rows also 2, so we will get this line. We will hide this ellipse just for now. Now select this and select this mesh warp, and we will click in the middle over here, and so we can see we are getting this 4 handles. All we need to do, first of all, select this and move this properly at the center. So select this mesh warp effect, select this point, select this and move this properly at the center like this. Zoom in a little bit and make sure this is going to be in the proper line like this. Okay, if I select this and see this again, make sure to adjust it properly. Same thing I'll follow for this one also. Let's select this line and move this properly towards this center. Then I'm going to pick up this line. Let's move this properly towards the center. Then select this line and move this properly towards the center. Okay, now after that, select this line, select this one and move this properly towards the center. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff. Similarly, select this line and move this towards the center. So if I see this now, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. Select this, go to the quality and increase the quality to 10, and let's then enable this circle over here like this. Okay, now let's select this, press Ctrl Shift C and move all attributes into the new composition and hit OK. Double click to open this comp, press Ctrl K over here, and width I'm going to choose 1080 again. Okay, so we will get this kind of stuff. Now select this, and now again I'm going to choose mesh warp. Again I'm going to follow the same procedure. I'm going to make it 2,2. Select this one, this middle one, and you can move it like this. You can move it like this. Then select this one, you can move it like this, and you can move it like this. So now if you see this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, so now select this CC sphere layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect, and simply double click to apply and increase the drop shadow totally up to 400. Okay, distance should be 0, and you can increase the opacity, so you will get this kind of opacity over here. So we will get this kind of effect. You can go inside this text animation, and over here you can select this layers. You can go to the effect and presets panel and search for ramp effect and apply to this white layer like this. So if you see the result in main animation, we will get something like this. Okay, let's make this fit. I'm going to choose radial ramp. Let's bring down this layer to the middle one, and if you see this stuff over here, we are getting this kind of stuff like this. Okay, and you can remove the drop shadow effect also if you want, but I'm gonna stick with this because we need certain depth. So let's go over here and try to bring this properly at the center. and instead of complete black, I'm going to choose a little bit of grayish color. We don't want complete black color over there. And I'm going to select this text animation, which is this layer over here. Right click, go to the reveal layer source project, select this text animation, hit Ctrl D, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace this layer. Double click to open this, select this white solid, and we will delete this gradient ramp. We don't want that ramp for this layer. Okay, and you can go to the CC sphere effect, and let's go to the shading. If you increase this diffuse to 40 and ambient to a little bit, let's say 70, and diffuse 40, so you will get this proper sphere. Okay, then you can press Ctrl Y on your keyboard and create one white solid background, so we will get this kind of effect like this. Then you can right click new and create one null object. You can select all of this and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press R for rotation. You can rotate it like this, and you can increase a scale up to this, so you will get this kind of effect. Okay, like this. And all of this animation is going to be in the form of loop. Okay, then you can do another thing over here, which I also do for my most of the animations. I'm gonna right click new and create one adjustment layer, and I'm going to apply one tint effect on it, and double click to apply, and I can swap this color over here, and or instead of that, you can choose different color for this, like this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one ellipse. By holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Go to the start, select this adjustment layer and make it apparent with this one. Select this, press S. Initially let's make it the scale 0. Okay, then I'm gonna go somewhere around 4 seconds, and I'm going to increase the size of this layer somewhere around like this. Okay, so if I see this animation, I'll get something like this. Okay, and instead of red, I'm going to choose black color only, and I'm going to just swap this color, so I'll get different results. Over here, I'm going to want this should cover the entire composition. I'm going to select this adjustment layer, hit Ctrl D, and let's move this over here. Okay, so I'll gonna get this kind of animation like this. So this is how you can create this kind of dynamic text reveal animation inside of After Effects. So as always, here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 30 seconds long, and background color I'm going to choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then press Ctrl N to create another composition, and we will call it as strip. And height for this one I'm going to choose 150 and simply hit OK. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'm going to choose black color for the stroke and simply double click over here, and stroke width I'm going to choose 10 pixels. Then go to the rectangle path and unlink this scale, I mean size, and let's scale this over here and also scale this over here. Okay, and let's lock this. Now our stroke is ready. Now we will type our text. I'm going to select this text over here, and you can type whatever text you want. I'm going to type simple text like motion design over here, and for the text color I'm going to choose black color. I'll hit spacebar 2 times, dash, and again I'm going to type motion design. Now select this text and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now press S for scaling option, and let's scale this text somewhere around like this. Now select this layer and hit Ctrl D, and let's change the color of this one to yellow. Now select this first layer and press P for position, create one keyframe, go somewhere around let's say 4 seconds maybe, and let's press V, and let's move this text from here to here totally out of this composition over here. Then go to around 8 seconds and we will copy the first keyframe. So hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph and by holding shift I'm going to move one handle over here and then move one handle over here. So if you see this animation, you will get something like this. Okay, now after that let's go in middle of this keyframe, which means at 4 seconds I'm going to select this text over here and I'll make it apparent with this second one. Okay, and alt click on this position tab and let's type loop out expression over here like this. Okay, so we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop like this. Okay, select all the layers and enable the motion blur. Then go to the main animation and hit Ctrl 0 over here and we will bring this strip over here like this. Then press R for rotation, rotate it on 90 degree like this. Then press S for scaling option and we will scale it somewhere around like this. Then press Ctrl K to open the project settings and let's change the color of this one to black. Zoom in a little bit over here, hit Ctrl K again and instead of black let's choose red color and let's increase the scale somewhere around like this. Okay, so let's try to adjust it like 57.5 maybe, or let's make this 56 or 56.2 or let's say 0.3. Okay, our main motto that it should touch the edge of this comp. Okay, so it's properly touching the edge of this comp. Now I'm going to select this strip and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as cylinder over here and hit OK. Now select this, go to the effect and presets panel, search for CC cylinder effect and double click to apply. But if you see over here we are getting this weird stuff, so let's go inside this and instead of this I'll hit Ctrl D. Let's hide this second one. I'll select this, press R for rotation and let's make this 0 and press S and let's make the scale 100 again. Okay, so as you guys can see we are getting this kind of cylinder over here. Okay, let's select this layer and we will delete this one. Okay, let's go to the shading options over here and we will increase the ambient a little bit up to 70% or let's say 80% like this. Okay, now let's increase the radius of this somewhere around like this. So if you see over here, let's make this quad resolution. We are getting this kind of animation over here. If you want, then you can decrease this to 120 as well. Okay, now select this, go to the rotation options and as you guys can see we can rotate it on x-axis like this. So let's create one keyframe at x rotation. Select this and hit U. Let's select this, hit Ctrl D, hit U and let's make this 30. Okay, so we'll get this kind of stuff, but I don't want anything at the back. So for that what I can do is I can choose only outside render. Similarly over here in render, choose outside over here like this. Now select this cylinder over here and instead of 120 I'm going to make it 122. So we will increase the scale a little bit over here. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D again and press R for or simply hit U because we have already created rotation X. So let's make this 60 over here like this and let's make the scale 124 like this. Okay, if you see this in quad resolution we are getting this kind of stuff and I think we will make this 120 again. For all the radius should be same, otherwise it will get confusing like this. Similarly I'll select this one over here, hit Ctrl D, select this fourth one and hit U and let's make this -30 like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, select this fifth one and let's make this -60 over here like this. Okay, then hit U. Let's select all of this and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as front over here. Now let's make this fit and hit Ctrl 0. Select this front in the project window and hit Ctrl D and double enter and let's call it as back over here and let's bring this back comp over here and go inside this back comp over here and let go inside this back comp. Let's select this, go over here and choose inside and we will select all the stuff for inside. Like this. Okay, so we are getting this kind of stuff. If you see this in quad resolution, we are gonna get this kind of animation over here like this. Now let's go inside this back. Select the cylinder, right click, reveal layer in source project, and we will select the cylinder and we will hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select all of these 5 layers, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Then go inside this, select this strip, right click, reveal layer in source project, select this strip, hit Ctrl D, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Then go inside this and let's uncheck this, select this white color and press Ctrl Shift Y, and let's make this color to black one. Similarly, select this stroke, go to the color, choose white one, select this these two text and change the color to black one. So if you see, those background animations are in black color. Now let's go inside this front, and I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames to adjust them like this. Okay, one by one. Similarly, go to the back, zoom in a little bit, again take a distance of 5 frames and adjust them one by one. Okay, and go to the 20 frame, select all of them, hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, go to the start and move this over here like this. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of alternations in our animation. And because our animation is in the form of loop at 8 seconds, I'll go to the 8 seconds and I'll hit N over here up to this. So after 8 seconds, I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So our sphere is ready. So select this, press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as sphere like this. Okay, then select this and press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, move this over here, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, move this over here, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, hit Ctrl D and move this over here like this. And you can adjust the scale somewhere around like this. Okay, you can play around with the scaling properties of each and every one like this, and let's adjust it over here like this. Okay, so you will get this kind of stuff. Now select all of them and press R for rotation, create one keyframe, then go to somewhere around 8 seconds over here, and let's make this rotation 1 over here, let's make this -1 over here, let's make this 1 -1 and 1. Okay, so what will happen along with this, if I go to the start and if I hit play, I'll get this kind of alternative rotation animations over there. Now let's make this full resolution over here, select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as animation over here, and press Ctrl Y to create one white background like this, and bring this at the back. Select this first one, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply, and let's increase the drop shadow somewhere around like 200 over here, and distance to 20 or let's say 40, and opacity 20 or something like this. Okay, so you'll get something like this. Now over here, another thing I can do is that I need certain kind of animation at background as well. So for that, I'm going to select this ellipse and I'll delete this stroke, I don't need that, and I'm going to choose black color for the stroke, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and let's bring this backward. Now initially let's make this 0 or something, create one keyframe, go to around 4 seconds, and we will increase the size until it's going to cover the entire portion. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here, and this time change the color of this one to white one, and let's make this quad resolution like this. Okay, so now we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop like this. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of typographic animation. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. we will create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose over here is 1920, height 1080, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on titles affection. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition. I'll call this comp as strip. In width option over here I'm going to type star into 6 and star 6, which means 1920 into 6. Height is 1080, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on titles affection again, like this. Now hit Ctrl K again to open the project settings. Now over here height is 1080. Let's do one thing, we will make this 250 and hit enter, so we'll get this kind of strip. Now press Ctrl Y on your keyboard to create one solid background and hit OK, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type my text. You can type whatever text you want. I'm going to type, let's say, motion graphics, hit spacebar dash, select this, hit Ctrl C, hit Ctrl V, Ctrl V. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically like this. Press S and let's increase the size of it somewhere around like this. Now select this and press P for position. Select this, hit Ctrl A, select the second layer, create one keyframe at the start, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around somewhere 16 frames over here, and from here to here I'm going to move this text layer out of this composition like this. Okay. So if you see this, now we will get this kind of stuff. Now select those keyframe over here. Let's move this over here around 6 seconds. I'm going to select this and I'll make it apparent with this second layer. Now alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this. So what will happen, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop at 16 seconds. Okay, now right click new and I'm going to create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect and double click to apply and swap this color. Now go to the start, press S, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around let's say 2 seconds, create another keyframe, and now unlink this option and let's make this 0 initially. Select those keyframe and hit F9 like this. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation over here like this. Now you can do reverse also. Simply select this, right click, keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframe, so you will get this animation in opposite direction like this. Now select this and hit Ctrl D, hit U, go over here and move this over here and swap this color. So we will get not swap this color but keep it like as it is like this. Okay, go to the 4 second, hit Ctrl D, select this adjustment layer, Ctrl D, move this over here, Ctrl D, move this over here, Ctrl D, move this over here, go over here, select all of them, hit Ctrl D, let's bring them at the top and let's move this over here. Hit Ctrl D, let's bring them at the top and let's move this over here. Select this, hit U, go over here, select them and move them over here like this and hit U. Okay, so we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop, and if you see at the 16 second we are getting this animation in the form of loop. Now hit Ctrl 0 to open the project setting, select this strip and hit Ctrl D to duplicate, and we have the strip 2. Double click to open this, hit U, select this last keyframe, right click, go to the keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframe, so we will get this animation in opposite direction like this. Then right click right click new and create one adjustment layer again and apply tint effect and we will swap this color. Okay, so we will get this animation in opposite direction. Now we will get something like this. Now hit U, I'm gonna go around 16 frames over here like this. I'll hit N, right click, trim comp to work area. Similarly go to the strip, hit U, go to around 16 frames, 16 seconds, hit N, right click, trim comp to work area. Now let's go to the main animation comp and hit Ctrl 0. I'm going to select my strip 1 and I'll bring this over here. I'll press S, unlink this and decrease the scale. I'll go somewhere around over here, around 16 seconds. Right click, go to the time and choose time enable remapping. Create one keyframe before this last keyframe. Delete this last keyframe. Alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it like this. Zoom out and let's increase the duration of it like this. Go to the align tab and align it at the bottom. Zoom in a little bit. Hit Ctrl D. Make sure to enable this snapping and we will bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D and basically we will create this kind of duplicates. Okay, now select the strip 2 and by holding Ctrl I'm going to select the alternate layers. By holding Ctrl I'll select this alternate layers and by holding Alt I'm going to replace this, so we will get this kind of stuff. Let's make this fit. So as you guys can see we are getting this animation in opposite direction also. Now hit U and as you guys can see we have this animation. If you go to the 16 seconds, as you guys can see after 16 seconds also we are getting this animation continuously in the form of loop. Then you can go inside the strip over here. You can go and select your rectangle tool and we will delete this fill and we are going to choose black color for the stroke and choose 1 to 2 pixels and double click to apply this and create rectangle. Select this and go to and move this over here. Go to the scaling option, unlink this. Let's make this 95 on this, or let's say 90, and on this axis also let's make this 95 or something, or let's say 98 or let's say 99. Okay, now select this and let's increase, let's make this 80 on this side. Okay, let's select this and increase the stroke width to 3 pixels. Now select this, hit Ctrl A, go to the strip 2, select this, hit Ctrl V and go to the start. We will get something like this. So now as you guys can see, if I make this full resolution we are getting this kind of stuff. Now let's make this in quad resolution. Now select all of them and enable the 3D icon. Then right click, new, and create one camera and angle of view is 49 and simply hit OK. Right click, new, and create one null object. Convert this null object into 3D. Select this camera and now make it a parent with this null. Now select this null, press R for rotation. I'll rotate it on Y axis somewhere around like this. Then on X axis I'm going to rotate it like this. Press S for scaling option and decrease the scale a little bit, and disable the snapping tool, and I'll adjust it in some way that I don't want any small space at this side. So press R for rotation and let's rotate it on Y axis somewhere around like this and try to adjust it over here like this. Okay, and now as you guys can see we are getting this kind of animation over here. Now what I want is I want alternation in this animation. So what we can do, I'm going to select this, or let's go inside the strip over here. Let's select this text layer, hit U. As you guys can see we have applied position keyframe animation, so select those keyframe and hit F9. Let's go to the graph editor. Select this graph. By holding shift I'm going to move a little bit over here. As you guys can see influence is 51.29. Similarly I'll select this and by holding shift I'll move this until my influence is somewhere around 51 over here like this. Okay, same thing I'll follow for this one also. I'll go to the strip, I'll select this keyframe, I'll hit F9, I'll go to the graph editor, zoom out a little bit, select this. By holding shift move this over here somewhere around 51.29. Similarly select this, by holding shift I'll move this somewhere around 51.76 or somewhere. If I go to and see this animation over here, I'll get this kind of animation like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'll take a distance of 10 frames. I'll select all of these strips, hold alt, close bracket, zoom in, and let's trim up to this. Right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. Now zoom out a little bit and let's increase the duration of this comp. Let's go somewhere around over here. And okay, hold alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Go to the start and let's bring this over here and move this over here. Now as you guys know that my animation is in the form of loop at 16 seconds, so I'll hit N over here. So what will happen after 16 seconds, I'll get this animation in the form of loop like this. Okay, so we will get this kind of animation over here. Then after that I'll select this camera, hit double A and enable the depth of field over here and make sure to choose full resolution so I can see properly. Now aperture value I'm going to choose 100 like this. So as you guys can see, we are getting this depth of field and focus distance is 200. If you want more blur level increase, you can do that also like this. So you will get this blurriness value. I'm going to choose 200 value over here, and focus distance I'm going to choose a 1800. You can adjust the focus distance according to your needs. I'm going to stick up with this one only. Okay, like that. So at 16 seconds I'm gonna get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So this is the 60-second animation in the form of loop. So and if you want, if you don't want this stuff, then I mean this ease in ease out effect, then you can simply select those keyframe and by holding control you can simply apply the initial animation that we have created. Simply apply control and click, so you will get the original animation. If I see this in quarter resolution, I'll get this continuous animation in the form of loop like that. Okay, so this is our animation. Now what I want is that I want to animate the focus distance as well, and that is also in the form of loop should be. So I'll select this camera, hit double A, and I'll create a one keyframe at focus distance, and I'm going to make a distance of 2500. So camera will focus over here, and let's increase the blur values to 500 so we can see the focus distance animation clearly. Initially it should be, let's say, 42800, so it will focus camera over here, create one keyframe. I'll go somewhere around 8 seconds, and now I'm gonna make this focus distance 1000, or let's say 1500. So camera is focusing over here now, let's say 1400 like this. And at 16 seconds I'll copy my first keyframe, Control C, Control V, select those keyframe and hit F9. So after that, blur level value I'm going to choose 200 over here after this animation. So we will, along with this animation, we will get the focus distance animation always. Let's choose 300 value, or let's say 250 value for the focus distance over here. Okay, so what will happen, along with this text animation we will get this animation also. So this is how you can animate. Now by chance if you feel that this focus distance animation is too long, so what you can do to make this in the form of loop, simply go to around 8 seconds, select those focus distance keyframes. By holding alt you can move those keyframes up to this. Okay, then you can alt click on the stopwatch and you can type loop out expression on it. Okay, so you will again get this animation in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of looping text animation inside of After Effects. So as always, here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation, and width I'm going to choose 1920 by 180. Frame rate is 30. Duration is 1 minute long. Background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition. I'm going to call it as strip, and width is 1920 and height I'm going to choose 250. Frame rate is 30. Duration is 1 minute long, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then select your text tool over here, and we are going to type our text. I'm going to type dash strip brush. Okay, now select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, like this. Now select this layer. Let's decrease the scale a little bit. Select this layer, hit Ctrl D, select the second layer, go to the character menu. We will delete this fill. We are going to choose stroke, and stroke width we are going to choose 0.5. Now select this second layer, hit move this downward and move this over here like this. Okay, and instead of 0.5 let's choose 0.1. Okay, then I'm going to select my rectangle tool over here and we will simply double click, then go to the rectangle one, rectangle path one, unlink this, decrease the size from here and decrease the size from here like this. And let's go and remove this title section. So we are gonna get this kind of strip. You can select this third layer, press T for opacity and change the opacity to 50. Then press Ctrl Y on your keyboard and we are going to choose black color and let's bring this downwards. So this is my strip. Go to the main animation. We will bring this strip in our main animation comp. Then press R for rotation. We will rotate it on -90°. Press S for scaling option and we will scale it somewhere around like this until we will touch this line. Okay, now select the strip, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC reptile effect and simply double click to apply. Then we will go to the expand value over here and we will increase this expand value to 2000 and expand up value also to 2000. Okay, now select the strip, press P for position, create one keyframe, then press Ctrl R to bring our ruler and bring this ruler over here like this, and it should touch the edge of this text. Okay, somewhere around like this. Now select the strip, press P for position, go to around 1 second and we will move this from here to here like this. Okay, let's bring this properly over here, then bring this over here. Okay, now alt click on this stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. Okay, and let's make this fit, and if you hit play we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now let's move this ruler. Select this strip, press Ctrl Shift C and we will call it as side, and move all attributes into the new composition and hit OK. Select this side, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC cylinder effect and double click to apply. Then go to the rotation property and we will rotate it on Z axis. So let's make it +90 over here. Then rotate it on X rotation and let's rotate it like this. Okay, then press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, let's make this scale 60. Then select this side, hit Ctrl D, select this second layer and we are going to delete this CC cylinder effect. Press R for rotation and convert this layer into 3D. Then we will rotate it on Z axis. Let's make this +90. Then we will rotate it on minus 45, let's say, or let's say -30 like this, and we will move this on Z axis somewhere around like this. Press S for scaling option, scale a little bit and let's adjust this value somewhere around like this until this edge should touch the edge of this one. So let's move it over here. Okay, so we are getting this kind of stuff. Now if you see over here the weird stuff is happening over there, we don't want that. So we are going to select this first layer, we will go to the rotation properties and we will change the Y rotation somewhere around like this, so the error is gone. Then let's make this fit. We will select this side, right click, reveal layer in source project, select this side and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace this side with this first layer. Then double click to open this, hit U, select those keyframe, right click, keyframe assistance and time reverse keyframes. So now if you see this animation, we are getting in reversible format. Now I want the animation where this strip should be first white, then because of this rolling it becomes black. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside this side strip, I'll right click new, and I'm going to create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect and simply double click to apply and swap this color. And I'm going to move this adjustment layer in the over here where it should touch the middle line. And if you go to the main animation comp right now, we will get this kind of stuff. You can select this and move this a little bit over here like this. So now it will feel like we are getting this kind of stuff. Let's rotate it. Let's rotate it on y-axis more. Yeah, so we are getting this kind of stuff. So the rotation property should be, let's make this plus 90 only, and this is plus 90 and this is minus 40. Okay, we are getting this kind of animation. We are almost close. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose white color for the background and bring this downwards. And let's lock this layer. Select both of this layer, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and we are going to call it as animation and hit OK and enable this icon. Then press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Press R for rotation and rotate it like this. And let's move this line over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and let's make this minus. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it like this, and let's move this over here. Press S for scaling option, check out this option again, and let's bring this downwards and select this, and let's move this over here and bring this downwards. Okay, let's adjust it like this. Select both of them and make sure that they are properly at the center. Select the second layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for blur effect and simply apply this Gaussian blur, and we will increase the blurriness value somewhere around like this and repeat edge and pixels like this. And go inside this first. Let's select this, press Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the project setting color to white. Zoom in a little bit. We have to make sure that this is touching edge properly. Yeah, over here if you disable this icon over here, we are getting properly like this. Make sure to enable this line over here only. For this one I'm gonna go with somewhere around like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we are getting this kind of animation like this. If you want, you can select this layer, you can go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and simply double click to apply. Increase the softness to 100, or let's say 200. Let's say 400. Copy this drop shadow effect, select this layer and hit Ctrl V. Okay, then you can go somewhere around 6 seconds also and hit N. So if you see this, now we are getting this kind of animation that is also continuously in the form of loop like this. And over here you can right click new and create one adjustment layer. You can apply tint effect over here and you can swap this color if you want, but I would not recommend that. So if you want to change the colors, you should select this adjustment layer, hit Ctrl X, go inside this and hit Ctrl V and swap this color over here. So you will get this kind of stuff. Okay, so but I'm gonna stick with this animation only like this. So this is how you can create this kind of kinetic typographic animation inside of After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration we are going to choose, let's say 1 minute like this. And background color we will choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on this title section. Press Ctrl N to create another composition and we will call it as M. Now go to the width option and let's choose width 800, height 800, and this portion should be like this only, and simply hit OK. Now after that, go to the shape options and we are going to choose rounded rectangle. We will delete the stroke, we don't need the stroke. Then we will go to the fill option and we are going to choose black color for this and simply hit OK and double click to create this kind of rectangle. Now resolution, let's choose full. Go to the rectangle, go to the rectangle path and let's increase the roundness up to 100 like this. Then size over here, let's decrease the size somewhere around like this. Okay, now let's minimize this. Now select this layer, hit enter and let's call it as rectangle. And over here, go inside this and create one keyframe at size like this. Select this, press P for position, create one keyframe. Now select this and hit U, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second over here, create another keyframe. Let's make this size 700 like this, or let's say 750 like this. Go to the start and let's make this size 50 like this. Okay, now select those keyframes and hit F9, so we will get something like this. Okay, now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to choose let's say Poppins font. I'm going to choose Poppins semi bold version and type M. Let's select this and let's choose, see what we will choose, light version. Let's say select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Now let's go to the character menu and instead of light, let's choose thinner version of this font like this. Now select this, press Ctrl Alt Home like this. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now let's do one thing, we will make the scale 100 only and select this, go to the character option and we will increase the font size like this. Okay, yeah, this looks good. So font size we are going to choose 700. Now select this, press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically like this. Now go to the start, select this M, press P, create one keyframe. Go over here, create another keyframe, go to the start and we will bring this downwards and select those keyframe and hit F9, so we will get something like this. Okay, now go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we will move one handle over here and then we will move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get something like this. Let's do one thing, select this, let's move this a little bit over here. If you are not getting this kind of graph, simply right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. By default sometimes you are in edit value graph which looks like this, so we need to choose edit speed graph and then adjust this graph to like this. So we'll get this kind of stuff and let's move this a little bit over here like this, or let's say over here. Okay, then take a gap of few seconds, like go around 2 seconds over here. Now select this rectangle, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 3 seconds and we will move this rectangle out of this composition like this. Okay, now select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph. Now we will select this rectangle, we will hit Ctrl D, we will hit U and we will move this rectangle over here and we will delete all of this keyframe. Okay, now this is our rectangle 2. Just for the sake of knowing, I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow. Then go to around 3 seconds over here. Now select this rectangle and make it a parent with this rectangle. Now select this, delete this initial position keyframe, select those position keyframes, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we'll move one handle over here and one handle over here. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to select this rectangle, hit Ctrl D to duplicate, change the color of this one to aqua or something. select this, hit enter, and let's call it as mask. After that, select this rectangle, this mask rectangle, hit U, and make sure that you are at this point over here, and I mean around 2 seconds, and then delete those keyframes. And now select this rectangle, hit F4, and choose alpha mask. So we are getting this kind of stuff like this. Okay, now select this M, create one keyframe at position, go to around 3 seconds, and we will bring this up to this. Okay, not totally upwards but somewhere around over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9, and over here go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here a little bit and move one handle over here like this. So if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff. And now select this rectangle layer, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, select this M and choose alpha mask. Okay, like this. So we are gonna get this kind of stuff. Now over here, hit U, hit N over here, right click, trim comp to work area like this. Then go to the main animation and bring our M over here. Now go inside this M, press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this white background over here. Okay, at the back, and lock this just for now. Lock this for now. Now go to the main animation, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I'm going to change the color of this one to red one. Now select this, go somewhere around over here at the last, and over here right click, go to the time and choose time enable remapping. And before this keyframe, I'm going to create another keyframe, and I'll delete this keyframe. Alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. Okay, and then increase the duration of this comp. So if you see now, we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now press S for scaling option, and let's make the scale around 50, or let's say 40. Okay, and let's bring this over here and enable this snapping. Select this M, hit Ctrl D, and let's move this over here. We are creating duplicate by hitting Ctrl D, MOTION. Select all of them and let's adjust this over here at the center. Now select this M and hit Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as O. Go inside this, select this text and change this text to O. Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as T. Double click, let's call it as T. Hit Ctrl D, I. Go inside this and let's call it as I. O we already have, so select this, hit enter, and let's call it as N. Double click to open this and let's call it as N. And now we just need to replace it. So select this O by holding Alt, replace it. Select this, replace it. Select this by holding Alt, replace it. Select this by holding Alt, replace it. Select this and by holding Alt, replace it. Okay, so if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Now we are going to take a distance of, let's say, 5 frames or 10 frames maybe. Let's take a 20 frames, let's take a 10 frames distance, and let's see how does it looks. We are getting this kind of animation. Okay, or let's take a distance of 8 frames, or let's say 5 frames. Okay, So we are getting this kind of animations. Now let's go over here, hit Ctrl A to select all of them, hold Alt, open square bracket and move this over here, go to the start and let's move this over here. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and let's bring this at backward like this. Go to the M and let's delete this white background in each and every comp. So if you see, we are getting this kind of animation. Now select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as motion and hit OK. Select this, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this over here. Okay, now again let's take a distance of 20 frames, select this, move this over here, select this, move this over here, or I think we need to adjust them properly line wise. So this one should be first and this one should be over here. So now let's move this over here, go to 20 frame, move this over here like this. So now they are line wise. Select this, all of them, press Alt, open square bracket to trim this up to this, go to the start and move this over here. Now if you go to C and in any alphabet, the 3 is our last option point. So now this animation is going to be in the form of loop at 3 seconds. So if I hit N over here, as you guys can see, this animation is in the form of loop. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go somewhere around 3 plus 3, which is 6. So I'm gonna hit N over here like this. Now after that right click, new and create one adjustment layer, go to the effect and presets panel and I'm going to apply for tint effect, double click to apply and we will swap this color. Press S, unlink this and let's make it like this. Press R for rotation, let's rotate it like this. Press S and let's increase the scale like this. Now select this, press P for position, let's bring this over here, create one keyframe at position, go to around 6 seconds. Let's move this from here to out of this composition like this. Okay, now right click, new and create one adjustment layer again and apply tint effect and swap this color. Then again go to the ellipse and create one shape layer. To ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Then press F4, select this adjustment layer and choose alpha maps. Now go to the start, select this shape layer, press S, initial scale should be 0, create one keyframe, go to around 3 seconds and let's increase the size of this somewhere around like this. Okay, so if you see this, we are getting this kind of stuff. Then at 3 seconds over here, we are going to select this adjustment layer and this adjustment layer, I mean shape layer, hit Ctrl D and with the help of open square bracket, simply move them over here like this. So now we are going to get this animation continuously in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of animation inside of After Effects like this. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30 and duration is let's do one thing, we will make it 10-second duration. And background color, I'm going to choose white color, simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title save action. Then press Ctrl N and let's call this composition as box, and over here we are going to do divided by 3. Similarly over here slash divided by 3. So we are getting this kind of box and simply hit OK. Now over here we will start to do our animation. So press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we are going to choose black color and simply hit OK and hit OK like this, and let's lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Then go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Select this, press S for scaling option, and let's scale it a little bit like this. Now select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 20 frames, create one keyframe, go to the start, or let's go to 1 second and move this over here. Now go to the start. Initially let's make this over here like this. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Go over here, select this, press S, create one keyframe, go to 2 seconds, and let's increase the scale until it's going to cover the entire composition. Select this keyframe and hit F9. Okay, so we will get this animation and then this animation. Now after that I'm going to select my ellipse tool again, or instead of that simply select this and hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's go somewhere around over here like this. Now okay, and change the color of this one to black. Okay, and simply move this up to 2 seconds. So we'll get this over here. Now this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this position keyframe, and instead of from this side I want this should come from the upper end like this. Okay, so it's going to come from here and then this. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D, let's go to around 4 seconds and move this over here, hit U and go to the start and change the color of this one to white. Okay, and now delete this initial position keyframe, and this time I want this should come from this side. Okay, so you will get this and then this. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D and simply move this up to 6 seconds, hit U, and this time again we will select this and change the color of this one to black and delete this position keyframe, and this time this one should come from the bottom like this. Okay, and now at this point if I hit N over here, because my animation is ending over here, I'll get all of this stuff in the form of loop. So if you see this, after this is going to be in the form of loop like this. Okay, now what we are going to do over here, let's hit U for all of them, and between this scale keyframes I'm going to select this and move this over here with the help of open square bracket. Similar thing I'll follow over here, select this and move this over here. Similar thing I'll follow over there, select this and move this over here like this. Let's see how does it looks. Yeah, and at this point, which is around 6.15, I'm going to select this, right click and trim comp to work area. So what will happen, I'll get this animation in the form of loop. Now I'm going to select all the keyframes. Similarly this, by holding shift, make sure to hit F9, go to the graph editor, simply select this graph and move one handle of this over here and move one handle of this over here. Like this. So we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now go to the box and select this and move this box over here. Now make sure to move your pointer over here, because this is going to be your looping point, and hit N over here. Okay, now after that select this and press Ctrl Alt T to open the time remapping scale. And so as you guys can see, we have one keyframe at start and one keyframe at end, and now we will create one keyframe before the last one, and we will delete this last one like this. Hold Alt on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. Okay, So what will happen if I increase this, if I increase this, I'll get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'll hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and I'll increase the duration of this to 30. Zoom out a little bit, and let's increase the size of this. Okay, but final time over here is at this point, because if you go inside this at this point, which is around 16.15 frames or something, my animation is in the form of loop. So we will end our time over here only. Okay, and now all we need to do is we need to just adjust them according to our composition. So select this, go to the align tab, align it left, then align it top. Select this, hit Ctrl D, and by holding Ctrl you can simply snap it, or instead of that make sure to enable this snapping option. Select this, hit Ctrl D, simply move this over here. Similarly select this, hit Ctrl D, try to move this over here, hit Ctrl D, hit Ctrl D. So I'm going to adjust it like this. Because of your snapping option is on, you can get it like this. Okay, so now if you see this, you will get this kind of animation. And now what we can do over here, we can take a distance of 1 second as well, or you can take a distance of 20 frames as well. So with the help of 20 frame distance, with the help of open square bracket, I am going to move them over here like this, like this, like this, and like this, and select all of them, and let's try to move them over here. So if I see this stuff, I'll get this kind of animation inside of After Effects, and that is also going to be in the form of loop. Okay, so let's make this full resolution, and this is the kind of abstract looping animation you can do. Then another thing you can do, you can select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C, and you can call it as looping animation, and hit OK. Now if this is just another additional stuff, if you want to do, you can do that. You can go to the effect and presets panel, and you can search for sphere effect, CC sphere, and you can double click to apply, and you can increase the radius if you want. So you will get this kind of stuff. You can go to the shading, increase the ambient, or let's reduce the diffuse and increase the ambient value. I'm going to reduce the diffuse like this. Okay, as you guys can see, and then you can go inside the rotation option also, and you can create multiple rotation also, but it looks quite weird, so I think we need to skip this procedure. This is just an extra one. So you can do this, or you can go to the box option also like this, and you can go over here, you can select your rectangle tool, and over here I'm going to delete this fill, I don't need that, and on the stroke I'm going to choose white color, and simply double click on it like this, and go to the stroke width, and let's choose 20. Okay, and whenever white colors over here, go to the drop shadow effect, go to the effect and presets, and add drop shadow, and increase the softness like this. Okay, so you will get something like this, and if you want, you can decrease the stroke width as well, so you will get something like this. Okay, so this is also you can do, or what you can do, let's say for example, if I increase the stroke width up to 20, then select this, hit Ctrl D, and this time let's choose alpha mask over here, and or let's say alpha inverted mask for example. Select this, and let's decrease the stroke a little bit like this. So now if you see, we are gonna get this kind of pattern. Okay, so this is also you can do, it's totally up to you. So this is how you can create this kind of looping animation inside of After Effects like that. And you can go to the drop shadow over here, I mean in the box composition. As you guys can see, now this is a white one on the black one, So you can apply drop shadow effect over here, and instead of shadow color black, you can choose white and increase the softness of this, and also increase the distance to 100, or let's say 50. I think let's choose 10 only, or let's say 20. Okay, and change the opacity to 30, and select this drop shadow, hit Ctrl C to copy. Select this black one, hit Ctrl V and change the color of this one to black. Similarly, select this, hit Ctrl V, drop shadow. Select this, hit Ctrl V and change the color of this one to black. Okay, so what will happen, we will get a little bit of depth in our animation like this. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of looping animation inside of After Effects. And just because if you want to add some little bit more amount in this, you can right click new and create one adjustment layer. You can go to the effect and presets panel, apply tint effect on it and simply swap this color, and then you can go and select your ellipse tool. Select any color if you want, select one ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and choose this adjustment layer and choose alpha mask. Select the scale, let's make this 0, create one keyframe, go to around somewhere over here and let's increase this size to so it will cover the entire adjustment layer like this. You will get something like this. Go over here, select these two layers, hit Ctrl D and simply move them over here. Hit U like this and make sure this should be over here only like this. So you will get the stuff in the form of loop. As you guys can see, we are getting this animation in the form of loop the way we want. So this is how you can create this kind of creative looping animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this Fiverr logo over here, and you can choose any logo you want, but the procedure is gonna be same because I'm gonna follow one animation, and you can apply that animation and animation technique to any kind of logo. Okay, so first of all we need to separate this logo from this background. So for that, what you can do, simply go to the select option in Photoshop, and over here you will get this option called color range, and with the help of that we will pick up this white color for the background, and fuzziness we are going to choose 200 and simply hit OK like this, and simply hit Control or simply hit delete and hit Control D to duplicate it. But if you see over here and if you zoom in, we will get a little bit transparency, so we don't want that. So hit Control Z again. For that, hit Control D to deselect. Over here we will see, go to the select, we will go to the color range, we will pick up this color, but fuzziness we are going to choose 170 and simply hit OK, and let's delete and hit Control D. So now if you see, we are not getting any transparency over here and we have proper separate logo. Now I'm going to select my rectangle selection tool over here, and I'm going to select this R, hit Control X to cut it, create a new layer and press Control Shift V to paste this over here, which means paste in place, and we will hide this. Same procedure we will follow for this R also. I'm going to select this R, hit Control X to cut it, create new layer, press Control Shift V to paste in place, and we will hide this. We will follow this procedure for each and every alphabet like this. Now over here we need, if you select my rectangle tool, as you guys can see I cannot select properly, so hit Control D to deselect, and I'm going on my keyboard to select my pen tool, and I'm going to select this E like this. Okay, after that hit Control Enter, hit Control X to cut it out, create a new layer, press Control Shift V to paste in place like this. Okay, and hide this. Then after that we will select this, hit Control Enter, Control X, create a new layer, press Control Shift V, and we will hide this. Then press M. We will select this eye, hit Control X to cut it out, create a new layer, press Control Shift V. So each and every alphabet is properly on the separated layer like this. Now we will save this file and we will go to the After Effects. We will create a new composition. We are going to name it as main animation, and width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then we will go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm gonna go in my ellipse tool and I'm going to choose black color for this fill, and I don't want any stroke, and I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now select this text layer, shape layer, press P for position. Initially let's bring this downwards, create one keyframe at position, go somewhere around 20 frames, and I'm going to move this keyframe over here, Y position keyframe somewhere around over here, then go somewhere around 1.10 frames, and we will bring this downwards. Now select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, one handle over here, one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Now select those keyframe and by holding alt I'll bring this animation up to 20 frames only, or let's say around 1 second. So if I see like this. Now after that I'm going to select this layer and hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's delete this keyframe, and press V and simply bring this over here and move this over here. Then press S for scaling option, create one keyframe over here. Let's go to around 2 seconds and we will increase the size of this like this. Now select those scaling animation keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, we'll move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. Then after that select this, hit Ctrl D, go to the start, hit U, and we will delete those keyframe. Then I'm gonna go in line tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and we will choose, let's say, red color for this. Now just for our reference, select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 2 seconds, create another keyframe, go to the start, bring this out of this composition like this. Also press S, create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, create another keyframe, go to the start, and let's make this scale somewhere around 400, and let's bring this upward like this, and select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, we will move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. Okay, then after that select this and let's change the color of this to white like this. Then somewhere around over here, hit page down button one time, create one keyframe at scale, go few frame forward, and let's increase the scale until it will cover the entire composition. Select those scaling keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift we'll move one handle over here and then we'll move one handle over here, so we'll get something like this. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation. Then I'm gonna press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and make sure to choose what we call white color, and simply hit OK and hit OK, and we will bring this downwards. So select all of this animation stuff and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and we will call it as animation. Okay, and hit OK. Then now press Ctrl I to import our PSD file, which is this one, and instead of import as footage, I'm going to choose composition, return layer sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Then I'll bring this layer over here Then press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Now go to the start over here, select all of them, press P for position, create one keyframe, then press T for opacity, create another keyframe, hit U, go somewhere around 1 second, create one keyframe position, one keyframe at opacity, go to the start. Let's bring this little bit over here and make sure the initial opacity should be 0. Then select all of these keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here. So we will get something like this. Now I want this animation one by one, so I'll select this one over here, go to 5 frames, select this with the help of open square bracket. I'll move this over here. So basically we need to adjust them one by one like this. Okay, so if you see, we are gonna get this kind of stuff, and this thing should be start from here like this. Okay, let's move this over here. And if you think the animation is quite slow, then what you can do, you can take a distance of 2 frames also like this. 5 frames it's too slow, so I'm going to take a distance of 2 frames like this. So it should start from here. Okay, then I'm going to select this. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll apply tint effect on it like this. Go few frames forward, and over here instead of black we are going to choose this green color. So with the help of this picker I'm going to pick up this color. So if I see, I'll get this kind of animation. Now I'm going to select this layer, create one keyframe at scale, go somewhere around 5 seconds, and let's make this 35 or increase the up to 8 seconds like this. Then hit N. Let's increase the scale a little bit. So if I see this animation, this is going to be my final output. And if you want, go to the animation, select all of them, enable their motion blur. Similarly over here, enable their motion blur. So now what will happen, we will get a little bit of motion blur in our animation, and our animation will look a little bit smoother like this. So this is how you can create this kind of custom logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'm going to create one simple ellipse. Now select this ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home on keyboard, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now after creating this ellipse, I'll select this, hit enter, and let's call it as circle. Sorry. Okay, then I'm going to select my rectangle tool. I'll zoom in a little bit and I'm going to create one rectangle like this. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home again, and in contents we have this rectangle one, hit Ctrl D, go to this rectangle 2, rectangle path, and unlink this, and size I'm going to choose 5, and size over here I'm going to choose 200, and change the position somewhere around over here like this. We will select this, hit enter, and let's call it as hammer. After that, select this, press Y on pen behind tool and move this anchor point over here. Okay, like this. So we have this stuff. Let's hide all of them. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type M. I'm going to delete the stroke and I'll choose fill. I'm going to choose Poppins font, but you are free to choose whatever font you want. I'm going to select this M, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now select this and let's move this over here. Hit Ctrl D. I'm going to create duplicate and I'll adjust it over here. Hit Ctrl T to select your text tool and change this text to O. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press T, and let's move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, let's call it as I. Select this, press P and adjust the position. Select this O, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top, and we'll move this over here. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, and let's call it as N. Select this and let's move this over here. Okay, now select all of them and let's try to adjust it properly at the center like this. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center like this and hit U. So this is going to be my text, so let's hide them for now. Or instead of that, let's do one thing. Select all of them and press P for position, create one keyframe. Then press S for scale, create one keyframe. Then press R for rotation, create another keyframe. Okay, like this. Now go to somewhere around 1.20 frames, create another keyframe like this. Then we will go to around 3.10 frames, we will create another keyframe like this on all of these three properties. Then after that, at this point over here, I'm going to adjust their position like this over here, this over here, this over here, this over here, this should be over here, and this should be over here like this. Let's move this over here. Then over here I'm going to adjust the scale also. I'm going to choose different scale for this one. Let's suppose like this, for this one like this, for this like this, for this, and for this. So it will automatically change the keyframe over here. Then I'm going to select my rotation tool. I'll select this, I'll rotate it like this one like this, this one like this, this one like this, and this one like, sorry, select this and rotate it like this. Okay, then we will go to the start, then we will select all of them and we will go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Also this time scale I'm going to choose 10. So if you see this now, we will get this kind of animation, but which looks weird. So first of all, select all of this keyframe, right click, go to the keyframe interpolation, and we need to choose linear like this, and then hit F9. Then right click, go to the keyframe interpolation, instead of Bezier choose linear like this. Sorry, no. Okay, let's do one thing. Select all of them first of all and select their keyframes and hit F9. After that, only press P for position and only select position keyframes, then right click, keyframe interpolation, and over here as you guys can see, the spatial interpolation is auto Bezier. We need to choose linear. So now if you see, we will get something like this. Okay, now we will hit U over here, select all of this alphabet and hit U. Now first of all, we will select all of this keyframe, then we'll go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Then we will select this handle, by holding shift we will move one handle over here, then select this portion and we will move one handle over here. Then we will select this much portion, by holding shift we will move one handle over here and we will move one handle over here. So if I see this animation now, we will get something like this. Now after that, we need to adjust their position one by one. So let's select this one and let's move this over here, this one over here, this one over here, this two should be over here, and this one should be over here. So if I see this animation now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, also go to the start over here, rotation should be 1, so we'll get something like this over here. And if you want, it's not necessary, you can make this rotation 1 again, or let's say -1. Sorry, instead of 1 you can add -1 over here. Similarly over here you can add this value -1, -1, -1, -1, and also -1. So if you see this, we will get this kind of animation. Now after that, hit U and go over here. Now we need to create stroke animations for this. So select your pen tool, then we will create one line over here and one line over here, and we need to add stroke width. So add stroke color, go to the fill, and we will make the stroke width 10 pixels like this, or let's say 5 pixels only should be good. Then I'm going to select this, hit Ctrl D, hit and select your pen tool, make sure, and you need to simply move this anchor point over, point over here. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, make sure that your pen tool is selection, and when you're gonna move your mouse pointer you can easily move it like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here like this. Then after that, select this, go to the add, go to the trim path, make this trim path end value 0 initially. Hit U, go over here, select this and make this end value 100. Okay, similarly, start value also 100 over here. Create one keyframe, go to the start value should be 0, and select those start value keyframes and move them a little bit upward. Then select those keyframes and hit F9, so you will get this kind of stuff. Then go to the graph editor, select this, by holding shift move this line over here and this line over here, so you will get this kind of stuff. And this thing should be a little bit over here like this, and you need to copy this trim path effect. Select all of these layers, and with the help of open square bracket simply move this over here and hit Ctrl V, so you will get this kind of stuff. Okay, then select all of them and move this over here, and I'm going to hit page down button 2 times and adjust it over here, and I'll add one by one like this. Okay, so we will get this kind of stuff animation. Now after that, make sure to select all of them and enable their motion blur, and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as text animation, and hit OK, and we will hide this. Now we will focus on this stuff. So select this circle, press P, create one keyframe, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and in middle of that we will simply bring this over here, go to the start and simply move this over here. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here, this handle over here, this handle over here, and move this handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of stuff. Then after that, select this and go to the start, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe, and we will move this over here. Okay, and we'll select this and we'll move this out of this composition. Now select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here like this. Then at this point I'll press R for rotation, create one keyframe over here, I'll rotate it like this, then somewhere around this. Select this first keyframe, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V, select those rotation keyframes and hit F9, go to the graph editor, then select this graph, by holding shift move this handle over here and this handle over here, this handle over here, and this handle over here. So we will get this kind of animation. Okay, and then at this point I'm going to select this text animations, and with the help of open square bracket I'll move them over here, or before over here only. Okay, then select this hammer, press P, create one keyframe over here, go few frame forward, and let's bring this totally downward. Then select those position keyframes, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we'll move one handle over here and one handle over here, like this, and select this circle, uh, press Ctrl Shift D to split this, and we will delete this layer at this point, like this. And if you see this hammer animation, it looks quite weird. So what you can do, another thing over here, let's select this hammer instead and select this position keyframes like this, and hit just one page, I mean page down button to go one frame forward. Select this hammer, hit U, and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and press Ctrl Alt Home to align the anchor point to the center. Then press P for position, select all these position keyframes for this hammer, right click and choose separate dimension, create one keyframe at Y, and press R for rotation. Let's delete all of this keyframe and create one keyframe, then hit U. Then we will change the X position over here, and we'll move, sorry, we will go few frame forward somewhere around 3 seconds, and we will change the X position over here and add Y keyframe over here. Then at this point in middle I'll change the Y position of this over here. Then select this Y position, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift move one handle over here and one handle over here, and one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, like this. Okay, similarly I'll go somewhere around over here, and we need to rotate it, so I'm going to make it 2 rotation, like this. So I'll get this kind of animation. So if I see this stuff now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Also similarly, make sure that you are going to enable the motion blur animation, like this. Okay, now select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C and hit OK. Inside there, go select this hammer, hit U, go to the last frame and hold Alt or close square bracket to trim this up to this. Now go to the start, press S, create one keyframe somewhere around up to let's say, go over here, move this scaling keyframe over here, and let's make this 80, and let's move this up to here 8 seconds. So along with that we will get the scale animation. Go over here and hit N, then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this backward. Then, or instead of complete white background, I'll press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings. I'll choose a little bit amount of gray in that color. You can select this, you can go to the effect and presets panel and apply for drop shadow effect, and simply double click to apply. Increase the distance to 20, softness to 100, and opacity to 20. Okay, and the color of this, instead of black, select this bluish version of it and choose somewhere around like this. Okay, so there is not like too much of drop shadow effect. We will get this kind of simple animation. So this is how you can create this kind of creative text animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another composition over here. and width we are going to take 700 and height 100 and simply hit OK. So we'll get this kind of composition. And let's type our text, and for the font I'm going to choose Monstera. You can choose whatever font you want, and now we will type our text. So let's type make, and let's choose black version of this font and increase the font size. Let's make this full resolution. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and let's type make over here. Okay, select this, go to the align tab, and over here we are going to choose align right. Okay, select this and let's a little bit move this over here. Now select this mix and hit Ctrl D, double click to open this, and this time let's bring this at the center and we will change the text self. Okay, like this, and let's bring this a little bit over here like this. Also copy this text, hit Ctrl K to open the composition settings and apply it over here. Over here also copy this text, hit Ctrl K and apply. Now select this yourself, hit Ctrl D, double click to open this and change the text better. Select this, go to the align tab, align it right, and just move this over here. Copy this text, hit Ctrl K and hit better. Hit Ctrl D, double click to open this and type every day. Select this, go to the align tab and align left, and just move this a little bit over here. Okay, now hit Ctrl K and type every day over here. Okay, so this is our 4 text. Now we will animate this layers. Now select this make, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1.10 frames, create another keyframe, go to the start, and let's bring this over here out of this composition. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift we will move one handle over here and we will move one handle over here. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. And otherwise hit F9 again, go to the graph, and we will select this and we will move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. So we will get this fast animation. Okay, press F4 and enable the motion blur. Now we will copy this position, hit Ctrl C, and we will go to the better over here. We will select this and hit Ctrl V, hit U, and at the start I'm going to bring this out of this composition, and over here we will bring this at proper position like this. So we will get the same amount of speed over an animation over here. Now go to the yourself, select this, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1.10 frames, create another keyframe, go to the start, and we will bring this yourself over here. Now select those keyframes, hit F9, go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here and move one handle over here. So you will get this kind of animation. Now copy this keyframe, hit Ctrl C, go to the everyday text, select this and hit Ctrl V, hit U, select this, let's bring this over here, go over here and let's bring this properly over here. So we will get something like this. Now what we are gonna do, we will go to the main animation over here and we will bring one by one. Let's bring our make over here and let's go few frame forward like this. Okay, but before that, what we will go to this make, press Ctrl Y, and we will add one solid layer with red color and bring this downward. Select this, copy, paste it over here, paste it over here and paste it over here like this. Okay, Now let's go over here, press S a little bit and increase the size, press Y, or don't press Y, just simply move this over here. Now hit Ctrl D, make sure to your snapping is on, and we will bring this over here. Now select this, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top. Let's move this over here, select this, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top, and we'll bring down over here. Now all we need to do is we need to replace this composition. So select this, we will replace it with yourself. So find yourself comp, and by holding Alt we will drag and drop this on this one. Then select this make, we will select this better and drag and drop. We will select this, we will drag and drop and replace with everyday. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Now press F4, select all of them and convert them into 3D, and let's make this fit like that. But before that we need to do certain changes. We will select this, we will press Y, and we will bring our anchor point over here. We will select this, we will bring our anchor point over here, this over here, and this over here, and then we will convert this layer into 3D and press R for rotation like this. Now we need to change it on y-axis, so select this make and we will make it 45 degree. Select this, let's make it minus 45. Select this y, let's make this 45. Let's make this minus 45. Okay, let's make this fit. Right click, new, and create one null object just for now. Select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press P. Let's bring this null downward. Press S for scaling option and scale it. And let's bring this over here. And let's delete this null object. Now right click, new, and create one camera over here. And angle of view, let's make it 120. Okay, and press C for zoom in a little bit. Let's double click and let's write 100. Let's zoom out a little bit like this. If you see, we will get something like this. Now after this, right click, new, and create one null object. Convert this null object into 3D, and we will go to the top view and we will select this null object and we will bring this somewhere around over here, in between this triangle over here, like this. And let's make this active camera. Okay, now select this camera and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press R for rotation. As you guys can see, we can rotate it like this. Okay, now select this, let's rotate it like this. Let's make this 25. Create one keyframe, press S, create one keyframe, and press P, create one keyframe. Okay, and now decrease the scale a little bit, and let's disable the snapping. We will make sure this make is at the center. Okay, then go, first of all, let's go when all animation is done. So I'm going to select this and move this over here, then go few frame forward. Let's make this minus 25, and let's bring down this position over here. So if you see, we will get something like this. Let's move this over here, and now we need for 1 second gap, so I'll go to around 2 seconds. I'll go to around 3 seconds and I'll move this over here like this. Then we'll go to around 4 seconds, create another keyframes over here. We will delete this scaling keyframes, we don't need that anymore. Then go to around 5 seconds, we will again make this 25, and we will bring down the position downwards towards this better. Then go to around 6 seconds, create another keyframe, go to the 7 second over here, Let's make this -25. Let's bring this down to everyday, and let's move this position a little bit over here so it will be properly at the center, like this. Also at this point our position should be over here a little bit. Copy this keyframe, go over here, paste it. Sorry, we don't need to do that. I think this looks good. This, this, this. Now let's try to adjust it again. This make text is should be properly at the center, so I'll adjust the position accordingly. At this point again, this yourself should be properly at the center, so copy this keyframe, hit Ctrl C, go over here, hit Ctrl V. Similarly at this point, this better text should be properly at the center. Copy this keyframe, go over here, hit Ctrl V, and this everyday text also properly at the center. Then go to around 8 seconds, create another keyframe, go to the start over here, also create one keyframe at scale, go to the 9 second, and let's make this 100, and let's make this 0 rotation, and let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here. Okay, now select those keyframes, all of them, and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, we will move one handle over here and we will move one handle over here, so you will get this kind of animation. Now all we need to do is we need to do one by one adjustments. So first, this make should start to animate around 1 second. I'm going to select those keyframe and I will move this over here. Then at this point I want this yourself should animate, so I'll move this yourself over here, so this will animate. Then at somewhere around at this point I want this better text should animate, so with the help of open square bracket I'll move that better text over here. Let's adjust a little bit over here like this. Then somewhere around at this point I want this everyday text should animate, so I'll move this everyday text over here like this. Now we will go to the make and we will delete this, I mean we will hide this red layer. So if I see this animation now, I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, now we will double click to open this, not double click but double A, and we will enable depth of field like this, and let's increase the aperture value to 200 like this, and blur value to 200 also. Let's increase the focus distance somewhere around 2000, or let's say 1000. $800, let's see. Yep, I think 700 looks good. Or let's say 500. Okay, so first make yourself, let's make this blur value 100 only, better, then everyday, and then at this point we will create the focus distance keyframe, aperture keyframe, and uh, yeah, 2 is enough. And then we will change the focus distance to 800 or something, and select those keyframe and hit F9, and aperture value to 400 maybe, like this, or let's say 300. Select those keyframe and hit F9, like this. Okay, then right click new and create one null object. Make sure to enable this 3D icon. Select this null 2 and make it apparent with this 3. Select this, press P, alt click on this position keyframe and apply wiggle, hit enter, and inside that type 2 comma 2 comma 2 3 times. So now along with this animation you will get a little bit of wiggle effect also, and if you want then you can make it 3 comma also, like this. But 3 comma 3 looks quite weird, so let's stick with 2 comma 2 only. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of 3D text animation inside of After Effects, like this. And if you want, then another thing you can do, you can select all of them, hit Ctrl D, and let's bring them at backward, and change the color of this one to red for example, and press P. I'll go to the top view and I'm going to change the Z position over here, and if you go to the active camera you will get extra layers like this. Okay, and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as extra, and enable this icon, and I'm going to convert this layer into 3D. Press P for position, and let's go to the top view again, and as you guys can see I can adjust the layers like this. Now over here press T for opacity, and let's change the opacity to 80, and go to the active camera view, and if I see this over here I'll get this kind of stuff. Let's make this opacity 30. I'll get this kind of stuff. Okay, and I'm going to select this, and let's make this opacity 10 only, and go to the effect and presets and apply blur effect. I'm going to apply Gaussian blur and increase the value to 20, like this. And if you want you can press P and you can change the position of it. So this is how you can create this kind of 3D text animation inside of After Effects, like this. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height I'm going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'm going to select my text tool, and for the font I'm going to choose Oswald, but you can choose any font you want, and I'm going to apply the red color for this font and simply hit OK. Then we will type our text. I'm going to type typography, but you can type whatever text you want. Select this layer, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now after that, select this layer, we will hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select the second layer and we will lock this layer. Now select this layer, And let's delete all of this alphabets. Simply select this T and we will go to the character menu and we are going to choose white color. Now select this white color, simply move this over here like this. Okay, then select this, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. By holding shift I'm going to move this over here and choose this to move y, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, and we are going to call it as P. Okay, then adjust it properly, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, press V for selection tool. By holding shift I'm going to adjust it over here and Ctrl T to select your text tool and type O. Okay, and with the help of arrow keys you can adjust it. Same procedure we will follow for all of these alphabets, and we will change their text, and we will adjust the positions properly like that. Okay, hit Ctrl D, hit Ctrl D, type P, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, type H, adjust the position, and last type Y and simply move this over here. Okay, and let's delete this extra T layer, we don't need that, and let's make this fit. Okay, select all of them, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 1.20 frames, create one keyframe, then we will take a gap of 10 frames, create another keyframe, then go to around 4 seconds, create another keyframe. Now let's go to the start, press V, and by holding shift I'm going to bring this layer at the top, then go to the last keyframe and we will bring this layer at the bottom like this. Okay, now select those keyframes and we will hit F9, then we will go to the graph editor, we will select this graph. By holding shift move this handle over here. Okay, select this and move this handle over here like this. Okay, so if you see this, now we will get this kind of animation over here. Now after that, alt click on this stopwatch of this position and apply loop out expression over there, hit Ctrl A, and to select this hit Ctrl C to copy this, alt click on the stopwatch and press Ctrl V to paste it. Same procedure we will follow for all of this. Okay, simply hold alt and apply Ctrl V to apply that expression. So what will happen after 4 seconds, we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now let's go to 4 seconds and we will hit end, so our animation is gonna end there. Simply by hitting Ctrl A, select all of them and make sure to enable this motion blur like that. Now hit U to minimize it. Now I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames and I'll select this Y, move this over here, go 10 frames, move this over here, 15 frames, move this over here. So basically I'm taking a distance of 5 frames to, you know, create this animation. Then select all of them, go to the start and simply move this over here. Okay, like this. Now select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this and let's call it as fill and hit OK. Now select this, hit Ctrl D up to let's say 18 times, we want 18 duplicates of it like that. Okay, then over here as well we will take a distance of 5 frames and we will adjust it one by one. But how we can adjust, simply select this 18th layer first, then by holding shift select first layer, hold alt, close bracket close square bracket, I trim this properly up to 5 frames, right click and choose keyframe assistance, sequence layers and hit OK. Sorry, but if you see this is starting from here, but we don't want that like that. So what we will do, we will hit Ctrl Z. Let's say first we will select this first layer, then by holding shift select this 18th layer, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. Okay, so you will get this kind of effect. Then select this and simply move this over here, then go somewhere around over at this point, then hold alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, go to the start and simply move this over here. So what will happen, we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this fill over here and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, double click to open this fill, select all of these alphabets and I'm going to choose black color for them and in this stroke options over here I'm going to choose white color, and stroke pick width I'm going to choose 3 pixels. Now by holding control I'm going to select this second, fourth, sixth. Basically I'm choosing alternate layers over here, and by holding alt I'm going to replace it with this fill, so we will get this kind of animation. Okay, now let's do one thing. We will select this fill 2 layers, let's say. Okay, by holding control I'm going to select that, and from here I'm going to change their color to yellow, and I'll lock this layer so I can understand that these are the black colors, white, black and white stroke layers. Now I'm going to select this fill layer, not this first one but this third one, and I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel, and I'll search for fill effect and double click to apply. And this time I'm going to choose this green color over here, and make sure it should be the light green, and simply hit OK. Now copy this fill effect, hit Ctrl C, select this fifth layer, hit Ctrl V. We will go to this option and we are going to choose a little bit darker version of this and hit OK. Then I'll select this layer, hit Ctrl C again. I'll apply this seventh layer, hit Ctrl V. We will choose again a little bit darker version, hit OK. Select this fill effect again, Ctrl C to copy. Select this ninth layer, hit Ctrl V to paste it, and we will choose again the darker version. So basically we are gonna do a little bit darker and darker and darker, like that. Hit OK. Again select this, hit Ctrl C, select this 13th layer, hit Ctrl V, select the little bit darker version again, Ctrl C to copy, select this layer, hit Ctrl V. We will choose a more darker version of the screen. Select this, hit Ctrl C, and select this last, hit Ctrl V again, and we will choose again a darker version of the screen. So now if I see this animation, I'm gonna get this kind of effect over here, like that, and that is also going to be in the form of loop, like this. Okay, so as you guys can see, we will get this kind of stuff. Now let's unlock all these layers over here. Select this first layer. I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel, and I'll search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply, and we are going to choose softness 100 and distance 0 and opacity also 100. We will copy this drop shadow effect, hit Ctrl C to copy, select all of these layers and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So we will get this kind of, and this animation also going to be in the form of loop. So this is how you can create this kind of creative text animation inside of After Effects. Be After Effect, let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then let's make this fit. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then again press Ctrl N to create another composition, and we will call it as strip. And width I'm going to choose 800, height 200, frame rate 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is black color, and simply hit OK. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we will lock this layer. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and stroke width I'm going to choose 10 pixels and simply double click. Then go to the rectangle path, and size over here let's choose 750, or and size over here we will again, let's type -15 over here, so it will come like this. But if you see, we are getting some weird stuff. Why? Because before we do anything like that, we need to uncheck this linking option. So over here let's make this 750, and over here let's make this 150, so we will get this kind of stuff. Then after that, select the text and type motion. You can choose whatever font you want. I'm going to choose this one. Select this motion, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Now select this shape layer and hit Ctrl D. Select this third layer and select your selection tool, and let's make this stroke width 20, like this. Now select this motion, press S and increase the size of this text like this. Okay, select this one layer, second layer, and choose white color for the stroke. And yeah, Now select this motion text, hit Ctrl D. Let's hide the second one and type text over here like design. Select this, go to the align tab and align it horizontally. Select this motion text, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top. Now let's select this one, zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second, press P for position, create one keyframe, go to around 2 seconds, and let's move this out of this composition like this. Okay, now select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, now enable this design text and we will make it apparent with this motion, and make sure while parenting you are at 2 seconds. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. Then go to around 3 seconds, create another keyframe at position, go to around 4 seconds and zoom out a little bit, and we will move this until this design text is out of this composition like this. Okay, and at this time I'm going to enable my this motion text. I'll select this motion and I'll make it apparent with this third layer. So if you see this now, we'll get this kind of animation, but there is one mistake over here. If you see, we will get this stuff, but we will fix that. Now after that, what we are going to do, I'm going to the start and I'll create one keyframe over here. Okay, and I'll alt click on the stopwatch and I'll loop out expression. So if you see, we are getting this kind of stuff. So we will get this animation continuously in the form of loop. Now select those keyframes, go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move one handle over here and move one handle over here like this. Okay, select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose this, and let's call it as text and hit OK. Then select this shape layer, or let's say this third layer, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top, and select your selection tool and apply fill effect over here. Select this text, press F4 and choose alpha mask. So we will get that they are coming out of this, and we will select this text layers and we will bring this downwards, and this stroke should be at upward. So if I see this now, I'll get this kind of animation. Now let's go inside this, press F4 and select all of them, not 3D but enable their motion blur option. So we will get this motion blur animation over here. Okay, now after that, select all of them over here, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the color to white. Now select all of them and hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this at the top like this. Then right click new and create one null object, and we will select this layer over here and we will make it apparent with this null. Select this null. With the help of up arrow keys, we will move this a little bit upward, then little bit over here. Now select all of this remaining text layers, I mean these uppermost layers, then go to the character menu and we will delete the fill and we will add black color over for the stroke, and for the stroke we will choose 0.5 or let's say 0.3. Okay, so if you see this now, we will get this kind of stuff over here. Okay, like this. Then we will go to the main animation over here, then we will bring our strip like this over here. Now go to the strip, and if you hit Ctrl K over here, as you guys can see, the height of this strip is 200. So what we are going to do, we will create, let's close this, we will create another composition, and over here height and width I am going to choose 200 only. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool and let's delete this fill, we don't need this fill, and I'm going to choose stroke and choose black color for the stroke and 20 pixels, and double click to create this, and then press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Then select this, hit Ctrl D and choose white color for the stroke, and we will choose 10 pixels over here. Okay, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and let's call it as box. Okay, like this. Now select this strip, hit convert this layer into 3D, or let's do one thing, select this, hit Ctrl D. By holding Ctrl, I'll adjust this over here, hit Ctrl D, adjust it over here, hit Ctrl D, adjust it over here. Make sure that you are holding Ctrl so it will properly snap, or otherwise what you can do, simply for example hit Ctrl Z. select this and enable this mapping option. So whenever you're suppose if you're hitting Control D, then you can properly snap over here. Hit Control D, snap this over here. Hit Control D, properly snap this over here. Now select this one specifically. Select your pen behind tool and move this anchor point over here. Select this, move this anchor point over here. Select this and move this anchor point over here, and let's make this fit. Now select this one and let's make it a parent with this fourth. Select this one, make it a parent with this third. Select this one and make it a parent with this second one. Now convert all of them into the 3D. Now select this third one, press R for rotation, and we need to rotate it on x-axis. So let's make this -90. Select this strip, press R, let's make this -90. Select this strip, press R, and let's make this -90. Okay, and if you see this in custom view, you will get something like this. Select this, press R, sorry, make it -90. Okay, now I'm going to bring my box over here and convert this layer also into 3D. Let's go to the active camera view, and we will move this over here, and I'm going to select my pen behind tool and I'll bring the anchor point over here. Okay, so I can rotate it on y-axis like this. So I'm going to make it -90. Now if you go to the custom view, you can see it's over here, and let's go to the top view. Okay, and press Ctrl Alt Home, so the anchor point is gonna be at the center. Then move this over here and make sure that it should touch the edge of this stuff, and you can go to the back view or you can go to the right view also to check out whether they are properly aligned or not. Now go to the top view again, select this box, hit Ctrl D, and we'll move this over here also like this. So if you go to the custom view, you will get this stuff over here. Now after that, let's go to the left view, then select all of them and disable the parenting. No need to parent with anyone. Then right click new and create one null object and convert this null object into 3D and bring this at the center of this. Then select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null and let's move this over here at the center. Now let's go to the active camera view. Now if you select this null object and if you press R, and as you guys can see, you can rotate it wherever you want like this. Okay, now I'm going to create one keyframe at X or and let's go to around 4 seconds because my animation is ending at 4 seconds, or let's say at 8 seconds. 4 plus 4 is 8, and I'm going to make it one complete rotation. Okay, so I'll get this kind of animation. Now over here also, what we are going to do, we need a distance between these animations. So I'm going to take a gap of 10 frames. So select this strip with the help of open square bracket, move this over here, go to 20 frame, move this over here, go to 1 frame, select this, move this over here, select all of these 4 layers and simply bring them at the start. So we will get this kind of animation. Okay, now select all of this, press go to the start, press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as main box. Okay, then enable this icon and convert this into 3D layer. Press R for rotation and we will rotate it on Z axis like this, -90. Press S for scaling option and scale it like this. Then go to the top view and first we will bring this over here. If you want, then let's make this scale 45. Sorry, 45. Okay, and let's bring this scale over here and then press Y for pen behind tool and we will bring our anchor point properly at the center of this composition like this. Okay, and let's go to the sorry, let's make this fit. Now select this, press R for rotation, then we can rotate it like this. Now on Y position over here, alt click on the stopwatch, type open and square bracket, inside that type rotation. Okay, or simply type rotation over here, open and square bracket 0, after that plus, then type 30 and into index. Okay, like this. So if you hit Control D few times, you will get this kind of duplicates. Okay, so now if you go to the active camera view, we will get this kind of animations. Okay, now what we are going to do, we will select all of them, and again we need a gap of 10 frames. So what we are going to do, I'll go to around 10 seconds, move this over here, this one over here, but it will take too much time, so I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames, select all of them, hold alt, open square bracket, close bracket to trim this up to this, and bring this over here, right click, keyframe assistant, sequence layers, hit OK, and increase the duration, and go over here and alt, open square bracket to trim this up to this, go to the start and press V and simply bring them over here. So over here as well, you can see there is a difference between their animation. Okay, now select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as main. Let's type collection of main boxes and hit OK. Again enable this icon and convert this layer into 3D. Now we will add camera in our scene, so go to the new and we will add camera and hit OK. Right click, new, and create one null object. Let's hit enter and let's call it as controller. Sorry for my spell mistake, but you can understand. And let's make it a parent with this controller and convert this null object into 3D. Select this controller camera, press R for rotation, and we'll rotate it on X rotation like this. Okay, you will get this kind of rotation over here. Now select this box collection, hit Ctrl D, press S, and let's increase the scale to 130, or let's say 150. Press P for position and let's bring the position downwards like this. Okay, if you want, you can go to the not top view but left view, for example. So as scaling is 150, let's check out the position like this. Again hit Ctrl D, press S, this time next scale 200, press P for position and bring the scale downwards. Okay, hit Ctrl D, press S, let's make the scale 250, press P for position and let's bring the scale downwards again like this. So if you go to the active camera view, you will get this kind of stuff over here. Like this. It's okay if there is something like this, we want that. Then I'm going to select this one, hit Ctrl D, press select this one, press S, and let's make the scale 50. Then press P for position and bring this over here like this. Then you can press C to increase the view of this camera like this. Now you can select the second layer, for example, go to the effect and presets panel and you can apply tint effect on it, and you can swap this color like this, or instead of that, let's delete this. You can select this, right click, go to the reveal layer in source project, over here, but it will take a lot of time. So instead of that, let's keep it like this only, because it will waste time. Okay, now you can go inside this main box over here. You will get this kind of stuff. Then yeah, all the checks are good. Then you can uh, right click new and create one null object and convert this null object into 3D, and we will bring this downward and select all of this collection and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, go to the start, press R for rotation, and you can rotate it on y-axis. So create one keyframe over here. Then you can go to around 8 seconds and you can create another one keyframe over here and hit N. So you will get continuous rotation. This is not going to be in the form of loop, but this is kind of a maze we have created like this. And if you want this text should be properly visible, then you can go to the left view and you can adjust this layers a little bit. For example, you can select those layers, press P for position. Let's bring them a little bit downward. So what will happen, this text are going to be visible. So like this. Let's make this active camera. Okay, you can select this cam controller, press R for rotation. Let's make it something like this. Press S and scale it like this. Then we can also rotate it like this. It's totally up to you how you want to adjust your camera. Then I'm going to select my camera. C, you can press C, so you can adjust the position of your cameras. You have to play around with this values. I'm gonna stick with this. Then press P for position. Let's adjust the position like this. Okay, then press S or press C. Let's zoom in a little bit. Then you can select this camera, hit double A and enable the depth of field over here, and you can increase the aperture to, let's say, 200, and let's make this 2000, or let's say 1000, or let's say 1500, let's say 3000. It's totally up to you. You need to adjust this value. So let's go to the start and let's see what we can make. Let's make it full resolution and let's make this 4000 and let's see. Okay, so after adjusting too much sizes, I have come to this value that let's make this 2000. Yeah, so after changing a lot of values, I have come to this figure that focus distance should be 2100, or let's say 1900 over here, and aperture value is 400 and blur level is 200. Okay, and then it will take a little bit time to load, but I can go to the quad resolution. Then you will get this kind of stuff over here. So this is how you can create this kind of text animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I'm going to choose 1 minute long. And background color, let's choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and we will hit title save action. Now I'm going to type my text, and over here font I'm black color font I'm going to choose, and I'm going to choose Poppins font. You can choose whatever font you want. I'm going to choose black version of this font and I'm going to type M. Okay, let's make this full resolution. Now select this M and let's increase the font size a little bit. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Select this, hit Ctrl D and let's type O. Hit Ctrl D, let's type T. If you hide this, as you can see we are typing different letters. Hit Ctrl D, let's hide this, let's type I. I'm going to select this O, hit Ctrl D and let's bring this at the top, which is O. Hit Ctrl D and change this text to N. Okay, so we have this 6 alphabets for our text motion. Now we will adjust this line by line. Select this O, let's move this over here, then select this T, let's move this over here, select this I, let's move this over here, select this O, let's move this over here, select this N, let's adjust it over here. Okay, and now let's make this fit. Now select all of them and let's bring them properly at the center. Okay, so this is our text. Now select all of them, press P. By holding shift I'm going to select the position keyframes of each and every one. Right click and choose separate dimension. Okay, so this is our first thing. Now select this M over here, press Y to select your pen behind tool, zoom in a little bit, and by holding Ctrl I'll snap this anchor point over here like this. Okay, now select this M and press P for position. Create one keyframe at Y. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second. Create one keyframe. Go to around 1.20 frames. Create another keyframe. Now at 1.10 frames, I'm simply going to bring this a little bit upward. And at the start, I'm going to move this out of this composition like this. Okay, or instead of that, let's do one thing. We will just move this over here only. Now select those keyframes and hit F9 to ease those keyframes. Go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Now select this graph, first handle. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Then select this, move this handle over here, this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here, this is over here, and this is over here. So if you see, you will get this kind of animation. And if you want, let's do one thing. We will move this a little bit upward like this. Okay, then at this point I'm going to select this O, and let's, with the help of open square bracket, I'll move this over here. Press P for position. Create one keyframe at Y position. Go somewhere around over here. Create another keyframe and let's move this O somewhere around over here. Zoom in, make sure that it should touch the edge of this O. Okay, like this, and go to the start, and over here I'm going to change the Y position of this out of this composition, and select this Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, so you will get this. So first this and then this. Now at this point, when this touching this, let's go to the graph. Let's see, we will make it completely like this. At this point, select this O and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and I'm going to change this one to yellow so we can easily understand. And this time hit U and we will delete all the keyframes. And now press Y for pen behind tool, and we'll move this anchor point over here. Now select this O and bring this downwards, and let's make it apparent with this M. Now select this M, press R for rotation, create one keyframe. Select this O, press R for rotation, create another keyframe. Okay, let's make this fit. Let's zoom out. Select this M, go few frame forwards, and let's rotate it like this. Go somewhere around over here, and let's rotate it like this, or let's make this 0. Then select those keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this. Yeah, we will select this, go one point over here and one side over here. Select this again, move this one over here and this one over here. So we will get this kind of rotation. Similarly, we'll go over here at this point, select this O and rotate it like this, and this point let's make this 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So you will get this animation over here. If you want, then you can rotate it completely like this. It's totally up to you. And at this point again, I'm going to select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer and change the color of this one to aqua. And let's bring this at the top over here. Hit U, delete every keyframe. Also change the parenting, we don't need that. Then select this, press P for position, create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Select all of this above layers, and with the help of open square bracket, move them over here. Press P for position, create one keyframe, Y on Y position keyframe. Press R for rotation, create one keyframe. Then press S for scaling option, create another keyframe, and hit U. Similar thing I'll follow for this, but not for anything else. Let's press Ctrl Alt Home to align the anchor point of this layer at the center. Then we will go somewhere around 5 seconds maybe. We will create another keyframe. Similarly, select all of these layers, create one keyframe at position, one keyframe at scale, and one keyframe at rotation, and let's change the rotation to 1 degree. So we'll get this rotation also. And at this point, what we are going to do, I'm going to select this alphabets. I'll go to the align tab, I'll choose align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press V and we will bring this at the center of this O, and we will change the scale of this one to 10 like this. Okay, and in middle of that over here, the Y position keyframes, I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here. Similar situation I'll follow for this O also. I'll copy this Y position keyframe, hit Ctrl Z, select this, hit Ctrl V. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Also go few frame forwards, create another keyframe on the Y position of each and every one, and in middle of that we will bring this Y position a little bit upwards. Okay, over here we need to adjust the stuff, so I'll change the position over here a little bit. Copy this Y position keyframes at the last also. Okay, so hit U now, select all of this alphabet, and in search option I'll type Y only, so it will show us only Y position keyframe, and select those Y position keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, we will select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here, select this, move one handle over here, one handle over here, one handle over here, and one handle over here. So if you see, you will get this kind of stuff. And if you think that this is quite slow, then by holding Alt you can increase the duration process as well, but For that, make sure to hit U and you need to select all of this keyframe, and then by holding Alt you can do this stuff like this. But what I want over here, the animation should be one by one. So first I want this N should start animate, so I'll hit page down button 2 times, then I'll select this and O and move this over here again 2 times, select this, move this over here again 2 times, then select this and move this over here. Okay, like this. And but if you see this animation over here, all of them are coming from here. I want all of them should start their journey from this origin of this O. So what we can do to fix that, you can select this and let's check out this is coming from the center, then hit page down button 2 times. As you guys can see, the O is coming from here, so we will change the position of this O over here. Then hit page down button 2 times, select this I. Again we will change the position of this eye over here at the center, hit page down button, select this, and as you guys can see, we will change the position of this one over here like this. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation. And press F4, select all of them and enable this motion blur like this. Okay, now another thing you need to do, as you guys can see, this M looks quite weird, so I'm gonna go to the start, I'm going to select one rectangle over here, bring this layer over here, hit enter, and let's call it as mask. Press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask like this. Okay, now hit U. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose white color for this background. Okay, then right click new and create one adjustment layer, and now over here I am going to apply tint effect on it and apply this effect. Go few frame forwards like this. Let's do one thing, we will select, go to the start, and we will bring our layer somewhere around over here like this. So now whenever I am going to touch the ground, I want the color of this animation should change, so I'll create one keyframe at map white and one keyframe at map back black 2. Hit U, hit page down button 1 time, and we will swap this color like this. And similarly, whenever this O is going to touch this M, I'm going to create one keyframe on each, hit page down button 1 time, and we will swap this color. So if you see, like this. Similarly, when this is going to touch this, I mean going to reveal these letters, I'm going to create another keyframe, hit page down button, again swap this color. And when this ball is gonna touch the ground, create one keyframe each, hit page down button, again create swap color. So if you see this now, this, and this. Okay, and if you want, then you can disable this motion blur also, so you will get this kind of stuff. So it's totally up to you. If you want motion blur, then it's okay. If you don't want, then it's also okay, like this. So this is how you can create this kind of text animation. You can choose whatever font you want. I have just used for the reference, but you are free to choose whatever font you want. So first of all, here we are in Adobe Illustrator. Now I'm going to create this document, which is 1920 by 180. over here an RGB color format, and I have already created this document. Now after that we will go to the Google and type for Behance logo. We will get this logo file over here. Simply right click and choose copy image, then go to the Illustrator, and in this file simply press Ctrl V to paste it. Zoom out a little bit, press E on your keyboard, and by holding shift I'm going to adjust the size, and I'll try to adjust this image properly at the center. Okay, and hit Ctrl 0. Now select this image, hit Ctrl C, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. And I'm going to hide this extra layer and I'll lock this layer. Okay, this is just for our reference. Now I'm going to select this layer and I'm going to choose option over here called image trace. So we will get this kind of stuff. Then it will give you this option called expand, so simply click on it. Okay, so we will get this kind of stuff. After that I'm going to enable this image over here, which is this one. So as you guys can see, this is our original image and this is our black and white image. So let's lock this blur original image, and now I'm going to select this image over here, which is the black and white. Then I'm going to press as you guys can see over here, we have this shape builder tool. So shortcut key is shift plus M. So simply click on it, and by holding alt I'm going to click over here, over here, over here. We will reduce, basically we are reducing this black stuff, we don't need that. Okay, like that. Now after that I'm going to select this layers and I'll choose black color for this. Okay, and let's hide this, and we will hide this one also. So as you guys can see, this is properly a separate vector layer. Then right click and choose ungroup. Then we will select this B, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. We will double click and name it as B. Same procedure I'll follow for this E high over here. Hit Ctrl X, new, press Ctrl Shift V. I'll call it as box only, just for the reference. You can type whatever you want. Select this, hit Ctrl X, sorry, select this much, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. Double click, but if you see over here we are, if I select this portion is also getting selected, so there is some problem over here. We will fix that later. Select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, and let's call it as E, and we will hide this layer. Then we will select this H, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, type H and hide this. Select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, double click, type A, you hide this. I'm going to do this procedure for this N as well, this C, and this is E. Okay, now as I said that there is some problem in this over here. So as you guys can see, we have this extra stuff, we just need to delete it. We don't need anything like that. And this is our heat. Okay, so this is our layers that we need to animate. So I'll save this file, okay, in Illustrator. Then I'll go to the Adobe After Effects. We will go to the new composition and we will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then press Ctrl I on your keyboard to import your Illustrator file. I'll select this Illustrator file. I'll go to the import as, instead of footage I'm going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import, and simply bring this layer over here. Now double click to open this comp, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, composition settings, and choose white color, hit OK, hit OK. Now select these layers and try to adjust it properly at the center, somewhere around like this. Now this is our reference layer, we will just keep it as it is and we will lock this. Select all of these layers over here, make sure that you are adjusting properly. Then right click, go to the create and shape from vector layer, so it will create the shape layers. Let's bring them at the top. We will select this Illustrator layers, we will lock this layer, we don't need that anymore. Okay, or right now I don't want those things over here, so it will look crowded. So select all of these layers and click on this icon over here. Okay, Then if you click on this hide all layers, which is shy, so simply click on it, then they are hide, they, it will hide over here. They are available over here, but you cannot see in the compositions. So select all of them and enable I am lock them, and make sure this icon is clicked, and then click on this shy options, which will hide that. Okay, then select all of this, and in search option I'm going to type path. So what will happen, we will get the path keyframe. So simply click on the path keyframes on each and every one over here, like that. Make sure that you are clicking on each and every path options of each and every layer, like that. Over here I haven't choose this. Okay, so I think I have clicked on all of that. Hit U so you can see all of those. And over here I'm going to increase the size of this comp, because right now we need to focus on this one. So let's zoom in, let's go to around 1 second, and again I'm going to create a keyframe on each and every one. Go to around 2 seconds, again create a keyframe on each and every one. Now let's create the animation. I'm going to select this B. Initially I'm going to select their path, zoom in a little bit, and let's click on this icon. So we will focus on this one only. Make sure that you are choosing your selection tool, then select this path keyframes only. uh, Click on this one, and by holding shift, double click on this one and move this over here, like that. If you didn't understand, simply select those keyframe, double click on this path, and simply move this over here, like that. Then go over here, select these keyframes. Okay, make sure that you are choosing selection tool, and we will select this much portion, and by holding shift I'll move this over here. Okay, so now if I see this animation, first I'll get this and then this. Okay, then we will lock this layer. Then we have to focus on this E. Then we will hide all of them. First of all, I'll select this E, I mean this whatever it is box. Initially double click, and let's do one thing. I want this one should go up, and bring this over here. Go over here, then select this much portion, and by holding shift I'm going to bring this upward, like that. And then I'll get this. So if I see this animation for this, I'll get this kind of stuff. So this is for the top portion of this, and let's hide this. Now we will focus on this E. Simply select the initial keyframes, enable this icon. Initially I want this E should be over here. Then at this point, zoom in, select this much portion of this E, and simply, sorry, by holding shift I'm going to move this over here. So if I see this, I'll get first this and then this. Okay, and let's hide this. Now this edge, I'm gonna go and select this edge, double click, and initially it should be downward. Then at this point I'll select this much area, and by holding shift I'll bring this downward, so I'll get this. Okay, then let's hide this edge. Then I'm going to select this uh, initial keyframe of this A, double click, move this over here. At this point select let's say around this much portion, and by holding shift sorry, move this much portion over here, so we will get this kind of stuff. Then hide this. Then we will select this N. We will initially select this, double click and move this over here, like this. At this point simply double click this much portion and shift hold and move this upward, and let's hide this as well. Then we have this C. For this C I'm going to select this initial keyframes, double click, and let's bring this downward, or simply move this over here. Then at this point select this much portion of the C, and let's bring this downwards. With the help of down arrow keys also you can adjust it according to your needs. And let's hide this. Now this E, the only thing remaining over here is E. You can simply select initial keyframes by double clicking, move this over here, go over here, select this much portion, move this over here, go over here, like that. Now enable all of these layers, and if I see this animation, if I make this fit, I'll get this kind of stuff. But obviously this is not how we want, so simply select all of these keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this graph, zoom in a little bit. Okay, let's move this over here. I'm going to select this by holding shift. I'll move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here, select this, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. So if you see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. So this is one way to do. Or you can do another thing, that select this graph by holding shift and move one handle over here and move one handle over here. So it's totally up to you how you want to handle it. That I'm gonna handle it somewhere around like this. Now hit U, select all of this keyframe, and by holding alt I'm gonna drag them up to 1 second. Okay, so I'll get this kind of stuff. Now at this point, somewhere around 5 seconds, I'm going to select this box and I'll move this over here. I'll take a distance of 5 frames. I'll select this E and I'll move this over here. And when this E is going to get completely animated, I want this H should start to animate somewhere around at this point, like this. And then at this point I want this A should start to animate. So if you see, we can see this kind of animation. Basically our need is that no one should get interconnected with each other, like that. Then at this point I want this N should start to animate somewhere around like this. Then at this point this C, and then select this E and let's move this over here. So if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of animation. Now select all of them and enable the motion blur, and let's make this fit and let's bring this downwards. Okay, so we will get this kind of animation. Okay, and now let's disable this shy layer. Okay, and we will delete all of this alphabetical layers, we don't need that. I'm going to select all of these layers. I'll press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as Behance animation and hit OK. And let's enable this layer. Press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. And let's hide this, and we will hide this layer. Select this layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply and choose white color. Okay, so if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. So if you're happy with this animation, you can keep it as it is. I'm gonna add a little bit more stuff over here. I'm going to select this layer, hit Ctrl D up to 2 times, select this third layer, and instead of this white color for this fill, I'm going to pick up, let's say, this color over here. Select this layer again, I'm going to pick up this color, select this, hit Ctrl D, and this time I'm going to choose this white color, and I'm going to take a distance of 2 frames initially just for the check. So let's see how does it looks, and I'll adjust it like this. So as you guys can see, we will get this kind of effect over here. So it's totally up to you how you want to animate. If you are happy with this initial, that is also okay. If you are happy with this, that is also okay. Let's reduce this extra stuff. I'm gonna stick with this one only. Okay, then right click new and create one null, not camera but null object. Select all of these layers, and I mean only these three layers, and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, go to the start, and let's make this 115. Create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this 100. Okay, like that over here. Go to around 5 seconds and simply select this and move this over here. Go over here and hit N. So if you see, we will get this zoom out effect over here, like that. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of Behance logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So as always, here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920 and height I'm going to choose 180. Frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type my text. For the font I'm going to choose Oswald, but you can choose whatever text you want. I'm going to type, let's say, typography, like that. This text is just for the reference. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now if you see over here in typography word, we have almost 6 plus 6 9 10. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Three alphabets we have in typography word, and we need to create that animation. And if you hit Ctrl K over here, as you guys can see, the project settings are width is 1920 and height is 180. So what we are going to do, we need to create another composition for each and every word. So now we have 10 letters in typography, so hit Ctrl N to create another composition, and we will start with T. And height over here, because we have 10, I'm going to divide it by 10. Okay, and if you deselect it, we will get this 108. And on this width section, I want almost, let's say, again 10 alphabets I want, I mean 10 boxes I want. So I'll select this. So I got this ratio 1920108, frame rate 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. So I'll get this kind of comp, which is T. Now we need to animate this, or we need to create this properly. So press Ctrl Y on your keyboard to select one black color background, or you can choose grayish background over here and hit OK. Then hit OK. Go to the fit options. Now select this grayish background, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC vintage effect and simply double click to apply and increase the amount a little bit and lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and for the stroke I'm going to choose 4 pixels and simply double click to create this kind of rectangle over here. Now select this rectangle, hit Ctrl D, press S, let's decrease the size, and over here, and unlink this and decrease the size from here as well, like that. Over here, and stroke width I'm going to choose 1 pixels. Okay, like that, and let's lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my text tool and I'm going to type T over here and make it white color. Select this, press R for rotation, let's rotate it on minus 90 degree. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center, and go to the paragraph menu and make sure that you are choosing center text. Sorry. Then go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like this. Okay, so this is for T. Now let's go to the main animation comp and we will delete this typography word, we don't need that. Hit Ctrl 0 to open the project settings, and we will bring our T over here. As you guys can see, we will get something like this. Now make sure that you're selecting this I mean composition, and select your selection tool and make sure to snapping option is on, and we will go to the Align tab and we are going to choose this Align bottom and hit Ctrl D and bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D, bring this over here. Because our snapping option is on, that's why they are properly snapped at the edge of the other one, like that. Okay, like that. Okay, we are getting something like this. Now I'm going to create my I'm going to rename each and every one. So select this, hit enter. Sorry, we will type over, hit enter, and let's type Y. Hit enter and type P. Hit enter and type O. Select this, hit enter and type G. Select this, hit enter, type R. Select this, hit enter, type A. Select this, hit enter, type P. Select this, hit enter, type I. Select this, hit enter and type Y. Okay, like that. Now we have this typography text properly. Now we need to create actual one. So still in the in our project window we have this T. Hit Control D, hit enter, and let's type Y. Then double click to open this. Select this, select your text tool and type Y over here. Okay, and in main animation comp I'll select this Y, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Similar procedure we will follow for this P. Select this, hit Control D, hit enter, and let's type P. Go inside this, type P. Go to the main animation comp, select this P, and by holding Alt replace it. Similar, I'll select this P, hit Control D, hit enter. Let's type O. Double click to open this, select this and type O, like that. If you see this P, this is touching this edge, so simply bring this a little bit over here, so it should not touch this. So yeah, it looks good. Now in O we have this O. Select this O layer, and by holding Alt we will replace it. Then select this O in project window, hit Control D, hit enter, and let's call it as G. Double click to create it. Let's type G over here, like that. Select this, and by holding Alt replace it. Select this G, hit Control D, hit enter. Let's type R. Double click to open this, type R. As I said, replace this R. Hit Control D, hit enter. Let's call it as A. Double click to open this, type A. By holding Alt replace A. Then we already have one P over here, so simply select this P and replace it. Then double click, hit enter. Let's call it as H. Double click, open. Let's make it H. Try to adjust the position properly at the center. Then select this H, and by holding Alt replace it. Then we already have one Y, so at last we will replace it over here, like that. Okay, so our compositions are ready, which is typography. Now we need to adjust it like that. So select all of them, go to the align tab, and we are going to choose align left, or which is not happening, so we need to make this manually, like that. Make sure to touch this. So to get a proper line, what we can do, simply hit Control K to open the project setting of this main comp and choose red color. Select all of them and try to touch this properly, like that. Okay, then select all of them and hit Control D, so it will create a duplicate of each and every layer. And by holding Shift I'm going to move this layer over here, and we need to make it sure that there should be not any gap between these alphabets, so we need to fill up that. Again I'll hit Control D. By holding Shift I'm going to move this over here, like that. Make sure that there is no any gap. Okay, then deselect it. Hit Control A to select all of them. Hit Control D to, or instead of that hit Control Z. We will do not select all of them. Make sure that you are selecting this much, so it will select the topmost layers of each and every one. Hit Control D. We have to do this procedure manually. By holding Shift I'll adjust it like this. Okay, again hit Control D. Try to adjust it properly. There should be no gap. Again hit Control D. There should be no gap. Again hit Control D. Again hit Control D. Again hit Control D. Again hit Control D. Like that. Again hit Control D and make sure it should touch this line. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now after that we will select all the Y letters and press Ctrl Shift Y, and let's call it as Control Shift C and let's call it as Y and hit OK, and make sure to enable this icon. Select all of these H layers, press Control Shift C and let's call it as H and hit OK, and let's click on this icon. Then we will select all the P, press Control Shift C and let's call it as P. Select this A and press Control Shift C and let's call it as A. Select all the R's, Control Shift C and let's call it as R. Select this, press Control Shift C and let's call it as G. Select this and press Control Shift C and hit O. Select this, press Control Shift C and let's call it as P. Select this, press Control Shift C and let's call it as Y. Select all of them, press Control Shift C and let's call it as T. Now select all of them and make sure that they are unhide and make sure to click on this icon. Now after that, select all of these layers and press P for position, create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 2 seconds or let's go to the start first of all and let's bring this over here like that. Okay, and make sure to choose title section so we will get this that they are properly at the center like this. Okay, then I'm going to press Ctrl R to bring this ruler over here, zoom in a little bit and make sure this touch this line over here. Then go to around 2 seconds, select all of them and we have to move this in such a way that the next one should touch this line. Okay, with the help of arrow keys as well you can adjust it, and let's make this fit. It's okay if they are going outward a little bit, that is not a problem. Now if we see this animation, I'll get something like this. Now select all of this animation and hit F9. Go to the graph editor. Let's select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. So if you see, we will get this kind of animation like that. Now after that, I'm going to take a distance of 5 frames. Select this and let's move this over here. Okay, select this. You can hit Ctrl X Ctrl V as well. Select those keyframe, Ctrl X Ctrl V. Go to 20 frames. Select this, Ctrl X Ctrl V. 25 frames. Select this, Ctrl X Ctrl V. Go to 1 second, Ctrl X Ctrl V. Ctrl X Ctrl V. Ctrl X Ctrl V. Ctrl X Ctrl V. Now go to the start and let's select keyframes on the start of each and every one. Then similarly go to the last keyframe over here and we need to create a keyframe on each and every one over here as well. Okay, then alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression over here. Copy this loop out expression on each and every one. Like that, so we will get this animation in the form of loop everywhere. Okay, so as I know that at this point my animation is going to be in the form of loop, so I'll hit N over here. I'll select all of these layers and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'll call it as animation and hit OK like that. Then I'll double click to open this. Select all of them, press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as main text animation and hit OK. Then go inside this again and right click, trim comb to work area, so it will trim up to this. And over here at this point I'll right click, go to the time and choose time enable remapping, and before the last keyframe create one keyframe and delete this last keyframe, and alt click on the stopwatch and type loop out expression on it. So what will happen, even if I increase this, after this point I'll get this animation in the form of loop. Okay, but I'll hit N over here. Now in main animation comp, even if you see after that because we have applied this time enable remapping, we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now I'll select this and I'll hit Ctrl D. I'll select this second layer, I'll press R for rotation and I'll click this plus 90 degree. Let's hide this first. Press S for scaling option and we will scale it like this over here. So I'll get this kind of animation in the form of loop over here like that. Okay, now I'll select this over here. I'll select this letter and I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel and I'll search for CC cylinder effect and simply double click to apply. Then we will go to the rotation options and we will rotate it on Z axis, let's say 90 like that. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of stuff over here like this. Over here, if you want, then you can, even if you increase the duration, you will get this kind of rotating animation over here. And now I want alternation in animation, so I'll select this and I'll try to move this a little bit forward, so there is going to be a difference between these two animations over here like that. Okay, so this is how we will get this animation in the form of loop. Now let's go inside this animation over here. I'll select this T. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for tint effect to apply and I'll swap this color. I'll select this tint effect, hit Ctrl C. I'll select this P, G, A, H and hit Ctrl V. So if I see this animation, I'll get this kind of stuff. It's totally up to you. If you are happy with the original one, then I don't think we need to change it. But instead of that, you can select this, you can apply tint effect and you can swap this color, so the background layer is going to be the white one. And I'll select this made over here, and then I'm gonna change this rotation, let's say on Z axis somewhere around like this. Okay, so we'll get a little bit like that. Then go to the shading options and I'm going to increase the ambient value to 75% like that. Okay, then after that I'm going to select this first layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply. And softness, I'm going to make it 500 over here, and opacity I'm going to make it 100 like this. Then right click new and create one adjustment layer and I'll move this layer over here in between these two. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for CC lens effect and double click to apply. And let's increase the size in such a way that we will get a little bit of depth over here or like that. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of kinetic typographic effect inside of After Effects without using any third-party plugin. And this is also going to be in the form of loop. So yep, with this kind of technique you can create this kind of looping animation.